Regional stations, please stand by for commentary in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, good morning and welcome to the Queen's Park Oval, where we'll witness the first of the CG Limited Overs Internationals between the West Indies and India. Gentle breeze and blue skies. India, they're playing the West Indies. Let me immediately say good morning to a very dear friend of mine who will be in the commentary position over the course of this series, Vidya Ramphal. Good morning, Vidya. How are you?
Good morning. Great day to be here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's always a good day to be at the Oval. And West Indies versus India doesn't get much bigger than this here.
Yeah, immediately let's just give you the ERM news as far as the toss is concerned. And our ERM toss update. The West Indies winning the toss and batting first. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, a bit surprising when you consider it's a real belter. But however, with the weather around and possible rain that we could get later on today, you want to make sure that you have your fate within your hands. And certainly that would be the thinking of Nicholas Pooran after winning the toss for the first time in 4 tosses.
Yeah, so you started with a win. You'll want to end with a win today as well. And, you know, given what's happening around here with the weather, Vidya, you have called it right in saying that. But looking at the track, it seems to be a belter for batting.
Oh, it certainly does. And India have gone with a team that certainly would suggest that. Shikhar Dhawan at the start, he's opening alongside Shubman Gill, Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Sanju Samson. What a lineup, a formidable batting lineup, a real challenge here for the West Indies to take down this India team.
And I'm looking at the West Indies, they're playing 10 all-rounders and Jayden Seales. So we're going to see what will happen here today as Vidya, your final comment before you make way for Dr. Nilesh Mehta.
You mentioned the all-rounders, but the biggest one of all is not there. Jason Holder. The big news is that Jason Holder has come down with a bout of COVID-19. He will miss this game and most likely the rest of the series. Jason Holder is out.
Yeah, and after Jason Holder, all the big news of Jason Holder coming back, it's really sad that he has contracted the COVID-19 and he will be out for the series. Well, a man who knows a lot about the COVID-19 is Dr. Nilesh Mehta, our Indian voice in the commentary team in this Cricket 360 production. Let me say good morning to him. He's settling in nicely. He has brought all his notes. Hopefully it's not his patient's notes, but he has brought all his notes before him. He has the Playfair Cricket Annual in front of him as well, and I think he's going to use that to serve you well during the course of the day. Good morning, Nilesh. How are you?
Good morning, Vinod. Good morning, everyone. Wherever you are listening to the... Good morning, Vinod, and good morning, everyone. Wherever you are listening to this audio commentary of the first ODI between India and the West Indies at this historic Queen's Park Oval. Growing up, Vinod, the exploits of the master Sunil Manohar Gavaskar are so fresh, even back from 1971.
I noticed that this morning. Yeah, I noticed that whilst you were walking across the field, you know, you're really reflecting, and I think you're very happy to be here at the Queen's Park Oval. Simmons, the West Indies coach, Phil Simmons, blows the whistle, which ends the symbolic gesture of the knee, and the players are ready to go. So we are live here from the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. Welcome to all regional stations taking this feed, and hopefully we'll have a full day's play. We've started well by having an on-time start. It's going to be Alzari Joseph from the Leeward Islands. He's going to take up the attack from the media center end, and he's going to bowl to India's captain Shikhar Dhawan. Looking ahead at today's play, Nilesh, I think will be very, very exciting to see what the West Indies can conjure up here after the troubles against Bangladesh. So it's going to be Joseph. A big cheer comes from the crowd, if you can call it a crowd. People are still coming in. It's a gathering at the moment. Here he's up to the wicket. The first delivery, good line. That's outside the off stump, into the gloves of wicketkeeper Nicholas Pooran. And a good start there by Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, that was a good bounce and carry to the wicketkeeper, and Shikhar Dhawan cautiously letting the ball go by, wanting to obviously try and understand what this wicket is going to be all about, particularly given that this is a 50-over match and not a 20-over match.
Yes, Joseph steaming in again, goes past the umpire now, bowls again outside the off stump, driving, obviously a spectator's catch there, taken at cover, and there is no run.
Vinod, I'm not sure if you agree or not, but there is something about that style of a left-hander putting the ball into the covers, whether it be a gentle stroke or a drive through the covers, but it just looks so elegant, and that is what Shikhar is what I'm hoping we're going to see more and more of.
Well, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they are all too familiar with that. Seeing Brian Lara, he would have done that on a million occasions here at the Oval. Here's Joseph again outside the off stump, going wider and wider into the gloves of wicketkeeper Hope, and that's another dot ball.
Yes, 3 dot deliveries, and this time he was straying a bit outside the off stump, and Shikhar had no interest trying to get his eye in. Shikhar Dhawan, of course, a seasoned campaigner, captain of India, and I was talking to Vidya earlier. He's the 7th captain in this calendar year for Team India.
Yes, Joseph goes past the umpire again, pitched up and driven beautifully, square of the wicket. That's the first boundary, and that's the first runs for India.
That's what I was talking about, Vinod, that elegant drive through the point area, cover point area, and bisecting the fielders rather, between the cover point and the point area, and running away to the fence for 4, opening his account with a very stylish boundary. India 4 for no loss.
Well, he opened the face of his bat as well, just to get it behind point. Here's Joseph, and he's stopped by the umpire. Dhawan not ready just yet. So it's 4 without loss. This is the first over. Remember, the West Indies winning the toss and deciding to have India bat first. And it's a decision that raised some eyebrows here in the commentary booth. But I think the weather was playing heavily on their mind. Joseph, this is ramped away, down to third man for 4. It was short, and he just controlled it, got it over the lone slip and into the boundary for 4. That's the second 4 in the first over.
A touch of class, absolute class, waiting for the ball to come onto the bat, and the last moment just guiding it to third man for 4. Shikhar races on to 8. India 8 without loss.
That's allowing it to come on there, Shikhar Dhawan. And they're down to the boundary for 4. Joseph is looking to test the track out to see what bounce he can get. He's asking for third man to come a lot finer. So he's getting good carry. You can hear the crowd already issuing instructions to him, calling out Joseph and what he should do. Here he is now, goes past the umpire, bowls. That's much better, just outside the off stump, and brings the first over to an end, 8 without loss.
They're going to take a break, right, between overs, or tell me when to say.
So it's the CG United Series, 3 one-day internationals. Today, we're back here on Sunday and on Wednesday next week. And then the T20 series starts at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on Friday. And that will be followed by 2 matches in the beautiful St. Kitts. And then we move across to a venue that you're very familiar with, Central Broad Regional Park, where there'll be 2 matches to end the T20 series at 5.
Yes, August 6th and 7th are the 2 T20s between India and the West Indies, as Shubman Gill now ready to take strike. this 22-year-old stylish player.
So here is Gill, a lot expected of him. Driving uppishly and beautifully through the covers for 4. So the Indians are dealing with boundaries. Seals over pitching, he was wide, and all he had to do was lend bat to that.
Yes, that ball had something written on it, hit me, and Gill obliged and just gently guided it between that gap on the offside for 4.
Well,
so Shubman Gill also opens his account with a boundary.
Well, I wanted to defer with you there on that. I think that one had Caress Me. That was Caress through the covers. Here's Seals, the local boy, comes in now, goes past the umpire, bowls again. Similar type shot, and it's a running away down to the boundary. It's going to be pulled back now by skipper Puran, is it? And they're going to come back for 2. So he just lent into that, and again overpitched.
Yes, overpitched, and Shubman Gill took advantage of that. This time, not dealing with too much power, but just the placement between the 2 offside fielders, and ambling back easily for 2 runs.
Yeah, the length has been the problem here with Seals this morning. Here he is again from the far end. He runs in. Up to the wicket now, bowls, and that's much better. That was quick. Coming back into the right-hander, pushes it away to cover, and there is no run.
You know, there's always an advantage of having a left-hand, right-hand combination, isn't it? With Shikhar, the southpaw, and Gill, the right-hander, always poses problems for the bowling unit. And certainly, so far, we have seen that this pair is playing exceedingly well. Dhawan on 8, Gill on 6. India 14 for no loss.
Shubman Gill, one of those touch players. Here is Seals. He comes in again, goes past the umpire, bowls. Again, that one coming back into Gill. He pushes it out to point, and there is no run. Seals playing for the very first time in international cricket in front of his home crowd here in Trinidad. And that is something. The crowd building up, nowhere near capacity. I don't think we'll get the capacity. These days, the one-day internationals are not pulling as they used to, as people prefer to go to the T20 format.
That's right, Vinod.
Here is Seals again. He breaks into his run, goes past the umpire, now bowls again, advancing, getting adventurous there. Gill goes down to point, and there is no run. So the score remains on 14 without loss. This is over number 2.
Yeah, clearly showing some aggression there, Shubman, coming down the track and trying to guide it towards the offside. There are 4 fielders on the offside plus a slip, so total of 5 on the offside and 1 all the way on the boundary at third man.
So here he is again, a strong man. Jayden Seals goes in now and bowls, and again that delivery comes back into the right-handed Gill, plays it down to mid-on, and it's there is no run. So it's the end of the over. At the end of it, the score is 14 without loss. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So welcome back at the Queen's Park Oval we are, and it's going to be Alzarri Joseph to continue the action. His first over after a good start. He was struck away for 2 boundaries. Here he is, very rhythmic approach. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and that's the right line. Just angling it across the left-handed Dhawan. He has nothing to do with it, and it goes through to Hope.
Shikhar, a very strong offside player, and he's very picky on his the balls that he's going to find to place them on the offside. He's known for this prowess on the offside, particularly the Chabuk shot, as they call it.
Chabuk?
Like a whip.
Well,
that you put it through the offside.
Yes, Joseph again, good line. And just allowing that one to go through Dhawan, as you were saying early on this morning, Nilesh, that he wants to make a statement, Dhawan, with the World Cup coming up in India in 2023.
I'm not sure if the listeners know, but actually when Shikhar started his career, he started his career as a wicket-keeper. And then his coach, Tarak Sinha in Delhi, realized that this guy is a terrific batsman as well and wanted him to focus more on batting, which is what we are seeing on display here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Here is Joseph. He goes in now, passes the umpire, bowls, and this is a quick single pushed away on the offside, and he's home and dry. Skipper Puran had not been able to effect the run out, but I think he would have been inside anyhow. 15 without loss. This is the third over, and the weather has held nicely these days. The rain has been falling a lot in Trinidad and Tobago. Let me say good morning to the Mayor of Port of Spain, Colin Everton Murray, who has just graced us with his presence, and our listeners will be hearing his golden voice very shortly. Very good friend of mine, but I never knew. I know a lot about Colin Murray. He's a former West Indies youth captain, played for Trinidad and Tobago, has been a stalwart at the club. I never knew he used to fix side screens. I'll get back to that. Down the leg side, clipped away. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. The line wrong all the way there, but it's leg byes as Joseph. That would have been a brilliant delivery to a left-hander.
It would have been, and Shubman just helped himself by tucking it away to fine leg for 4, and the ball raced away, and the fielder, who was a bit square on the fine leg boundary, really had no chance to stop that one. It was racing away to the boundary as Shubman now moves on to 6 and Shikhar on 9. Alzari Joseph, next one coming in, right arm over, and this time he goes up in the air way over the fine leg fence for a massive 6.
Again, I'm saying he's bowling where those are good deliveries to left-hander. He was bowling those deliveries earlier in the over to Dhawan, but Gill just got inside the line and was able to help that away. That's the first maximum. I tell you something, I'd mentioned it before in our pre-game build-up with Vidya Ramphal. That track is a belter for batting. This is the Queen's Park Oval, and what you're going to see here is not what you're going to see, or is not what you would have seen in the last series between the West Indies and Bangladesh at the Providence Stadium in Guyana. You have runs here. You're going to get value for money.
We have runs here, and of course the record that India has at the Queen's Park Oval is absolutely impeccable. It's and this particular team is a strong unit, and the West Indies ODI unit is going to have their work cut out to contain these batsmen that are playing in this 11.
So it's 25 without loss, 1 delivery to go in over number 3. Here's Joseph. He leans forward and runs away from us, goes past the umpire now, bowls, and this is, oh, that's timing. When I see shots like that, Nilesh, I normally leave the venue, pay and come back. That's down to backward point for 4, 29 without loss after 3. I tell you, the Indians are off and running.
Yeah, you would pay top dollar for a stroke like that, just waiting for the ball to come in, and the ball just raced away. As you said, the word is timing. The way he timed that ball, Shubman Gill, and Shubman Gill is all class. When he's on fire, watch out. This boy can deliver the goods.
Touch player. Look at that. Lovely shot indeed down to backward point, just using the piece. And Joseph has been off the boil. Started well, first 3 deliveries, but his last 9 has conceded 19 runs at the end of over number 3. It's 29 without loss. Remember, West Indies winning the toss and asking India to take a first strike. The sun is out in all its glory, and it's going to be Jaden Seals to continue from the far end. Seals, a local boy, he's from central Trinidad. I think it's California to be exact. I will ask Colin Murray. He knows every nook and cranny of this lovely island. It's going to be Seals. Here he is. He runs into us from the far end, goes past the umpire now, bowls. Good delivery across the left-handed Dhawan. He just plays inside the line, and there is no run.
I think Shikhar is noticing that Gill is doing the bulk of the damage with his timing and elegance, and Dhawan is ready to kind of hang in there for the moment, waiting for the right delivery to put it away to the fence. But runs coming in boundaries more than singles and doubles at the moment, Vinod.
Speaking about doubles, you had your fair share of doubles this morning. I think in India they call it Chode Bature.
Yeah.
Did I get that right?
That is right.
Yeah, it's Seals, good delivery. Pushed away, they're going to get a single to mid-on. But again, you can see Seals trying to work up a head of steam here coming from the far end.
Yeah, that doubles was interesting. We were driving over to the venue here at the Queen's Park Oval, and Vinod suddenly took a sharp U-turn, went to a vendor and said, we want 10 doubles. And I was wondering what these 10 doubles mean. 10 doubles, I thought it would be number 20, but no. It was 10 items of these chole bhature wrapped in paper, and they were quite delicious.
It's something that Trinidad and Tobago is known for. Yeah, Seals, good delivery, back off a length. Gill pushing it away to cover. There is no run. Brandon King is in attendance. That draws an applause from Moti, the left-arm orthodox spinner from Guyana. You'll see in action a little later on. Got 4 for 24 against Bangladesh in one of the games across there.
Yeah, he had a nice outing and at the Providence ground in Guyana. I did watch a part of that game, and he's quite a prospect as Seals gets ready to bowl right arm over the wicket.
Yeah, he is now. He bowls a delivery angled into the left-handed Gill. He finds the lone fielder just forward of square at mid-wicket, and there is no run, and that's the Jamaican Rovman Powell doing the cleaning up there. The score remains 30 without loss.
India, of course, number 3 ranked in the ICC One Day International rankings, and behind England and New Zealand.
So victory against them will do a lot for the West Indies. Here is Seals. Again, he comes in, and that one angling into Gill. He finds Powell again. There is no run. So it's been a good over so far from Jayden Seals. Just the 1 run. 5 deliveries bowled. The score is 30 without loss. It's a score that you'll be very happy with in a T20 match, let alone a 50 over.
Very good start by India. Both the openers showing their class. Dhawan on 10 and Gill on 16. Last ball of the 4th over.
Yeah, he is again. He's up to the wicket now on bowls, and again back of a length, but he just delays the shot, gets it to the right of mid-on, and laboring after that was Myers. They're going to come back for 2. In fact, it was Shepherd who labored after that. It's the end of the over. Not a bad over at all from Seals. Just 3. At the end of 4, we take a short break. India 32 without loss, batting first. So we're back here at the Queen's Park Oval, and surprisingly, Joseph is going to continue 2 overs, none for 19. So he's going to continue from the media center, and a lone slip in position, 3rd man, backward point. There is a squarish cover, a regulation cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square on the boundary, and that's a better delivery. Goes through. 2, wicketkeeper Hope, and there is no run. So a better start there from Joseph to this over.
I think the intention is quite clear. They know Shikhar likes to play shots on the up, on the offside, so they are bowling 4th or 5th stump on the offside, trying to make him play strokes. This still in the power play, and Shikhar will take advantage of that.
Again, driving and a lovely stop there at cover. Overpitched on that occasion, and Shamar Brooks just getting down quickly and prevented a certain fall. The score remains 32 with Outlaws.
That was a great stop because there was no fielder on the boundary. Had the ball escaped, the fielder would have run away to the boundary for 4, but a great stop. And it is that kind of fielding which will add pressure to the batting side.
It's Joseph again. Gathers momentum now. Goes past the umpire balls. Good delivery. Just on and about the off stump. Pushed away. Down to point. So the plan is obvious, and you're quite right in saying that there is a point in position for that uppish square drive. There's also backward point, and third man is now very fine for that ram shot that he played early on. So there's an obvious plan to the Indian captain, a man who would have played 153 matches for India, scoring 6,335 runs at an average of 45.25. That's 6,335 runs more than you, Nilesh. This is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Much better over.
And you as well.
Impressive record. Imagine that. In ODIs, you're averaging 43.
Shikhar is a seasoned player. Obviously, he has captained the Sunrisers Hyderabad in the IPL. While captaining India in Sri Lanka, India won the series under him as the captain.
Here's Joseph again, running away from us. Goes past the umpire balls. And this is a bit shorter. Played down to backward point. There is no run. So the score remains 32 without loss. Joseph has learned quickly.
Yes, India missed Shikhar in the 2019 World Cup. He had a fractured thumb. Thank you, Pat Cummins. At that time, he missed the World Cup. A lot was expected at that time.
Here is Joseph. Starts his run now from the media center end. Rushes past the umpire. He's up to the wicket. This is a badly lined delivery. Helped away for 6. Joseph ends badly, as that one was just helped around the corner for 6, just in front of the pavilion, a low flat 6, and that takes the score to 38 without loss after 5.
And the key to that shot, Vinod, was Shikhar waited for that shot. He knew there is a fielder at fine leg, and he had to hit it to the left of the fielder and placed it by waiting for the ball to come, and placed it beautifully for 6 runs. So Shikhar now moves on to 16, Shubman Gill on 18, and at the end of 5 overs, India 38 for no loss.
A good start there by the Indians. They were 29 after 3, and the West Indies have pulled it back somewhat. 9 runs in the last 2 overs, but that was really badly lined. That was the issue there, Nilesh. The line. Here is Seals from the far end. He comes in now, passes the umpire, bowls. Another good delivery, quick delivery, coming into the right-handed Gill. Plays it away down to Shepherd at mid-on, and there is no run.
So far, the wicket has not shown any surprise. This is a deck that is asking for runs, and the Indian batsmen are clearly obliging with the stroke play that they have displayed so far.
It's a kind of track that even I would want to pad up and beat my high score, which is 2. So, Murray's asking if that's not out. Yeah, he comes in again, advancing down the track. Gill plays it away to point, and there is no run. Colin Murray's asking if that 2 is not out.
That's a good question. My other question was, were you out bowled, leg before caught? How were you out?
I enjoyed that top score of 2. And then I was not undefeated, as my good friend is suggesting.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely deck, and this is what you want to see for instant cricket.
Yeah, full of runs. The bowlers are going to have to work hard. And I think as the day goes on, the sun is now shining brightly here at the Queen's Park Oval, and might take away that moisture that was there earlier on. This
is played away down to mid-on. Quick single. That's 1. So Gill goes on to the non-strikers end now. The score is 39 without loss. Seals in his third over. And so far, he's taken none for 10. Good work from Seals so far.
Yeah, Seals is the a bowler for all formats for the West Indies, isn't he? He's a good prospect for a longer format in Test cricket as well as white ball cricket. We were talking earlier, Vinod, that even though some of the senior players have been rested, it gives an opportunity for a lot of the youngsters.
Yes, he comes in again and bowls. Good delivery. Dhawan plays it down to backward point. Gudakesh Moti is there, and there is no run.
This is the 6th over for Indian innings, and Dhawan batting on 16 and Shubman Gill on 19, with India 39 for no loss after Nicholas Puran, who won the toss, decided to put India into bat, which surprised a few here in the commentary box.
Here he is now. He comes in again and bowls. Good delivery. Pushed away on the offside. There is no run. So Jayden Sears has done well from the fire end for the West Indies so far. Remember, this is over number 6 in progress. 39 without loss. Just having a word with Shepherd there, skipper Puran. Don't know if Shepherd may get a crack from this end. The bowlers have to be on top of their game on this track. Here's Jayden Seals again. Nice upright approach. Passes the umpire, bowls. Again, Dhawan just leaning forward, playing it down to backward point. Moti fields. It's the end of a very good over there from Jayden Seals. Just the 1 run. And after 6, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. The West Indies sending India into bat. They are 39 without loss.
39 for no loss, Vinod. Yes, a terrific start by the Indian batsmen. The right hand, left hand combination, always a challenge for the bowling unit. And Joseph particularly has strayed in his line a bit on the offside. And both Shubman Gill and Shikhar Dhawan have displayed some good strokes, as they have now at 39 for no loss. Is there a bowling change at from the commentary box end?
Just as we suggested, it's going to be Romario Shepherd from the commentary box end. And he's all rounder.
The crowd seems to be slowly filtering in here at the Queen's Park Oval, Vinod.
Here is Shepherd with his first delivery. Flicked away through mid-wicket. This is going to run away close to the boundary. Does it have enough to get there? No. And it will now be retrieved. In the interim, the Indians have taken 3. Excellent running by Shikhar Dhawan. In fact, they've taken 2. It was Gill going back to the danger end, and Myers was able to get it back quickly to Hope. So 2 more, 42 without loss.
Yeah, Gill is also a very risky player. Besides being very strong on the offside, that was nicely placed on the onside. Just didn't have enough juice in it to run away all the way to the boundary, but they came back for a quick 3rd run.
Yeah, so that's good running there from skipper Dhawan. 16 of 20 for him. Gill has been absolutely brilliant this morning. 22 of 17. And the Indians are going at around 7 and over. Here's Romario Shepherd. He runs away from us. Up to the wicket now, bowls. And this is a short delivery. And looking to pull that away. It rushed on to him. Goes down to mid-wicket. And there is no run. The score remains 42 without loss.
Yeah, Shikhar tried to place the ball just to the left of the fielder at mid-wicket. But went straight to mid-wicket, which did not result in any runs. But I think this is a better line that Romario Shepherd is bowling compared to what Joseph had earlier.
Here's the big man, the Shepherd. He's in on bowls again. Good delivery. Played away down to Myers. Myers is at a point and there is no run. Shepherd is a strong man and he's one of those who bowls off his shoulders. Bowls a heavy ball at times. Over number 7 in progress here at the Queen's Park Oval. The weather has held really nicely. You know, recently we've been having a lot of bad weather in Trinidad. The regional under-17 Rising Stars under-17 tournament has not been able to get off. Two wrongs have been washed away thus far. Here's Shepherd over pitching and driving is down through the covers for 4.
That's a touch of a southpaw. Superb drive on the offside. And it's such a beautiful sight to watch a left-hander put the ball through the offside as Shikhar Dhawan, as we watch it on the television here, a lovely shot. Nobody moves and the ball races away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, given width, and of course it was over pitched as well, and all he had to do was to pick his spot, and he did so beautifully through extra cover. The score is now 46 without loss. Here is Shepherd. He runs away from us. He's into Dhawan, whipped away just forward of square. This is going to run away into the boundary now for 4. That brings up the 50 for the Indians. They've brought up their 50 in 6.5 overs, and Dhawan with successive 4s of Shepherd.
Yeah, that was delivery. There was straying on the middle and leg stump, and Shikhar Dhawan helped himself. Elegant wristy shot puts it to square leg, and the ball again races away for 4 as Shikhar now moves on to 24 and Gill on 22. 2 boundaries in this over by Shikhar Dhawan.
He's dealing in boundaries. Here's Shepherd around the wicket now to him. Dhawan just having a look at the new angle. Allows that one to go through. And then he's suggesting to Shubman Gill that he should have probably had a whack at that. It's the end of the over. And the latest score after 7 overs at the Queen's Park Oval. India sent into bat by the West Indies. They are 50 without loss.
Yeah, I was talking to you earlier, Vinod, about how Shikhar Dhawan has been staying so fit. He is very athletic. He's of course getting up in age a bit, but his commitment to his workout is absolutely impeccable. And you can see that, yes, the World Cup is in India in 2023. It's quite a distance away, but do not count Shikhar Dhawan out, even for the one-day World Cup that is coming up in 2023, because Shikhar is displaying class here. As we see Seals coming in, right arm over the wicket.
This
and
is whipped away through mid-wicket. It's going to run very close to the boundary. It's going to be pulled back now. And Powell is in attendance. They're going to come back for 2. Again, angling those deliveries into the right-handed Gill, but he started a bit too straight. And Gill was just able to get it away past mid-wicket for 2. 52 without loss. This is over number 8 in progress. And Nicholas Pooran is probably wondering whether it was the right decision to put the Indians in. We all thought that whoever wins the toss this morning would have taken a full strike. Good delivery there by Seals, just back of a length and pushed away by Gill. There is no run. We thought that whoever won the toss would have taken full strike. I was a bit puzzled that Pooran decided to insert the Indians, but at that point in time it was a bit cloudy, and he's probably thinking that, you know, it's always better to bat second if the weather is about.
No, I agree, Vinod. And the team batting first usually have tasted more success here at the Queen's Park Oval. And looking at
is Seals. I'll get back to that point with you, Nilesh. This is again angled badly and clipped away down behind square for 4.
Again straying on the leg side, and all Shubman Gill is saying, thank you, let the ball come on to my bat. I will guide it away to square leg for 4 as he moves on. Gill now moves on to 24.
2 straight. Gill goes on to 26 Nilesh, as that will help him a lot. And the Indians are motoring around. In fact, Gill is on 28 of 20. That one 24 of 25. It's 56 without loss. So far this morning we've seen 7 4s and 2 6s. Tremendous entertainment for the crowd on hand.
That is true. And both of them, Shubman Gill as well as Shikhar Dhawan, have displayed their prowess on the on as well as at the offside.
Here he is now. Seals goes past the umpire, bowls, good delivery. Again, starting outside the off stump, and that was the difference.
Yeah, that was more on target, and Shubman Gill decided to give some respect to that delivery, just played it back to the bowler, and there was no run. But I think both the batsmen have not been troubled, Vinod, by any of the bowlers so far. There were no demons in the wicket. It's playing quite nicely, and so far so good for Team India.
Yeah, the wicket is nice and true. They've enjoyed batting here. Here is Seals. He's up to the wicket now. Bowls short, cut away for 4. Bad bit of fielding down there at a point, and that one rushes onto the boundary for 4. Gill is having a good laugh at what just transpired. It's the 8th boundary that has been struck this morning. He goes to 32, Shubman Gill. Again, it was a bad delivery there by Seals. It was short and wide. He got on top of it, and he was able to get it away down to backward point into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, feet up in the air in style, and played it beautifully. Slight misfield perhaps, but the ball was hit really hard.
Seals runs in again from the fire, and he's up to the wicket now. Bowls. This is over pitch, driven away to cover. He gets away with that as King comes down on that. He's able to prevent any run. It's the end of the over. At the end of it, after 8, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, India 60 without loss.
Like we said, we know no real demons on the pitch. Both Shubman Gill and Shikhar Dhawan helping themselves to punish the bad deliveries and respecting the good ones. But the West Indian bowlers have strayed a bit in their line. Not necessarily the length every time, but a few shots that Shikhar Dhawan has played have been absolutely amazing. And this crowd here at the Queen's Park Oval on this beautiful sunshine Friday in Trinidad, really enjoying. And I see the music now slowly reverberating through the whole stadium and probably get the crowd going as well.
Well, the popular Trini Posse stand is back up and running after so long, and the fans have already started to go in there. I think the fans in the Trini Posse area, they normally see about half of the game. The next half, they're here to enjoy themselves. So at the moment, it's 60 without loss, and it's going to be Romario Shepherd to continue around the wicket. He's bowling to the left-handed Shikhar Dhawan, the Indian captain. He is on 24 of 25. Shubman Gill, 32 of 23. Here he is, Shepherd. He's in and bowls. That's a good delivery on and about the off stump. Just that hard length where Dhawan will think it hard to come forward and drive.
Yeah, no, the batsmen are not taking any undue risks, as I had said earlier. They are waiting for bad deliveries that need to be punished, and that was a good delivery outside the off stump, and Shikhar Dhawan gently places it on the offside.
Yes, Shepherd again turns, number 16 on his back, runs in and bowls, and this is again over pitch, driven beautifully through the covers for 4.
That is sheer elegance by the left-handed stylish Shikhar Dhawan, waiting for the ball to come, and then flourishing drive through the offside, and really nobody moved. The ball just races away in that gap between cover and point for 4 runs. Shikhar Dhawan now is dealing in boundaries and few sixes, and looking at that stroke, it's just sheer elegance, Vinod.
Just a push through the offside, all timing. The score is 64 now without loss. This is over number 9, and the crowd here has really had nothing to get excited about in terms of their team, the West Indies team, because the Indians have really been unfussed during this opening partnership. This delivery is worked away around the corner, down to a short backward square, and there is no run.
Yeah, that fielder has been is going to be important, particularly if they stray in line and Shikhar Dhawan tries to hook the ball, try to place it on the onside. It could spoon up in the air, and that fielder could become important as we continue to watch.
Yeah, is Shepherd. He goes past the umpire again, bowls. That's a good delivery. Back off a length, just on about the off stump. Pushed away to Myers at point, and there is no run. So that's the kind of length that he will want. That's the line he will want to continue to bowl at. As you can hear in the back of us, one of those ambulances goes flying through the back. That'll get you excited, Dr. Mehta.
Well, not at the moment. I'm on the cricket ground. Rather, describe the game to all our listeners rather than being in an ambulance treating a patient.
Shepherd with sweet 16 on his back. That's a good delivery. That one just looking to shimmy down the track a bit to put him off. He can't. And a chair for a dot delivery.
We know that in the last 10 years, the average 50 over score has been 295. I kind of have a feeling that we might be over that number if the Indian batsmen continue to progress the way they have been batting so far.
Well, it's looking in that direction. Again, not a good delivery, but it's still early days. If the West Indies can get a breakthrough here and work through the middle order, who knows what can happen. At the end of 9, the latest score on the Queen's Park Oval, India 64 without loss.
I wonder if the spinners may have a say on this track. We know. When you did you get a look at the pitch? Because I thought that the pitch, even though it looks flat and it was drying up, if I was seeing Yuzvendra Chahal practice earlier, and I saw the balls spinning on the practice track quite prodigiously.
Well, the practice track looks totally different from what they're playing on. It's darker. It tells me that there is moisture there, but in the middle it's as dry as the desert. And these guys, they have flourished in this partnership so far. 64 without loss at a run rate of 7.11. Kyle Myers, the man with the golden arm, he's going to come in now to bowl, and every time this man gets the ball, he does something with it. He has been good in test matches as well. Let's see. He's the son of Shirley Clark, the former West Indies under-19 player. Outside the off stump, and that's terrible feeling at backward point and into the boundary for 4. That was a delivery just outside the off stump. A bit innocuous really, and just pushed away down to backward point. Terrible feeling on that occasion.
Yeah, that particular stroke certainly did not deserve a boundary. It was clearly a misfield and fetched Shubman the 4 runs.
Yes, Myers again. He comes in and bowls outside the off stump, allowed to go by, and there is no run. Was that Brooks? Shamar Brooks. It's the second time that he has misfielded in that position. You'll well remember the last over with a short and wide delivery from Jaden Seals. It went right through him and into the boundary for 4. So this is over number 10. Here is Myers. He's in again and bowls. Worked away to mid-wicket. There is no run. Rovman Powell has marshaled that area well this morning. So Joseph, 3 overs, none for 25 today. Seals 4 overs, none for 20. Shepherd 2 overs, none for 15. And Myers in his first over, none for 4. Nothing really impressive there. Here is Myers. He's in again and bowls short. Pulled away. Wide off mid-on for 4.
Yeah, he danced down the track on that one and really bludgeoned the ball just to the right of the fielder at mid-on, and the ball really raced a bit to the boundary. So that was a shot very well executed. There was intention on that stroke.
Where in India you'll see that sort of dancing? Is it in South India?
I missed the dance. I only listened to the music. Where was the dance?
Shubman Gill is on 40 of 27.
Shubman Gill is from North India, so as far as dance is concerned, there would be a Bhangra dance, not the South Indian Kathak or other kinds of dances.
Well, is he from Dharamshala?
Shubman Gill is from the area of Punjab.
Well, here's a man from the north in the West Indies, and that's Barbados. Played away. It's north of Trinidad. Down to mid-on, and that's a single. Jaden Seals fields. One delivery to go to in this over. So far 9. So 73 in the 10th over. If I were skipper Puran, I might have been worried about my decision. Shreyas Iyer is padded up to come in next.
Yeah, Shubman Gill, we were talking about, he was the player of the tournament for the ICC Under-19 World Cup in 2018. So this boy has had a lot of experience at a very young age. He was also part of the Gujarat Titans in the IPL.
Here's Myers around the wicket now, bowls, good delivery. That one just leans forward and pushes it out to cover. There is no run. It's the end of the over. At the end of over number 10, after more comments from Nilesh Mehta, you will be joined by Colin Everton Murray, who brings across with him his cousin Vidya Ramphal.
Yes, India has had a tremendous start. At the end of 10 overs, India 73 for no loss. The openers, right hand, left hand combination has done wonders so far. And I am pleased to welcome Mr. Murray to the commentary box, and I'll hand over the microphone to Vidya.
Thank you very much, Nilesh. Well, the Indians are up and away, 73 for none, just a run rate of 7.3. So we now have power play number 2 is going to start, and Gudakesh Moti is also going to come into the attack. He's going to be having his first over. He's had a really good series against Bangladesh, picking up 4 wickets in his last game, in the last game of that series. So he's been really the bright light for the West Indies in the 3 previous ODIs against Bangladesh. Nobody else really have stepped up to the plate, and so far nobody has stepped up to the plate either this morning. So again, it's a very good morning to one and all. Nice, bright, sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Moti is going to be operating from the media centre end, or the northern end, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Shubman Gill. He is on 41 at the moment, and a delivery from Moti, giving a little bit of air right up to him, and he's on the front foot, driving it straight back just to the left of the bowler who does the fielding to his own bowling. Just a 5-4 feel at the moment, as this one again giving it a little bit of air, and Gill not really dancing into it, just maybe just pushing out at it with the front foot, and again playing it to the left of Moti. He was half stopping it, but the ball ricocheted towards cover, and there was no run. This time he dances into this one, and he smashes him high over the mid-on position. It goes for 6 over long on. So that's a good shot from Gill. He danced into that one, and I was a little surprised. He wasn't using his feet before. He was just pushing out on the front foot. Here, he danced into this one. He hit it high, he hit it hard, he hit it handsomely over long on for a good-looking 6, and he's really motoring. Good morning to you, Vidya Ramphal. What a welcome with Gill has given you.
Yeah, certainly. Great to see Shubman Gill here, and he's gone along really well. And they've now pushed that mid-on back to long on, and so that'll give him something to think about if he tries that shot again.
Well, here is Moti. You see, a little flatter this time. Quicker delivery, and Gill had to come on the front foot. Ball just coming off the inner part of the bat, and goes out to Mayers, who is at a mid-wicket. And there's no run. Score remains on 79 without loss. We are into over number 11. Moti again, quicker delivery, flatter, and this time Gill waits on it, gets on the back foot and plays it out to a deep mid-wicket, where Powell comes in to do the fielding, and the ball just bounces in front of Hope, goes out towards backward point, and there's no extra run. So just a single for Gill. He goes to 48, 80 for none. But what a start from India.
Oh, a great start for India. Certainly exactly what they would have wanted. Not so for the West Indies. They've been unable to get it in the right areas to really contain Shubman Gill and Dhawan. They've been more successful against Dhawan, but Gill has been absolutely tremendous.
Well, here is Dhawan. He's on 28 from 32 deliveries. The left-hander, as Moti is over the wicket to him. This time he's on the front foot, coming forward and just working that delivery, angling it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So a dot ball to end the over from Moti. His first over has cost him 7 runs, and after 11 overs, 80 for none. A lot of talk, Vidya, about the captain Pooran winning the toss and sending India into bat. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, certainly that would have been a bit surprising to many of us, thinking that because this pitch is so good for batting that he would have wanted to bat first on this track. However, when you consider what Dhawan said also at the toss, he also said that he would have wanted to bat second with the weather around. I think that factor of the weather is a huge consideration in Pooran's decision.
Oh yeah, and I must say I agree with him. And okay, India's off to a fine start. They're going at just about 7.3 and over. But, with the amount of rain that has been over the last 3 days we've had in Trinidad and Tobago. But here's Mayers, as this is over number 12, badly lined outside the leg stump. Signal wide by the umpire, well taken by Hope. Hope is standing up to the stumps, and that ball angled down the leg side. He did well, got across quickly and took it. But one more to the total, 81 for none. Yeah, the amount of rain we've had, this pitch has been covered for the last 3 days non-stop. Yes, it looks a belter. I think it's a 300-run pitch. Here is Mayers. This one he's cutting. He's going to pick up some runs as Powell has to come from a deep backward point to his left. Almost, I would say, a squarish third man to do the fielding and limits the scoring to a single. Gill just 1 now away from his 50. He's on to 49, 82 for none. Yeah, and the pitch looked, looking at it before the start of play over the last couple of days, I complimented the head curator here, Sheikh Amanu, because this pitch looks really fantastic. But one would have thought, because of the amount of rain we've had and the covering of this pitch, that they might have had some sort of early moisture in it. Here is Mayers wrong the wicket to Dhawan, and he's just waited on it and guides it out to Moti at that a backward point position, no run.
Yeah, I would have thought so myself, but the thing was that right after play started, the sun came out in its glory. It's very hot, great intensity with the sunshine, so all of that moisture just evaporated very quickly.
It's really it was a good toss to lose, actually. It's because it's such a difficult decision to make. Here is Mayers. This is a slower delivery, and Dhawan actually waited on it, and he just hit it comfortably over the mid-wicket position. There's no one deep at that mid-wicket, so it's maybe 2 bounces into the boundary for 4. But it was a slower delivery, but it was bad. Not only was it short, it was badly lined, and all Dhawan had to do was to sort of wait on it, timed it, which he did, and it's gone away for 4.
Yeah, the variation there from Mayers, the slow back of the arm one, but he just dragged it down, just released it a bit too late. And Dhawan, well, not the most difficult delivery he's ever faced.
He's on 32. As this one, he's just tucking it off the hip to the right of the square leg position, and they go through for a very comfortable single as Brooks has to move to his left from mid-wicket. Dhawan on to 32 now from 35 balls. Gill, he's on 49 from 34. It's 86 for none, and he's just 1 run away now from what would be a really excellent half century. He's played all the shots and hasn't taken any risks. We haven't seen any chances per se. This one, he's a Yorker length delivery from Mayers. That's a good delivery, and Gill had to come down on it and plays it out towards the cover. And it's Brandon King. It seems to be the man out there, and there is no run. No, that's Pooran. Skipper Pooran, is it? At cover? No, it is King. Yes, so it's 87 for none as Mayers from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. This time, Gill is just turning it to square leg, picks up a single to bring up his 50. He's 50 from 36 deliveries faced, 88 for none. It's been a tremendous innings from this young man. He is such a talented player. He has all the shots. He's got a good defense, but when he goes on the attack, oh boy, he does go on the attack. It's the end of the over, 12 overs, 88 for none.
Yeah, he is a smiling assassin, isn't he, Shubman Gill? How baby face. He's still in his early 20s. The last time he was here in Trinidad, he scored 204 not out at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in a first-class game. He actually was the youngest Indian in history to score a first-class double hundred in a representative team, and breaking a record held by Gautam Gambhir, no less.
He's such a talent. He's such a talent. The first time I saw him, I thought to myself, well, they've produced another world-class player. Here he's on the front foot as Moti bowls his first delivery of his third over, and Gill is just on the front foot and so elegantly working it out to long on as Alzarri Joseph, we said from the first over, he was at a mid-on and has been pushed back to long on, so they get a comfortable single, 89 for none, as the left-handed Dhawan in strike now. Waits on Moti, this time badly lined outside the leg stump, and he's turning it down to the deep backward square leg position, and they amble through for yet another single. So runs coming very easily here at the moment, 90 for none. The bowling for the West Indies, Vidya, they've really been all over the shop. You know, I haven't seen one really bowler decide, okay, I'm going to attack the batsman outside the line of the off stump and consistently bowl it there. Here's Moti into Gill, and he's playing it again down to long on, and they pick up another single, 91 for none.
Yeah, the problem with bowling to Dhawan outside the off stump, he likes to say leg side of the ball. So he's very, very strong on the offside, so he will attack you all the way.
Here is Dhawan using his feet, and he smacks it straight back over the bowler's head for 4. Oh my word, what an easy looking shot from Dhawan. Came down the track, got to the pitch, and he just lifted it calmly over the bowler's head. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Well, 95 for none. And if these two continue, I was saying before the start of play, and I was even saying it yesterday, that the way I looked at this pitch, it was a 300-run pitch. I'm wondering now it's a 350.
Might be so, might even be higher than that.
Here is a delivery from Moti, flatter, just on the line of the off stump, and Dhawan comes across. You know, he's almost looking now as if, you know, like a practice game, isn't it? He's just so easy to look at on the eye, and he's just working the ball around. Here he's taking another single, and he's pushing it to the left of mid-wicket, and they pick up one more. He goes to 39. It's the end of over number 13. Gill is on 52. It's 96 for none from 13 overs, a run rate of 7.3.
Yeah, they're going along really well here, India. This is an important innings for both of these players. Shikhar Dhawan in his last 5 innings has only made 112 runs at an average of 28, a strike rate of 61.53. He's going along just around 90 odd right now, so that's going to be good for him. As for Gill, there was a lot of concern as to who would open with Dhawan, with Rohit Sharma not here. Many would have suggested that Ruturaj Gaikwad would have been the man to go. Ishan Kishan was also in there. Both of them have been dropped. Gill has been given the nod. And what a return to the selectors. 52 of 38 deliveries. Great start from them, but very important for these two in the context of their future with the Indian squad.
Yeah, you're very right. Dhawan has struggled, surprisingly. He's struggled over the last 5 innings, as you rightly said. And, you know, it's really surprising because he's a talent, he's got experience, you know. But, you know, the thing is, no matter the kind of experience you have, no matter sometimes the talent you have, if you're in a bad patch, it's difficult sometimes. And the thing is, if you're in a bad patch, you get out in the strangest ways. You play a drive inches off the ground, and someone dives to the right and catches it. So, you know, it's a matter of him staying there and working through this bad patch, and he's doing it. Look like Sir Shepherd is coming back into the attack, and the first delivery, it's pushed out towards that backward point. Shepherd in his third over so far, none for 15. He's been pretty expensive, as is all the West Indies bowlers. But yeah, and the thing is, when you're in a bad patch as well, Vidya, you need help at the other end. You need someone at the other end dominating, taking the attack to the bowlers. And you could just push it around, wait for the bad ball, and this is what is happening. Here's Shepherd into Dhawan. He looks to come down the track, and Shepherd saw him coming, put it a little bit back of a length more than anything else, and Dhawan couldn't do very much. He was choked for room and just pushed it out in the offside. And I think Gill has afforded him the opportunity for him to take his time and work his way into getting a good score.
Yeah, he certainly has been the ideal foil for an out-of-form Shikhar Dhawan, and Gill, with his sublime touches, has provided the impetus for this India innings.
Here is Shepherd into Dhawan. This is badly lined outside the leg stump. He turns it down to fine leg. Alzarri Joseph is doing the fielding. He had to move to his left to get the ball, and he did it comfortably because wasn't. It was just turned to leg by Dhawan. Didn't have any pace on that, and they go through for an easy single. He is into the 40s now. He's on 40 exact, and it's 97 for none. Brings Gill back into the attack, and he is on 52. And when I say back into the attack, the way these two have been batting, it's an all-out attack against the West Indian bowlers. As Shepherd looks around at the field, he's in his third over. None for 16 so far. See, the man at third man is coming in to a short third man. So it gives me the idea that he's not going to go too wide of that off stump. And they're going to go through for a single because Gill is pushing it out to the left of mid-wicket. And Mayers was coming across to his left. Couldn't field it cleanly. And they go through for a single. So Gill goes to 53 now. 98 for none.
One of the big misses for the West Indies in this game. You talked about how the bowling attack has struggled. They would have really loved to have had Jason Holder here, but Jason Holder has contracted COVID-19, so he's not in the side today.
Which is a real pity. As this delivery, Dhawan is just guiding it down to third man. It was short of a length, and he just opened the face beautifully and used the pace of the delivery, because this one from Shepherd was a little quicker, and he used the pace of that delivery and opened the face of the bat, guides it down to third man, and they pick up a single. 99 for none. Just one delivery left to complete over number 14. The run rate has dropped Vidya from 7.3 to 7.1.
That's a dizzying drop you're saying there.
Here is Shepherd over the wicket to the right-handed Gill, and he's again playing it to the left of the man at mid-wicket. Goes down to long on, and they pick up a single. So it brings up the 100 in 14 overs exact. Gill is on 54, Dhawan is on 41, and the Indians, having been sent into bat, they could be really on target, as I said, for at least a 350 here.
Yeah, just slightly faster the second 50 there. The first 50 came off 6.5 overs. Just 2 balls extra here for this one. But they are going along at such a rate. Shades of when they got over 300 against Bermuda here in that famous match in the 2007 World Cup, where the reverberations of Dwayne Leverock's great catch there. People remember that up to, 15 years later. We were talking about that earlier today. They got over 300 in that game, and right now India looking good for a total in that region.
Oh, they are certainly looking for a total in that region, and the pitch is a belter. Tell you what, it's an excellent pitch, and the outfield as well, we'll talk about that in a minute. A good delivery from Moti as he starts his third over. Delivery angled into the right-handed Gill. Couldn't do very much with it. He's in defence, pushing it out on the offside. As Moti, left arm wrong the wicket. Delivery outside the line of the off stump. And that comes off the bat sweetly. But he can't beat the man at that cover position. There is no run. Just 4 men on the onside, 5 on the off. As Moti into Gill. And he's cutting this one. Runs here for him. Because he's beaten the man at backward point. But he's not going to beat the man at that sweeper cover position, and they're going to pick up 2 runs. So he goes to 56 now, 102 for none. The outfield as well here, Vidya, has been relayed last year. In November, it was relayed. And I tell you what, if this outfield was not relayed, the amount of rain that we've had over the last 3 days, I doubt we would have had play today.
Yeah, certainly the work that has been done here by the Queen's Park Oval authorities, kudos to you and your team, certainly has made that possible.
Here is Moti into Gill. Good delivery, good line, good length. And Gill can't do very much with it. He's on the front foot, pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. This has been a good over so far. Just 2 runs coming from the first 4 deliveries as Gill faces up to Moti, and he's on driving. This time he's going to get a single as it goes down to long on. Moti can't get across in time to stop it, and Alzari Joseph does the fielding. 1 more to the total. It's coming off. He's timing the ball so sweetly, isn't he?
Yeah,
I mean, that was just a push.
Yeah, he's just pushing it and getting the single very easily. What a class player Shubman Gill is. And when you consider that he's been in and out of the India side, he really has not been able to cement a
Let him come and live in Trinidad then.
Yeah,
let him play for the West Indies.
I mean, no problem.
Here is Moti in the Dhawan looking to sweep, an appeal going up, but clearly outside the line of the leg stump, and the ball comes off of wicket-keeper Hope and goes out a short fine leg. There is no run. They have a good move over from Gudakesh Moti, just 3 runs coming from it, 103 for none, after 15 overs. I remember seeing Gill as a 17 or 18-year-old, and I said to somebody in the Oval, I said, I just saw this Indian guy. His name is Gill or something like that. And I was saying, that's the next Kohli. As far as I was concerned, at that age, he was so good. You know, his temperament looked good. He was playing all the shots. I mean, he was a super player. And unfortunately, he went into a little bit of a bad patch, but he seems to be coming back into his own now.
Yeah, and then the problem is for India is that it's such a logjam at the top.
Yeah.
There's so many really good
word.
players to get in there. Well, we could suggest to him that Subhash Gupti did leave India and come to live in Trinidad, so he could do that.
Maybe we could suggest that to him. Here is Shepherd starting on the over, and Gill is pulling this one, but there is protection at that deep square leg, and they're only going to go through for the single. So he goes to 58. Yes, remember Gupti, a fantastic spinner. I think he married a Trinidadian girl, didn't he?
Yeah, they were playing a tour match in San Fernando, and they
met the love of his life.
Yeah, and she was mesmerized by his spin, and he was mesmerized by hers.
Beauty meets spin, right?
Yes, definitely.
Here is Shepherd round the wicket to the left-hander, and he's turning this delivery again down to the deep backward square. These two they look so comfortable at the moment. You're just wondering where a wicket will come from.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a case of they get themselves out at the moment here because they've been batting so well. India have produced so many opening partnerships that have done well. Dhawan and Sharma, for instance, are the 4th highest run getters in ODI cricket as a partnership. Over 5,000 runs they have produced. Only 3 partnerships have done more.
Here is Shepherd into Gill, and he's taking this delivery just short outside the line, just outside the line of the off stump, and he's working it down to long on. Again, just timing that ball superbly, and it rushes down to the man at long on, and they pick up a single. That's Jayden Seales doing the fielding out there, 106 for none. I was a little disappointed in Jayden Seales this morning. You know, to me, he's a much better line and length bowler than a lot of the West Indians. And I was a little disappointed. He strayed, in my view, a little too much down the leg side. Here is Shepherd round the wicket, and this is a good shot from Dhawan, opening the face, guides it past the backward point, and the man at third man, Akil Hossain, can't get around in time, and it runs away into the boundary for 4. I was badly lined. It was too short. It gave Dhawan the room outside the off stump. He just worked it past backward point. He cut it. It was hit hard, and it beat that backward point. Once it beat him, third man had no chance. He goes to 46, and the total races along to 110 for none.
Yeah, Dhawan's so good outside the off stump. Loves to say leg side of the ball, and once you keep it out there, you're in peril.
Here is Shepherd into him, and again he opens the face, but this time he finds the man at that deep cover position, and they're only able to pick up a single. So he goes to 47 now? Yes, from 48 deliveries. Gill, on the other hand, he has 59 from 47 deliveries, and it's 111 for none.
You're talking about Dhawan, and Dhawan has the 5th most hundreds by Indians in ODIs with 17. He's looking for number 18. He's already scored 200s against the West Indies in his career, so he has an idea how to go about doing that.
Is that an ominous sign from you? Here is Shepherd into Gill, and this time he can't beat the man at mid-wicket. Just delivery short, that's Kipapuran there. Delivery just short, back of a length, and he was just working it, trying to get it past the man at mid-wicket. Was unable to do that. It's the end of the over. 16 overs have now been completed. It's 111 for none. Gill is 59. Dhawan is on 47. Shepherd, he's completed his 4th over, none for 27. We're going to have a refreshment break now because the players are turning towards, there's no, in the old days we used to see a buggy driving onto the field video, and I remember going even before that. There was this push cart. Yeah, I don't know if you remember. They're pushing it onto the field, and they had holes in them, and all had glasses, and you had the boring drink of water. Now you get all sorts of fancy drinks, don't you? So the West Indies players are all gathered around, but it's 111 for none.
Yeah, the Nelson is up here for India. Hopefully that will augur well for the West Indies after the break. I think one of the reasons why the cards can't come on, it's that triangular boundary rope that they use now for advertising purposes. That makes it difficult for them to come on. But Will this break come at a good time for the West Indies? They certainly need to regroup. They need to retool. They have to find some way past these two. Dhawan has certain weaknesses, and Gill also, but I don't think they've bowled well enough to try to work on those. And when you have two batsmen established and with the number of runs behind their name at this level, that's going to be, it's ominous.
Oh, it is. And, you know, I was talking about Jayden Seales, you know, and I was a little disappointed in him. Alzarri Joseph, I thought, bowled too short. He was giving the batsman a lot of width. You see, when you get a pitch like this, Vidya, and give me your opinion, but when you get a pitch like this, you've just got to really bowl line, bowl length, and hope the batsmen make mistakes, because you're not going to get them out with short deliveries again, unless maybe you bowl a short delivery and they hook and get a top edge or something like that. But the pitch is in such wonderful condition here at the Queen's Park Oval that once you don't get your line right, once you don't get your length right, you're going to be punished.
Well, the thing about bowling to Dhawan with those short deliveries, he has a clear weakness to that shorter delivery. And what England did very well against him in that series in England is that they bowled a lot of short deliveries into his ribcage. Right. However, what Alzarri Joseph was not doing is to get the ball into the ribcage.
That's correct.
There were several deliveries outside the off stump. He played the ramp shot. Down the leg side, he was able to work it away and get the 6 runs there also. So he didn't get it right. And that's where you really need to attack Shikhar Dhawan. The other line of attack that works well with him is to get the ball to swing away from him, which he tends to nick it to slip. However, none of the West Indies bowlers swing the ball a lot, so that's the other problem.
Yeah. So it's been tough, really tough going for them. We've Gill, his 59 from 48 deliveries. You know, it's been, and you know the thing about it, when you look back at the innings, I can't recall them playing a risky shot or a bad shot.
No.
It's just been total domination, and they've played everything. I mean, for example, when Moti first came into bat, when Moti first came into bowl, his first couple of deliveries, Gill was just he was sizing him up almost. He played on the front foot of the first two, and I was just saying to myself, you know, without saying it on the commentary, it's just a matter of time. If he gives it some more air before Gill dances into him, and before I could say Shubman Gill, he was hitting him for over long on for 6.
Yeah,
dancing really, it in.
You can't give him that much air. He's gonna smash it away. But Moti settled down after that. He bowled a flatter trajectory after that and kept him quiet. The spinners have been able to pull things back, but the Pacers, as we can see with their, when we look at their economy rates, Alzarri Joseph going at 8.3 and over, Seales at 5, Romario Shepherd 6.47, Mayers 8.5, Moti has gone along at 6, and he went at 3 in that Bangladesh series.
That's right, yeah. Well, his last over wasn't a bad over at all. He only went for 3, and I think he's gonna. I want to say maybe the spinners, if they a little bit of variety with the spinners, they may cause some problems to the batsmen. But they've got to be smart. They've got to vary their pace. They've got to vary just how much air you're going to give it. You just can't just run up and bowl. So it's going to take some smart, intelligent bowling to get these guys out.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Moti certainly has changed his approach already. You saw that after 3-4 balls. He started to bowl flatter and just try to keep Gill quiet here. But that has proven to be very difficult.
Well, we just about getting ready to start after that refreshment break. And the first delivery from Moti in his 4th over, just lined on the leg stump. And Dhawan is comfortably turning it towards I would say a forward square leg position. There's no one there. There's a deep backward square, but there's a mid-wicket. Skipper Pooran is at mid-wicket, and he had to give chase, and the batsmen were able to go through for a single. So Dhawan goes to 48, brings Gill back into strike. 112 for none. We are into over number 17, and it's been a really tough time so far for the West Indian bowlers. The run rate is at 6.93 at the moment, as Moti going to continue this time to the right-handed Gill. And this delivery, Gill is forward and just angling the bat getting that ball to the left of skipper Pooran, who's at cover. This one went a little bit squarer, so he had to quickly move to his left, but it was always a comfortable single. And Gill goes to 60.
The Indians were dealing with boundaries earlier. Now that the spinners have come on, the pace is off the deliveries. They're just angling the wrist, getting the singles at will here.
Here is Dhawan using his feet and playing that delivery to the right of Pooran, who dives, makes a good stop. The skipper showing an example, a good example here, because Dhawan used his feet and he was hitting it to the right of Pooran at mid-wicket. He took a step, Pooran, and was diving to his right, stopped it, and the batsmen were going through for the single and then decided against it. And that's a good bit of feeling from the skipper. And had a shy at the striker's end. Dhawan had to get back quickly. This time he's on driving. He's going to get the single that he was looking for in the previous delivery as it goes down to long on, and they pick up a single. 114 for none. Dhawan now one away from his 50. Brings Gill back into strike. He is on 60. Good sunny conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval. Not a very big crowd at the moment. Maybe we see a lot of people coming in after lunch. And you look around at the various stands, and the Caribbean stand probably has the most amount of people at the moment. That's always and the Scotiabank, we see some school children there as well in the Scotiabank stand, which is good news, as Moti bowls another delivery to Gill, and he's on that front foot, pushing it out to Seals, who is at mid-wicket. Just 4 men on the onside and 5 on the off, as Moti is into Gill, and he's working this one down to fine leg. It's not going to go into the boundary. Mears does well, pulls it back a couple meters from the boundary board, but there was a little bit of a paddle sweep from Shubman Gill, and he got it, luckily for him, because it was in the air for a while, but he got it away from Mears at that short fine leg, and they're able to pick up 2. The end of the over from Moti, 5 runs conceded in that over. 17 overs have been completed. Gill 62. Dhawan is going to be on strike. He is on 49 not out. It's 116 for none.
Yeah, they're shaping up. At the current rate, they will get to 341 India, and that is certainly on the cards at the moment here. Now, what's interesting here for the West Indies, they have used 5 bowlers so far. Hasn't worked out with Alzarri Joseph, but I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen a lot of Akeal Hosein yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that as well. I thought he may have used him in tandem with Gudakesh Moti, but maybe he's going to use Moti here. Maybe he's going to look at the spinners from the media centre end, or he may very well wait for a couple overs again and bring Akeal Hosein into the attack. I'm a little surprised as well, but he may just want to use Moti and Akeal from the Jerry Gomez media centre end. We'll wait and see. But Alzarri Joseph is back into the attack. He's had none for 25 from 3 overs, and his first delivery pitched up to Dhawan. He's off driving, getting to the pitch, and timing it well. It just, his placement wasn't good. And I was talking about placement, and the thing is, and you made the point, Vidya, that the boundaries have dried up a little bit, but they're picking up the singles at will. And I think that's what the West Indies batsmen need to look at and learn, because the West Indies batsmen, they tend to play a lot of dot balls, and we've been complaining about that over the years. Here is Joseph into Dhawan, and he's going to get his 50 because a delivery, he's just on the front foot, and this time you could see him angling the bat away from the man at mid-off and picking up the single. So he's on to 50. Applause from his Indian teammates. So he's 50 from 53 deliveries. It's 117 for none. So both openers now getting half centuries.
Yeah, 50 or 53, that's not bad. 94.3, certainly a lot better than the 60-odd strike rate that he had over the last 5 one-day internationals. So he'll feel a lot better. And interestingly, when he was congratulated by Gill just now, he just sort of turned his back on it, because as if to suggest, hey, I need to do a lot more than this.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure both of them will be looking for hundreds. There's no doubt in my mind. As Alzarri Joseph from that Branlar Pavilion end bowls to Gill, works this delivery down towards fine leg. They've gone for one. They're going to come back for the second, as Akeal Hosein is running around to his left at that fine leg position to do the fielding, and they pick up 2 runs. Gill goes to 64, 119 now for none. Dhawan, 153 matches. 6,375 runs. That's just 6,373 more than Vinod Mamchan. But what an average as well at 45.
And both of us.
Well, a few more. Yeah. Here is Alzarri Joseph into Gill, and he turns this delivery down towards that. Oh, the ball strikes the non-striker's end. Gill was just relaxing, heading down to that non-striker's end, and Sipapuran moved to his right, had a shy. Now they've gone upstairs, but I don't think the West Indies players look all that confident. We'll have to look at that replay, but the appeal has gone up for a run out, and that probably the only way these two were looking. One of them were looking to get out, and Puran hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. The question is, was Gill taking his time in getting down to that non-striker's end?
Well, he was playing off the back foot first of all. He hesitated, he called. There maybe was a little bit of yes and no. He's heading down. The throw is coming through, and he might be short. Yeah, he's gone. Yes, he's at least 2 feet short, and Gill has been run out.
Well. You have to think that's a little bit of carelessness on his part. I don't think he was going flat out. He never changed gears. And give Puran credit. It was a brilliant bit of fielding by him. He had to go to his right. He picked up one-handed, turned, had a shy at the non-striker's end, struck the stumps, and Gill makes his way back to the pavilion. And one would have thought that maybe, look at Gill, he started trotting. If you looked at him, he started trotting. He may have thought Puran was going to throw the ball at the wicket keeper's end, the end in which Dhawan was running. When he realized that Puran got it, he was spinning around with it. He then changed gears, but by then it was too late.
Well, he didn't change gears dramatically because he didn't seem to really accelerate much, and he was really caught napping there. I think he felt that that ball would have gotten past Nicholas Puran. But if you know anything, you've seen Nicholas Puran and his outstanding fielding in the IPL, you know that you're never going to be safe once he's around. And that was a brilliant bit of fielding by Puran. Not only did he pick it up, he had to throw, basically turn 180 degrees and get that throw off. And he hit the stumps, maybe aiming at a stump and a half, maybe a stump and 3/4, and did that very well. Now that has brought in another dangerous customer here, Colin. Shreyas Iyer, who is in now, the man from Mumbai, the 27-year-old. That's just 27 matches so far, but he's already averaging over 40 in one-day internationals.
Yeah, Iyer is another, you're right, another dangerous customer, another very gifted player is Shreyas Iyer. And, I'm sure he's going to entertain the crowd here if he gets going.
Certainly will. The scoring rate is dropping. It was over just about 7.5. It's now 6.7. So the West Indies reining things in a little bit here.
Here's Alzarri Joseph, but he's bowling to Shikhar Dhawan because the batsman, in fact, had crossed. And Shubman Gill really thought that Puran was going to throw the ball towards that towards the striker's end. It's only when he spun, he saw Puran spinning. He, as you rightly said, that was probably when he tried to change the gears, but it was too late. What a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, and then he's not exactly the fastest runner. He's always had problems with his running between the wickets, and that's another example of it there.
64 from 53 balls, 119 for one now, as this is Dhawan looking to cut a delivery. May have come off the bottom part of the bat and goes out to a short third man, and they pick up a single. So he gets another run, and he goes to 51 now, is it? And 100 and let's see, the score is saying it's 120 for one now. Dhawan is on 51 after 18 overs. That is 120 for one, the Indians.
Yeah, that really looked to be the only way that the West Indies were going to take a wicket at the moment here. Perhaps a little bit of an opening. They have to really put some pressure on Iyer and Dhawan, who hasn't really, I mean, he's gone along just about a strike rate of 100, which isn't great in the context of modern play. But how can they keep the new batsman quiet? Yeah. Now, he's one who can really hit it a long way. And then Surya Kumar Yadav, who's coming in next, he's another firebrand player for India.
Certainly a lot of talent with the Indian batting. There's no doubt about it. All of the Indian top order are very, very capable of getting hundreds and getting them quickly as well.
That's right. And when you think they've left out 7 players from that win over England in the tour, which ended on Sunday, they toppled the world champions 2-1 in that series. When you think of the batsmen they've left out and rested for this series, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Here is a delivery that from Moti, and that one is on the front foot, just pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. Thing is, you think at this point in time, put a little pressure on Dhawan as well. Let him play a few dot deliveries, but that's going to be difficult because he's turning this delivery out towards square leg, and they're going to pick up a single as Pooran has to move to his left at mid wicket, and they pick up an easy run. 52 to Dhawan, 121 for 1. Was what I was trying to make that point, video, just to extend on it. If they can bowl a couple dot balls to Dhawan, put a little pressure on him if possible, and get him thinking that, listen, I just need to keep the score going a little bit. Who knows, he may very well play a shot that's not on. Here's Moti to the right-handed Iyer, and he's on that front foot, opening the face of the bat, guiding it out to a short backward point. No run.
Yeah, it has to start with their bowling tire. They have to keep him quiet, get down thinking, well, I need to push things along here, and that's where we're going to start to see the dominoes pushed over.
That's right. Here is Moti round the wicket, the left-arm orthodox spinner into Iyer, and he's on the front foot, just pushing it out to the left of cover. No run. Brooks is the man doing the fielding. It's a backward point, deep square cover, an orthodox cover, an extra cover, a long off, a long on, a mid wicket, deep backward square and a short fine leg, as Iyer is turning this delivery but can't beat Mears, who is at that short fine leg. So this has been a good over again. Just 1 run so far coming from this over. Final delivery left from Moti, as Iyer, 3 deliveries he's faced, yet to get off the mark, as Moti into him, and this time he's on playing it out to extra cover. Pooran does the fielding. That's a very good over in the context of this game. Just 1 run coming from it. He's now completed his 5 overs, none for 24. He's settling down nicely, Moti. And at the end of the over, the end of the 19th over, Dhawan is 52. Iyer yet to get off the mark. It's 121 for 1.
Yeah, we were talking about the fact that Hussain hasn't bowled yet, and in tandem with the very economical Gudakesh Moti at this time, this could have been the opportunity here for the West Indies to start to pull back some control into this game. They haven't opted to do that. They've gone back to Alzarri Joseph for a second over in his second spell here. This could have been the point where you bring in Hussain to start to tighten that grip.
Well, 121 for 1 as Alzarri Joseph into his 5th over, none for 29 so far, into Dhawan. That's a lovely off drive. That's going to race away. He may as well give up the chase. It goes into the boundary now for 4. That's a beauty of a shot, as it was just, I would think, short of a back of a leg, and he was just across it, got in line, and he just punched it sweetly, hit it to he knew exactly where he wanted to place that, because mid-off is pretty wide, and he hit it straight. Shepherd he gave chase, but it was always going to beat him to the boundary. But what a good shot. He's got to either have that mid-off a little straighter if he's going to bowl towards this. He's going to bowl just on that off stump. Here is Joseph into Dhawan, and this time he's cutting down towards third man. Akil Hussain is down there doing the fielding, and they pick up a single. That's a little too short outside the off stump, and Dhawan just waited on it. More or less he cut it, but he knew exactly again where he wanted to place that ball, and it went down to third man. 126 for 1. He's under 57.
Yadav is just waiting. He's looking like a matador ready to go into the bull ring here, but he is ready for them. But just going back to that shot that Dhawan pushed away for 4, that's the kind of shot that usually gets him into trouble in swinging conditions. He stays very straight and plays in front of his head.
Here is Joseph into Iyer. That's short. Bouncer. Is it going to be signal wide? No. Thought it was short, lifting. Thought it was a little too short, and didn't really trouble the batsman. He was just swaying, but I thought it was a little too short, and I think he got away with one there. I thought it might have been called a wide, but I think the West Indies would be happy. Any assistance they can get, they will take it. 126 for 1. Halfway through over number 20, as this delivery short, better delivery. angled into the right-hander, and he was getting up onto his toes and just pushing it out on the offside towards King. At that cover, there's no run.
That's more the kind of delivery you need to bowl at these two batsmen to keep them quiet. Just dig it into, aim at that rib cage area, just on that back of a length. Dhawan also does not fare well against those types of deliveries, and he's finally getting it right. He was outside the off stump, he was down the leg side earlier, now he's getting it right.
Well, he's on his way to bowl to Iyer, and this time a delivery is going to get off the mark, because it was a Yorker length delivery, came down on it and just worked it towards mid-wicket, and they pick up a single. So he's off the mark, 127 for 1, and Vinod Mamchan, that gentleman hailing from deep south. Is it deep south? Is it
no,
deep?
that's not deep
no,
south.
Central south.
That's
Tell me, I'm not a southerner.
The northern side.
You know
of
I'm a
south.
northerner. You know I'm a man. Don't get past the lighthouse. You
Yes,
know that. I
we
don't
know.
go past the lighthouse. So.
Well, you don't need a visa anymore to go south.
Oh, you
in
don't?
Trinidad,
Oh,
no.
thank God for that. Here is Joseph with his final delivery. And this time, Dhawan is just opening the face, thinking of the single. But they're not going to take any chances by Pooran. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of over number 20. Joseph has completed 5 overs, none for 35. And it's 127 for 1. Dhawan is on 57. Iyer is on 1. And the golden voice, is it? Or is it the silvery voice of Vinod Mamchan you will hear next?
Well, I'll let him decide that. 54 runs have been scored in the last 10 overs after 73 in the first 10 for India. So the West Indies have started to pull things back here, and the dismissal of Shubman Gill to that brilliant run out by Nicholas Pooran certainly has changed the fortunes of this match. Here's Moti, and it's Vinod Mamchan to continue.
Thanks a lot, Vidya. This delivery pushed away just through the offside. There is no run. Skipper Pooran is there. It's 127 for 1, and I realized just now that Vidya Ramphal, he was being tested as to whether he knows the geography of the land by Colin Murray. This is worked away down behind square. That's 1. So 1 more to Iyer. Score goes on to 128 for 1, and Vidya, you have to help Colin. Colin thinks South is the lighthouse here in Port of Spain. He lives in a very affluent west in Trinidad. So I forgive him, very dear friend Colin Murray. And you'll keep on hearing him throughout this series. Here is Gorakesh Moti. This delivery is worked away down through square leg for 1, lined on the leg stump. And let me say good afternoon to a man who's originally from Baroda in India, Dr. Nilesh Mehta. Good afternoon, Nilesh.
Good afternoon, Vinod. They were talking about you being a very deep man from the deep south.
Yes.
So are there any deep secrets about the young man?
That's a good delivery. Just on and about the off stump, spinning away, driving. Quick hands there by Shreyas Iyer. Down to backward point, there is no run. So it's 129 for 1 after 20 overs. That's impressive. Current run rate of 6.24. Here's Moti, who's been good. Pushed away. A check drive. Straight to cover. There is no run.
Moti is going through his overs rather quickly and using the crease intelligently also at the point of his delivery, quite wide of the crease, trying to angle the ball into the right-hander.
It's Moti again. Quick through the air. Push back along the track. Good over there from Gorakesh Moti. Just 2 runs coming in the over. The score is 129 for 1 after 21.
During the previous commentary team, they were talking about, Vidya and Colin were talking about the fact that Akil Hussain has not been introduced into the attack yet. And we have gone through 21 overs, and perhaps a twin spin duo of Hussain and the Guyanese left arm spinner perhaps could have done some tricks, but hopefully we'll see him in the very near future as we get ready to look at the 22nd over, Vinod.
So it's going to be from the far end, Alzari Joseph. He leans forward and runs in. Here he is now, goes past the umpire, bowls to Dhawan. Straightish delivery, worked away to a short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Let me say, is it afternoon just yet. Doc, it's still good morning. Let me say good morning to the commentary boss of the Caribbean, Andrew Mason, out there in Barbados. And Andrew has done the yeoman service in ensuring that radio commentary continues to survive in this part of the world. And he's a top man, Andrew. And let me say good morning to him. And the best radio commentator we have in the Caribbean as well, Andrew Mason. That's Pearl Mason's son, you know. Good old Andrew. There he is. Outside, you have some slashed away down to backward point, and I'll go into the boundary now for 4.
Shikhar Dhawan wasting no time for that delivery. There was short outside the off stump, and that is his strength. That is Shikhar Dhawan's strength. Guiding the ball, slashing it away, combination of both on occasions, but this time it was a very well-timed stroke, placed perfectly between the two fielders. That is raced away for 4, and Shikhar is moving along quite nicely here.
Well, that was too close to him to cut, but I think the quickness of his hands got it away. Here he is again. Joseph passes the umpire, bowls, and looking to turn this one away. Goes right back to the bowler. We've seen 16 boundaries and 3 sixes today, 133 for 1. This is the 22nd over in operation.
Going back to Shubman's dismissal, he was batting so well, and the pair was doing exceedingly well, and it was that brilliant throw from Nicholas Pooran and a rather laziness towards the end of Gill as we see the next delivery.
He goes past the umpire, bowls 2 straight, worked the way around the corner, and they take 1, not putting the fielder under any pressure at all, and they just amble a single. That one goes to 63. It brings Aya, who was taking his time to get accustomed to the pace of the track. He's on 2 of 12. It's 134 for 1, and as we look out to the right of us, the National Stadium. And of course, we have with us here in the commentary booth a former soca warrior, a man who played for Trinidad and Tobago at the Football World Cup, and that's Sid Gray. He's also part of our setup here. It's a short down the leg side, and that's 1 for the over. It was quick though.
Yes, the West Indian quick bowlers certainly know that Shreyas Iyer has some negatives in his batting, and one of them is his ability to play the short pitch deliveries. So the 2 fielders on the onside, one by the square leg and one on the boundary on the square leg, will be very much in play as he will be tested time and again.
Well, he has kept away from that stroke thus far. Here is Joseph. He's in on bowls again. Not a short delivery, and it goes through to Hope, dying on the way to Hope, and it's the end of the over. Joseph, he has completed 6 overs, none for 40. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. India batting first. They're 134 for 1 after 22.
Shreyas Iyer is a batsman that has gone from strength to strength. One of the issues has been that when Virat Kohli is in the team, Shreyas sometimes does not make it in the white ball format. One of the reasons, one of the strokes that Shreyas Iyer plays very well is that exquisite straight drive, and that is because he used to have a drill when he was young with his dad. They had a home with a narrow passage in their home in Worli in Mumbai, and he would receive throwdowns from his father Santosh with a soft tennis ball and practice that straight drive. So if you happen to see an exquisite straight drive from Shreyas Iyer, don't be surprised, because that is in his armamentarium.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Akil Hussain for the first time. He's coming from the media center end. Here he is, Hussain. He's in, bowls to Dhawan. Good delivery, immediately on spot. He has not been in the best of form in recent times, but since getting into international cricket, he has done very, very well.
Yes, amongst the full member players in the ICC in terms of ODI, he is the leading wicket taker in 2022.
This time he works it away, goes deep into his crease, straight to mid-wicket. There is no run. Skipper Puran is there. So you'll want Hussein to respond for him here. Here's Akil Hussein again. Walks and breaks into a little run. And that's a good delivery again. Worked away just to the right, the left, sorry, of Puran, who tumbles, draws applause from the massive stand. That is the Caribbean stand.
Yeah, that stand is growing, Vinod. Akil has now decided to come left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. Akil, normally a very, very accurate bowler, and he was one of the net bowlers for the KKR.
Well, he's in a TKR setup. And what he will get as this delivery is worked away down to short third man. They go for a quick single. It's a direct hit. He's appealing to the umpire for a run out. The umpire was right on spot. And as is customary, he will still go upstairs. From the naked eye, it looks as if he's safe. But we wait to see. One would have thought that short third man would have gone to the wicketkeeper Hope. He went to the other end. It was a direct hit. And I think... so he's in.
He just got in with a whisker.
He's in as Vidya Ramphal's money is in his pocket. So he's in there. And he lives to fight another day.
Well, if the batsmen are going to get out, if they are not to great deliveries, then tremendous runouts like that also can grab the wickets. And every direct throw on the stumps, dislodging the bails, would make the batsman concerned.
Yes, Hussein again. Struck on the pad, going down the leg side, not out, says the umpire. Hussein bowling from this end will get the ball to drift because the wind is blowing from the east to the west, and on pitching obviously he will turn the ball into the left hand and away from the right. So he hasn't made a bad start at all. None for 2 of his 5 deliveries. It's 136 for 1. Here's Akil Hussein. He's in and they're coming down the track just left of Puran. Can't prevent the single. And that's one more. So what the West Indians have been able to do here, Nilesh, it's the end of over 23, 137 for 1. They have been able to bring the run rate down a bit. It's 5.96, which is absolutely impressive. But earlier on, it was 7.5.
Right, absolutely. And I think the spinners have done, have curbed the run rate. And Akil Hussein, particularly bowling stump to stump with his accuracy. The batsmen are just trying to place the ball around in ones and twos, and while Shreyas Iyer is trying to get his eye in. Once he gets his eye in, watch out for Shreyas Iyer because he is a
talent,
tremendous stroke player.
Yeah. So it's 137 for 1. The West Indies record here at the Queen's Park Oval has been abysmal in ODIs for quite a while. The last time they won a game here was against Sri Lanka in 2008, April of 2008. Even Colin Murray's hair was black at that point in time. It's all grey now.
He still looks pretty handsome.
Thank you.
Well, the last man from India told Anthony Gray he's very handsome. He's a zoologist. You're a medical doctor. Are you a plastic surgeon?
And these are, I can tell you that these are natural hair for Colin. This is not a hair transplant either.
He looks similar to his brother Basdeo Pandey, the former Prime Minister here in Trinidad and Tobago. Worked away through the offside, and it's down to the sweeper position for 1. So there's been a weighted knock here by Dhawan. 138 for 1. He's on 66 of 71. And Dhawan has looked as if he hardly wants to bat.
I mean, he makes batting look easy.
Yeah.
To me. And on the other hand, Shreyas Iyer has only 3 runs of 15 deliveries. He's trying to get his eye in. And I think they may have a mid-pitch discussion with Shreyas to see if he's getting more comfortable or not. Because Shreyas Iyer, once he gets going, that run, the average will quickly change.
Yeah, Seals from the far end. He goes past the umpire now, bowls short. Coming into him, swiveling and pulling it away down behind square for 4.
Yeah. Yes, he has had troubles with the that short pitch delivery, but he's also working very hard with that particular ball, and he has worked very hard with Praveen Amre, who has been his coach for many years. And Shreyas Iyer, obviously a tremendous talent for Indian cricket, but the world of cricket knows that that short pitch delivery has been a huge downfall for Shreyas Iyer. And I think when you have a great advantage of, for example, a cover drive or an onside stroke, it could also be a downfall. But Shreyas Iyer, let's see if he's able to handle the short pitch deliveries.
Yeah, he sees he goes past the umpire now. This is short and not handling it well, but he's going to get away with it. Gets one down to mid-wicket. Not really handling that as well as he should. 143 for 1. They're sitting to the left of us. Two of the favourite sons of Barakpur. And those of our Indian friends who are taking in this commentary in India would know of Barakpur in India. There's a Barakpur in Trinidad. And those two gentlemen there, Darren Ganga and Samuel Badri, they're both from Barakpur. And they are the two players from that area who would have played for the West Indies.
That's true. No, I got a chance to speak to Darren Ganga this morning, and he was telling me about that. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah, he is now. Sees he comes in on bowls, and this is slashed away through the offside. And there is protection down there in the form of Rovman Powell down at point, and he deep point. He gets 144 for 1. Did Ganga tell you he's my fitness coach?
Yes, I heard some words coming out of his mouth about some of the poundage.
He's actually given me 2 months to drop 2 stones. I've dropped 3 already. I've dropped 3 stones and I've picked up 4 bricks. It's 144 for 1. This
and
is
you are just a stone's
over.
You are just a stone's throw away from losing those 2 stones.
Here is Seals from the fire, just above the CG United sign. He runs in now, passes the umpire, bowls, short delivery, and he wanted to give Iyer a shave there. Played away on the offside. There is no run.
I'm just wondering if Seals is going to throw something other than a short pitch delivery just to surprise Shreyas Iyer. That because everything he's getting is all short pitch delivery on his chest. And as Vidya was saying earlier, that the earlier fast bowling units that were there, they were bowling short, but not high enough into the rib cage to trouble the batsman. So Shreyas Iyer can only expect short pitch deliveries in Trinidad.
Well, let's see. Catch him at the bow, says you, with those short deliveries might be a different story. Again, short. He's back, pulls it wide off mid-on, and it's running away down to deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2. Powell is there. And that takes the score on to 146 for 1. It's the end of over number 24. That's the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval.
That will give Shreyas Iyer a bit of confidence. That short pitch delivery, he was able to work it away towards mid-wicket for 2 runs. And even though he has started off slow, because everything that is being bowled to him is all short pitch deliveries, one after another, and some of them he has been able to leave it alone, and some of them he has attempted some strokes, but he's not the player who's going to give up on those short pitch deliveries, because he has worked quite hard with his coach and mentor Praveen Amre from Mumbai. Praveen Amre, of course, an expert, one of the best coaches in India at the moment.
So here is Akhil Hussain from the media center end, shimmying down the track and just getting one through mid-wicket. There is Dhawan. He goes on now to 68. Hussain in his second over, none for 4. Hasn't done a bad job at all. The run rate has now tipped over 6 again.
A bit of a reprieve for Shreyas Iyer, because Akhil Hussain is not going to bowl him a short pitch bouncer. It's going to be a stump to stump delivery. Akhil Hussain, I call him the West Indies Jadeja.
That's the man. That's a big shoes to fill, and he has been like that. He can bat. He's an exciting fielder, and of course he bowls well. Good comparison there.
And he does idolize Ravindra Jadeja, who unfortunately is not playing in this match because of a niggle in his knee.
I saw him at the team's hotel the day before, Played away. That's very late. He played that very late. Had he played that later, Nilesh, he might not have played it at all. And this time they're going to go back for 3. Fine shot there by Iyer. He's a touch player, Shreyas Iyer. And that takes him on to 13. The 150 is up in the 25th over.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer opened the face of his blade, as you said, late. Allowed the ball to come onto the bat and guided it beautifully with lovely wrist work. And then took 3 runs of that delivery.
Hussain tosses the ball from hand to hand. Number 21 on his back. He walks and then breaks into a little run. Bowls now to Dhawan. That one turning into him. He helps it around the corner for 1. And that takes his score to 151 for 1.
You know, I was just wondering, we haven't seen many sweep strokes. We did see a paddle sweep earlier from Shikhar Dhawan. But other than that, we haven't seen the ball being swept.
Well, normally what brings that sweep out is when you're getting turn on a surface from the spinners. They're not really getting big turn here. I remember having a discussion with Sir Vivian Richards, and he was telling me he absolutely hated that shot. And when you recollect, you hardly ever saw Sir Viv play that sweep shot. Pushed away on the offside, no run. Score remains 151 for 1. You know, he was telling me why play the sweep shot, which is risky. He said he rather, in his time, he used to come forward, get it to mid-off or mid-on, or even go back and still punch it. Here's Hussain, round the wicket. Quicker delivery, cut away by Iyer, down to backward point. Runs here for him. He takes 1 and covering the ground nicely. There's Powell. That's all they're going to get. Score goes on to 152 for 1. And that's the end of over number 25.
So welcome back. Halfway point of the India innings. 152 for 1. Shikhar Dhawan 69. Shreyas Iyer on 14.
So we're going to see Gurukesh Moti from the southern end, from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And he is going to bowl to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. He's coming into his own now. He's on 14 of 23. Here's Moti. That's a good delivery. Pitch right up. Quick single taken. He pushes it to mid-off. 153 now for 1. Earlier on today, and I saw Shimron Hetmyer. He is with the team. He's not in this squad.
Right.
He's probably preparing for the T20 series that starts next Friday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. Colin Murray will say deep South Trinidad. Played away just through square leg for 1. So that's 1 more to Dhawan. Dhawan looks as if he's just biding his time here. He's not trying to overdo anything.
Keep life simple. And that is what he's doing. He's got 70 runs of 75 deliveries. Why rock the boat?
Played back to Moti. Well fielded to his own bowling.
Shreyas Iyer is the one who...
this time it's short and deliberately scooped away over wide mid-off for 4.
There was short, deserved to be hit, and Shreyas Iyer rocked on his back foot and hit it over mid-off for 4. Some of the cricketers have called Shreyas Iyer a magician, and not only is a magician with the bat, Vinod, he actually loves performing magic tricks.
Oh, that's a good response there from Moti. The arm ball pushed away on the offside. Puran is there. Gudakesh Moti Kanhai originally. He has now changed that to Gudakesh Moti. Here he is, round the wicket. Bosa Aya. Again, lovely bowling here by the Guyanese. He is in his 7th over. In fact, it has come to an end at the end of his 7th over, none for 32. And after 26, India 158 for 1.
Yeah, Gudakesh had a nice outing during the matches against Bangladesh in Guyana. Gudakesh also plays for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. And Nicholas Puran also captained him in the CPL, sorry. Gudakesh also travelled to the UAE as a net bowler in the 2021 T20 World Cup. So he has been around as the 27th over starts. Hussain bowling as he puts it away towards mid-wicket for an easy single.
So one more to Dhawan. He goes on to 71. It's 159 for 1. Aya is on 19. Spin twins in action. Two left arm orthodox spinners in Moti and Hussain. Hussain from the media center end. That's a good delivery. It's playing it with the tide. And that's one down to backward point. Deep backward point for Aya. He goes on now to 20. It's 160 for 1.
Hussain's action also reminds me of Ravindra Jadeja also a bit. That short run up, easy run up, going through his overs quickly, which is what very typical of Ravindra Jadeja as well.
Here's Akil Hussain again. This time he's over the wicket to Dhawan, who squeezes it just behind square. There is no run. Kyle Myers is there. So the crowd building up. Still nothing to shout about, but it's building up slowly. Here's Hussain, and leaving home early on that occasion, Dhawan. He gets one down to long off, but he left home early, and Hussain realized that and shortened it. He was still able to get one. 72 from 78. So he's closing in on a strike rate of 100.
Shikhar Dhawan wants to make a statement, Vinod, and he has.
Well, he's well on the way. Here's Hussain. This time Aya gets back deep into his crease, works it down to long on for 1.
And Shreyas Iyer also is one of those players who would be in very strong contention for the ODI World Cup in India in 2023. Of course, Shreyas Iyer had a major setback with his shoulder operation, which sidelined him for 6 months, which is a long time for any cricketer at this juncture.
That's a good delivery there from Hussain, initially drifting away, and on pitching it turned back sharply. But Dhawan was right back. Gets a single. 5 runs in the over. At the end of 27, it's 163 for 1 India. That's the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. So next in, Surya Kumar Yadav, to be followed by Sanju Samson and Deepak Hoda. And their averages are only 44.29, 46 and 55. Impressive indeed, Doc. It's going to be Moti from the far end. There's a change in the field as a point goes to, backward square, goes down to deep backward square now. And mid-wicket comes around to his left. There is a short mid-wicket in position, and Brooks is keeping the umpire's company. In fact, it's Joseph. That's the onside field. Slugged away. That's a maximum. You can't set a field for that. In the zone and out of here.
Yeah, you bowl in my arc and the ball is dislodged to the mid-wicket fence. 6 runs for Shikhar Dhawan.
That one was asked to be hit. And you were saying that you're not seeing the sweep. Well, here comes the slog sweep. So still a lovely day for cricket here at the Queen's Park Oval. The mecca of cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. Here he is, Dhawan down the track. Getting himself in a bit of a tangle. The ball goes back to Moti. So good to see cricket at the Queen's Park Oval again.
It's a magnificent venue.
Full pitch delivery on the legs, turned away. That's one more. 18 out to Dhawan. And it's 170 for 1. This is shaping up to be really ominous here.
Yeah, it looks like the batsmen are not really even trying that hard, and the runs are flowing easy, and the bowlers are not able. They have not really troubled the batsmen. It seems like things are flowing rather easily for India with 170 for 1.
Much better, cramping him for room as he plays it back on the onside. No run there, but he's coming into his own area. He's 21 of 31. That one is 80 of 82. And Moti is 8 over, none for 39. In the context of the game and what has transpired here this morning, it has not been a bad effort from Gudakesh Moti. Here he is, around the wicket again, bowls, pushed away on the offside, there is no run.
Yes, the West Indies captain Puran won the toss and elected to field first.
Moti. Again, I can't do anything about that. It's quick, it's flat, and it's cramping him for room. It's the end of the over, end of an over that cost 7 runs. And at the end of 8 overs by Moti, he has taken none for 39. At the end of 28, it's 170 for 1.
Shikhar Dhawan comfortably placed 20 runs away from his 100. Shreyas Iyer slowly building his innings, slowly getting the momentum. We have seen a couple of good strokes from Shreyas Iyer. And now that the fast bowlers are not in the mix at the moment with the spin duo from both ends, he's not getting that short pitch delivery, which has allowed him to get his eye in. And that particular weakness of the short pitch delivery is not being exposed from either of the ends at the moment. So,
well, it's going to continue to be not exposed, as Hussain is going to continue from the media center end. The Indian batsmen just getting a drink. It's very humid out there. You look across to the right and there are some roofs on that street that's adjoining the Oval, and you can see the heat coming off the sheeting, the roofing sheets. It's really hot here at the moment. 170 for 1.
I'm just wondering, Vinod, you have a left-hand, right-hand combination of the batsmen at the moment, but at either ends you have 2 left-arm spinners. I wonder if a right-arm spinner would kind of just mix things up for the batsman.
The only right-arm spinner I'm seeing out there is the skipper Puran himself.
And he has bowled. He bowled in the Bangladesh series.
Yeah, he did get 4 wickets against Pakistan the first time he bowled. It's going to be Hussain. Here he is, into Dhawan, who opens the face of the bat. Down to short third man, and they're through for a quick single.
I think Shreyas Iyer appears to be a determined batsman today to me. The way he took his time to get settled down, not get bogged by those short pitch deliveries which were being tossed at him time and again, and he has taken his time and is settling down well.
It's Akeal Hussain. Comes in now again and bowls. Quicker delivery. Pushed away. Down the long on for 1. Going very deep into his crease there, Iyer.
That long on to long off is his area where he practiced as a young kid until he grew up. So that straight drive of Shreyas Iyer you see goes back to his home in Worli in Mumbai where he grew up.
Mm-hmm.
When his dad used to throw the balls and they would just play it back to his dad.
This time coming down the track. They're going to go for a quick single down behind square. And they get it. Let's wait on the umpire. No signal from him, which means Dhawan got bat onto that. So Shreyas Iyer and his dad, they were playing in an alley, a very narrow area.
They had a narrow passage in their home in Worli. So they used the narrow passage to his advantage.
This time working it away just to the right of short third man. One more as Myers collects. 174 now for one. That one is on 82. Iyer 23. I was also told that Sachin Tendulkar was a left-hander and had to change early on in his career because growing up there were windows on that side, which should have been his own side, and he had to change to right. Well, knowing Sachin Tendulkar, he would have driven the ball straight into the windows as well. Worked away down behind square. There is no run. Dhawan taking a few exploratory steps down the track, has to go back.
Yeah, there's a YouTube video if folks want to see Sachin Tendulkar smacking sixes batting as a left-handed batsman.
Tossed up, played away down through the onside, a bit uppishly but safely. That one walks one. It's now 175 for one after 29. That's the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, Dhawan and Iyer continuing to slowly work the ball away, getting their ones and twos and keeping the scoreboard moving. 175 for one, a very healthy score. And as time goes on in the next few overs or after over number 40, you will see the run rate really go up. And I think, Vinod, we are looking at a pretty healthy score. Not the Bermuda score, mind you, which was here. The famous ODI that India played.
Yeah, I remember that game. I had covered that game for the Guardian newspaper. I remember what stood out with me was when the catch was taken by the big man Leverock. So it's a change of bowling. You've asked for it and you're going to get it. The right arm off spinner, the skipper Nicholas Pooran is in. And the first delivery is walked down to long on for one. Skipper to skipper. That one goes to 84. Iyer is 23. You were speaking about that Bermuda game, and what stood with me was the catch that was taken at slip by Leverock, and he's a big unit.
Yes.
And he fell to the ground. I don't know if there was any topographical adjustment, but he did fall to the ground. After that, it was all downhill for Bermuda.
India scored 413 for 5 in that match against Bermuda.
Yes, Pooran around the wicket, down the ground. This is out of here. Using his feet nicely there, Shreyas Iyer. He has sent this one scurrying into the Brian Lara pavilion, and that's a maximum. It takes a score to 182 for 1.
Yes, he's coming into his element, Shreyas Iyer. He saw that and came down and hit it very nicely over long on for 6 runs. So
a bit of Virat Kohli in that.
Yes, and Shreyas Iyer once he gains confidence, watch out guys, I'm telling you. He has a bundle of talent.
So Pooran comes in again and bowls, and this time that delivery strikes him full on the pad, outside the leg stump, looking to swing it away. Did I see some drift there from Pooran? Yeah, he is again, Pooran. Again, that's a good delivery. So he's bowling what you would term a negative line and leg.
He's targeting middle and leg and not giving much room to Shreyas Iyer and making him earn.
Yeah, he is again down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. We haven't seen many wides today. Yes, Puran again, tossed up, driven down the ground for 1. So it's the end of the over, at the end of over number 30. After more thoughts from Nilesh Mehta, you will hear the voices of Colin Murray and Vidya Ramphal. The score is 184 for 1.
Yes, India plays quite comfortably at 184 for 1. At the Queen's Park Oval, India's highest total against the West Indies was 311 for 7 when Virat Kohli scored 100 back in July of 2013. For more thoughts and comments, I will hand it over to Vidya. Welcome, Vidya.
Hello there, and thanks very much. And of course, Colin Murray is with us here too.
So Akil Hussain is going to take up the attack. And again, he's operating from the Willie Rodriguez end. And he's already completed 4 overs, none for 19. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Iyer. And this time he's backing away and cutting, giving himself some room. It comes off the bat sweetly. But there's protection at that deep square cover where Rovman Powell is out there. He moves swiftly to his left, did the fielding, and sends a good return into Hope. Batsmen just take a single. He goes to 31 now from 41 deliveries, 185 for 1. The run rate at the moment, 6.13, as Hussain over the wicket to the left-handed Dhawan. He's on 84 from 87 deliveries, still maintaining his strike rate. Hasn't really upped the tempo, but Iyer has come in and he's done well, 31 from 41 deliveries. So don't think India are too perturbed that the run rate is just about 6.1, as Dhawan is on the front foot again, pushes it out to mid-wicket. It's been good from Akil Hussain so far. He's bowled a good line, he's bowled a good length. He's conceded 20 runs from his 4.5 overs. But he's trying to mix up the deliveries. As this delivery, he saw Dhawan coming down the track, rifled it into his pads, but he tucks it away down to the deep backward square leg position, and they pick up an easy single. So 1 more to Dhawan. He goes now to what, 85, is it? 186 for 1. Vidya, 185 for 1, 186 for 1, sorry. A run rate of just about 6.13. The West Indies, they've sort of pulled it back, and they've maintained, or they've not allowed India to get too much ahead of this 6.1. Here's Hussain into Iyer, and he drives down to long off, and they're going to pick up an easy single. He goes to 32, 187 for 1.
Well, in the last 10 overs, they picked up 57 runs, 25 of that first block of 5, but they picked up 32 odd runs after that. So India went along at just over 7 and over in those last 5 overs, suggesting that they are starting to build up momentum once again.
Well, we're going to wait for the happy hour as well, because the last 10 overs we should see some fireworks. Here
and you love the happy hour.
Yeah, here is Hussain, and Dhawan starts to come down the track. He's actually coming down the track before Hussain delivers that ball, and he's pushing it into the pad, so he can't do very much. He's turning it again down to that deep backward square, and they pick up an easy single. 86 now from 91 deliveries is Dhawan, 188 for 1 from 31 overs.
Well, in the old days, you'll call that telegraphed his intentions. I guess we have to update that. He's WhatsApped his intentions to Hussain that time. But yeah, he's just pulling the trigger a little bit too early, so Hussain is able to pull it back. I think he's figured out all batsmen have tells when they're going to come down the wicket, and sometimes they tend to look down the wicket. They may not tap the bat quite as much, and I think Hussain has figured out what they're going to do.
Yeah, he has. Well, he's completed his 5 overs, none for 23, going at just about 4.6, so it's been a good spell from him thus far. But here's Nicholas Pooran operating from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Indian skipper, so skipper to skipper. He's just making some adjustments in his field. There is a short third man deep square cover, normal, the orthodox cover, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, deep backward square, and a short fine leg as he cuts this delivery down to that deep point position, and they amble through for that easy single. Dhawan goes to 87. The total on to 189 for 1 brings Iyer back into strike. He certainly started to up the tempo. It's going to be interesting. He came down the track in the previous over and got to the pitch and lifted Pooran high over long on. So it's going to be interesting, the line of attack from Pooran to the right-hander. Here he comes down the track and he swings it again, this time to the right of the long on, just about a couple bounces into, I would say, more of a wideish long on position, and he picks up 4. So Pooran is giving the ball a little bit of air, but he's angling it into the, maybe I would say, middle and leg, and Iyer is able to just work it deep towards that wideish long on position. Picks up 4 runs. Here's Pooran into him. This time it's outside that line of the off stump. He backs away. I thought he was looking to hit it more through extra cover, and found that he didn't have the room in which to play that shot, and pushes it back up along the track to the bowler. 193 for 1 as Iyer. He's on 36. See umpire Wilson just having a word with, is it a no ball? Well, Nicholas Pooran, a cardinal sin now for a spin bowler. He's bowled a no ball. So it means that they've got a free hit. Iyer's got a free hit, and this could go anywhere. So Pooran into Iyer, and this time he's swinging it high, and that's gone many a mile. It's into the Caribbean stand, and to tell you, it's gone the second tier of that Caribbean stand. That's a huge hit from Iyer. So it's 199 now for 1, and Pooran gave it some air. I thought Vidya, he would have probably pushed it through a little bit quicker outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, he did push it through early in the over, and he was kept it down. But that one went 101 meters, one of the biggest ones we've seen in quite a while here.
It's gone to the second tier of the Caribbean stand, and I think Vinod was saying earlier it's a massive stand, and it is. But this delivery outside the line of the off stump, and it's cut away. It's actually 200 for 1, because it was that no ball which went for the score went from 193 to 194, and then a 6. So made it 200 now for 1, as this time Iyer uses his feet outside the line of the off stump, driving down to long off, and they pick up an easy single. So it's been a very expensive spell so far from Nicholas Pooran. He's still got 1 delivery to complete his second over, and he's gone none for 22 so far. It's been tough against the right-hander,
especially Iyer, who's been brilliant against him. I think they had to check for that no ball, because I didn't think it was signaled initially.
No, it wasn't. This delivery, it came from the television umpire, who gave the notice to Joel Wilson. 1 run to end the over, as Dhawan comes down the track, plays it towards a wideish long on, and they pick up a single. He's 88. Iyer is on 43. It's 202 now for 1 after 32 overs.
Iyer has been very impressive so far. He started slowly. The West Indies bowled well to him at that point. We were suggesting when we were last on that if the West Indies were able to exert some pressure on him and of course Dhawan, that could have triggered maybe something of a collapse. That hasn't happened here, and Iyer has just started very well. He is another one of these Indian batsmen that needs a big score, because he's also been part of that logjam of players at the top order for India.
Well, this is Akil Hussain is going to be bowling to the left-handed Dhawan, and Hussain over the wicket, the left-arm orthodox spinner, and this time badly lined, and it's swept down to the deep backward square position. It's a very strange field, because for Hussain against Dhawan, he's got a backward square leg, and then he's got that deep backward square. So maybe he's trying to cut off that little tuck shot where Dhawan is just tucking it off the pads and picking up that single towards a backward square leg. So he's looking to stop that single, but that's when he was sweeping down to the deep backward square leg, picked up a single, as Iyer is going to get a single now as a delivery angled into him. He's turning it towards Seals, who is at that short fine leg. He had to move to his left, and they're able to pick up a single. Total goes on now to 204 for 1. Brings the left-hander back into strike. 4 men on the offside. There's a backward point, there's a square cover, extra cover, and that a long off as Hussein is into Dhawan. He comes down the track, and that's what that man is there for at the backward square leg, because he's angled the ball into Dhawan and he's turning it off the pads. And he's turning it towards that backward square leg position where Brooks is doing the fielding. And on this occasion, he was not able to pick up a single. He remains on 89 from 95 deliveries as Hussein is into him and turns this one. This time he's going to get through for a quick single, and they'll have to hurry as that ball was played just to the left of Puran at mid-wicket. But give the batsman credit. As Dhawan played it, he called, Iyer responded, and even though Puran picked up one-handed, had a shy at the striker's end, Iyer was comfortably in. 205 for one. Dhawan is into the 90s now.
Yeah, very good running between those two. It's always difficult, those that are pushed towards that mid-wicket region for the two batsmen to judge.
I think the important thing there was both batsmen were on the same page, because this is a good delivery, beating Iyer outside the off stump. He was looking to angle it. You could see him looking to work that delivery past the man at that short third man, and missed it, and it beat the outside the off stump. Dangerous looking shot from Iyer. Hasn't really, not seen him play those type of shots. He tends to get onto that back foot and play towards mid-off or extra cover. Here, he was looking to open the face. He waits on Hussein. This time he's beaten. That's another good delivery. So he's ended this over very well indeed. 3 runs coming from the over, as this one, a quicker, flatter delivery, and he was looking to push it through the offside. Didn't make contact. It beat him, went through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. That one is on 90. Iyer is on 44. It's a refreshment break here at the Queen's Park Oval, and after 33 overs, the Indians are 205 for 1.
Yeah, so Shreyas Iyer, immediately after those two deliveries, one where he tried to play that one through the third man region, almost got bowled. There was some oohs and ahs that went up all over the stadium. But
well, we haven't seen that much when the batsmen haven't been beaten, but two consecutive deliveries.
And that one went past. The second one, a flatter, faster delivery from Akil Hussain, beat him once again. Now, as the refreshment break was called, Iyer walked past the wicketkeeper and slammed down his gloves as if to suggest, listen, I should not have been playing at those deliveries. So he's well aware of the mistakes that he has made here. And Iyer, just like as we were pointing out, he needs to get a big innings here. His career has started on a downward trajectory over the last couple of years. He had a shoulder injury. He was out for 6 months. He lost the IPL captaincy. He was released by his franchise, and he has seen the likes of Yadav, Sampson, and Huda. They've all caught up with him in that middle order. Now he's been pushed up to an unaccustomed position at number 3. So it's very important for him to get a big score here. That's why he's so upset with himself, almost getting out of those two deliveries.
And he should be, because you looked at his innings prior to that. He's been playing good cricketing shots. He's used his feet to get to the pitch. He's been playing the ball in the arc between extra cover, I would say towards a straightish mid-wicket. All of a sudden, he looked to open the face of the bat. And he could easily have been bowled. And I think that was, he realized the mistakes he made, whereas he suddenly went away from the way he was batting all the time to almost trying unorthodox shots. And he must be upset with himself, because it could have easily brought his downfall.
Yeah, he was just trying to be a bit too cute, a bit too creative at that time. There's no need for that at this point. This is a belter of a pitch. Really, you should be getting some big runs on this one here. The first of 3 one-day internationals between West Indies and India, the other 2. And great to see cricket back here, Colin. Last time an ODI was played here was back in 2019.
Yeah,
so it's been...
Sri Lanka.
And yeah, that's so because of the COVID-19 situation. So the first match back here at the Oval since the COVID-19 break, and what a team to host India.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been really fantastic. I think the thing is we've got another 19 overs to go, and it's 205. Let us say they add in the 33 overs have been moved, so 17 overs. I could see this total, honestly, Vidya getting up to somewhere in the vicinity of 330 to 350.
Yeah, it could very well be up there. And Shikhar Dhawan with 90 of 96 already. He is looking good for his third 100 against the West Indies here. And look at that. 1 wicket down, not a wicket for any of the West Indian bowlers so far. And you see, this is the situation where you really miss Jason Holder.
Well, you've got the two spinners who, in terms of the economy rate,
I noticed you haven't mentioned Pooran.
Not as yet. I'm talking economy rate here. You look at the two spinners in Moti and Hussain, just under 5, which is excellent. If you had maybe another 2 bowlers had that, the score would have been maybe a 180, 175 thereabout. But the ball is really coming onto the bat nicely, and for the Pacers, it has been a very difficult morning. It's Moti, I think, is back into the attack, which I expected Pooran to take himself out of the attack because his 2 overs were very, very costly. Bowling to the right-hander with him maybe just drifting or angling the ball into him, it's creating real problems for him. But let's have a look at Gudakesh Moti. He's into his 9th over, and Dhawan is pulling the first delivery, just more of a paddle sweep to the left of Joseph, and he goes through for a single. So he goes to 91. The total now on to 206 for 1. It's been a good day here at the Queen's Park Oval in terms of the weather. I think that was a major concern. Video over the last couple of days we've had, it's been pouring here in Trinidad and Tobago. Somebody said to me a couple of days ago, I was in the office, and somebody came into the office and said, it's not pouring cats and dogs, it's pouring elephants outside. To tell you the quantum of, I don't know if the size of the rain, but it was really terrible in terms of here at the Queen's Park Oval. It was bucket a drop here as Moti into Dhawan, and he's sweeping this one, a slug sweep. He gets it beautifully off the middle of the bat. I thought for one moment it had come off the bottom part of the bat. There is a square deep mid wicket, but that he's pretty square, and it went to his right, and I thought he should have been a little bit more in the orthodox position at that deep mid wicket. I thought he was a little too square, but the important thing for Dhawan, he connected nicely with it. It came off the middle of the bat, and it's gone for 6. So he is motoring along now to his 100. He's on 97, and we see a little bit of a inquisition now between Moti, Joseph, who's walked away, and Pooran in terms of maybe a change in the field.
Yeah, well, it's hardly been an inquisition with the ball. That's been the problem here for the West Indies. But Shikhar Dhawan, as we say, is just a hit away now from 100. 97 of 98 deliveries.
To be honest, Vidya, I don't like that position of the man at that. Now he's gone even squarer because they've removed the man at deep backward square. So there's a short fine leg, a backward square leg, a deep mid wicket that's pretty square. Pooran is now moving from mid wicket to go across the cover. There's a long on, a long off, extra cover, a square cover right out on the boundary. There's a backward point and a short third man as Moti, who's decided now to come over the wicket to Dhawan, and he's got him. He's come over the wicket, and that's a really good catch from Brooks, because this delivery was outside the line of the off stump. Dhawan cut at it, never got over the ball. It wasn't there, and Shamar Brooks takes a lovely catch at backward point, diving to his right, and he pulled it down with both hands. So whatever the discussion was, it worked, because he went round the wicket, outside the line of the off stump. He cut it, never kept it down, and Brooks has taken a really smart catch, and Shikhar Dhawan makes his way back to the pavilion just short of his 100, caught by Brooks off of Moti for 97. He faced 99 balls and is now 213 for 2.
Yeah, he could have tasted his third 100 against the West Indies and his 20th overall for India, but it's not to be. Regardless of the discussion and the change in tactics, none of that would have been possible had it. The wicket would not have been possible for that outstanding catch by Shamar Brooks. That one, he had to dive away to his right. It was high up into the air. If he were a goalkeeper, that's the equivalent of pulling the ball out of the V if you're a goalkeeper diving across. He took that down very well. And what was interesting, he took it with one hand and he held on to it well as he hit the ground. So stunning catch. But the West Indies getting it right, making the change from round the wicket for Gudakesh Moti going over the wicket. and getting Dhawan to play away from his body, uppishly. That's the sort of delivery that gets him in trouble all of the time. And West Indies get it right finally.
Well, they finally get it right. So it's 213 for 2, but it was an interesting move, wasn't it? Moti deciding to come over the wicket and attack Dhawan outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, that one was turning away from turning into him. He decided to go for it. I think he was rather enamored with the view that there was a big space in that cover region, and anything in that region he would have gotten the boundary to get his 100. But he's perished here going for that third 100 against the West Indies, and finally the second wicket down. But that brings Yadav to the crease.
Yep, certainly he's another man in some form, and pushes this delivery out on the onside. His first delivery that he's faced from Moti goes out towards mid-wicket, and this time he backs away, gives himself some room, cuts it to the right of Alzari Joseph, and they get a comfortable single. So Yadav is off the mark with that single. 214 for 2 brings Iyer, who is on 45 from 51 deliveries into strike, but he will have to wait because it's the end of the over from Moti, an over in which he picked up the wicket. He's gone for 9 runs, but again his economy rate now just creeping up to just over 5 and over, but after 34 overs it's 214 for 2.
Very much the man in the moment here for India, Surya Kumar Yadav. He jumped 44 spots to achieve a career best number 5 in T20s after that 100 against England in the third T20. So he is the man on the move. He is the form player for India here now. He hasn't quite been able to nail down a spot in the Indian team, but one would feel that the number 4 shirt really is his in this Indian lineup. Another chance for him to really convince the selectors he is the man for the job.
Yes, Surya Kumar Yadav, as he settles, it's going to face up to Hussain, and he's wrong the wicket to the right-hander. So 2 right-handers now at the crease, and he's pushing forward to this delivery, just getting it to the right of Hussain, who does the fielding to his own bowling. He's in his 7th over, none for 26 so far. So the 2 left-arm spinners, they've done well. As Hussain giving this one a little bit more air, and Yadav is driving down to long on. Joseph ambles in to do the fielding. The batsmen pick up a single. He goes to 2, brings Iyer back into strike. We are into over number 35. The run rate just about 6.26 at this point in time, as Yadav settles, waits on the left-arm spinner, gives it some air, and he's looking to drive. It peels off a thick outside edge. It's going to run away for 4, but he was looking to drive through extra cover, and that ball peeled off. This was Iyer looking to drive, and it peeled off a thick outside edge, and it had enough on it. It was looking to hit it over cover. It flew off the thick outside edge, and it went in the air, but to the right of backward point, down to the boundary for 4. So you have to say 4 in the dark for him, because he was angling and aiming to hit that over cover. As he's on 49 now, 219 for 2. He settles again, waits on Hussain, and this delivery angled into the right hand. He's going to get his 50 because he's pushing it to the right of King at mid-wicket, and they go through for that easy single. So the first 3 batsmen now all compiling half centuries here at the Queen's Park Oval, and India are now 220 for 2. Iyer 50 not out.
Yeah, the third 50 off the Indian innings. Gill got his of 36 deliveries. Dhawan and Iyer both getting theirs of 53 deliveries. And this is a great start to the series for India. Less so for the West Indies.
Well, Hussain into... This one is hit high in the air, but away from the man at backward square leg, and is going to run into the boundary for 4. The Hussain, you could see him angling that delivery into the right-hander, but it was badly lined. It started maybe about middle and leg, and all Yadav had to do was to swing it deep away from the man at that deep backward square into the boundary for 4. So he goes on quickly now to 6. And the total races on to 224. We'll just confirm that score. Yeah, it was badly lined just outside the leg stump. 224 for 2. as this time he backs away and hits this one through the cover region. He's going to pick up just a single because Powell is down there at that square cover right out on the boundary, so they only get the single. 225 for 2. That's the end of Akil Hussein's over. He's gotten none for 37 from 7, and after 35 overs, 225 for 2.
Yeah, so they really started to pick up the pace once again. They were 184 for 1 at that 30th over. 10 innings for Yadav, 317 runs, averaging over 45 in ODIs. When you can do that in only 10 innings, that is absolutely remarkable. India have gotten 41 runs off that last 5 overs. Remember, they were going along at 7 with the 5 overs before, so they are really starting to build up some steam here, these two.
Well, Moti is in for his last over as this delivery is driven out towards long off by Yadav, and they're going to pick up a single. He goes to 8, total on to 226 now. 4-2, the run rate just about 6.43 at this point in time, brings Iyer, who's on 50, back in strike. So this delivery backs away, just opening the face but can't get it past King at a backward point. So Moti operating from around the wicket from that Brian Lara pavilion end, as the sun just leaving us slightly at the moment. We're just keeping our fingers crossed that we have a good day here at the Oval. It's been beautiful so far, as this one eye is hitting down to the vacant mid-wicket position for 4. Badly lined delivery again from Moti. It was into the pads of Iyer. You don't bowl that to a man on 50, and especially if you don't have a deep mid-wicket, and all he did was to hit it over the inner ring down to the boundary. He goes on to 54. As India, as you quite rightly said, Vidya, they're up in the tempo.
Yeah, the left-arm spinners for the West Indies have tried to pitch it just around that middle and leg and turn it away from the batters. That has kept them quiet for some time.
230 for 2, and this time he's driving this back along the track. And when you look at the onside field for Moti bowling to Iyer, there's a short fine leg, there's a deep backward square leg, there's a mid-wicket, and a long on. He's just got to keep it away from the leg stump. Here is Moti as Iyer backs away, hits it in there. That's a fantastic catch by Nicholas Pooran. Absolutely brilliant catch, because he backed away and he was looking to hit it over extra cover. He did get it airborne, but Nicholas Pooran, he's not a 6'6" man, but he jumped as high as he could, and he pulled it down with his right hand. That's another fantastic catch. We saw Shamar Brooks take one a couple overs ago, and Nicholas Pooran, he's taken an even better one. He's plucked it out of there one-handed. Nicholas Pooran, he's a man for all seasons. He's never out of the game. And Iyer goes, caught Pooran, ball Moti for 54 from 57 deliveries. It's 230 for 3. Moti has picked up his second wicket. He's got 2 for 53, and India trying to up the tempo was Iyer. It's now 230 for 3.
Yeah, Moti has done well here. He has been tidy all the way through this innings and now getting the rewards of the penultimate ball of his spell. 2 for 53, 1 ball to go in his spell. But the left-arm spinners for the West Indies, they have tried to really get it into that middle and leg area and just turn it away from the batsman. Now they've both of them have tried different things. Iyer has tried to get inside the line of delivery and play it over extra cover, and that's resulted in his dismissal. Yadav, on the other hand, he is very strong on the sweep shot, and he's been going the other way. So you'll see more of that from Yadav if let's say Hussain continues with this, but this was very much on the cards. He's been troubled by the left-arm spinners. That particular line, I think we're going to see more of that in this series against him.
Oh, what a catch though by Nicholas Pooran. I thought for one moment it was going over his, well, it did go over his head, but I thought he wouldn't have got his right or left hand or any hand to it. So here is the new batsman, Sanju Samson, and so he's looking around at the field. No change in the field. Still 5 men in the off, 4 on the on. As he's going to face his first delivery from Moti. And he's just working this delivery very easily to get off the mark to the right of the man at mid-wicket. And they pick up an easy single. So he's off the mark. It's the end of the spell for Gukesh Moti. He's had his 10 overs, 2 for 54. It's been a pretty good spell, just 5.4 runs he's gone for. And after 36 overs, Yadav is on 8. Sampson is on 1, and it's 231 for 3.
Now look at this scorecard for India. Let me just relate to you. Dhawan 97, Gill 64, Iyer 54, all three getting starts. Dhawan, yes, just missing out on 100, but the other two have wasted very good starts and the possibility of getting hundreds here. So India have two batsmen who have been at the crease, faced only 8 deliveries. They have 14 overs to go, and maybe that chance of getting 350 might not be on the cards anymore.
Now.
Well, with these two, anything can happen because Sampson's come in.
I'll tell you, if these two get going, I mean, you know, it's the pitch is still playing beautifully. The ball is coming on nicely to the bat. And I'm not going to fault Iyer at all for that shot he played. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Here's Akil Hussain. He's going around the wicket to the right-handed Sampson, and this time Sampson is in defense, pushing it out on the offside. There's no run. You could see him trying to up the tempo. He was looking for an area where there was nobody. There was a deep square cover. He was looking to go over extra cover, and he just didn't get enough height onto the ball. And he was very unlucky. I thought it was, again, a really good catch. Here is Sampson's going to get a single as he's backing off to a delivery just back of a length, and you could see him just backing away, opening the face and guiding it down towards the square cover, and they picked up a single. And what a good catch from Pooran. It's he's really an inspiration in the field, isn't he?
Yeah, so he's taken one catch. He's already had a run out there. And let's hope that will translate when he gets the bat in his hand. He had a very good innings against Bangladesh in the last ODI.
232 for 3 as Hussain into Yadav, and he's driving, but just to the left of Akil Hussain, who does the fielding to his own bowling. So just one run so far, and both of these batsmen, I would think they'll take a couple overs just to get their sight in. Once they do that, I expect that we're going to see a lot of shots from both of them. Here's Hussain into, that's badly lined outside the leg. Some signaled a wide by the umpire. Again, I think you made the point. We haven't seen very many wides in the innings, which I think is credit to the West Indies bowlers.
Yeah, that certainly is so. Here's a little factoid for you. The first 5 batsmen for India all have first names with S in it, with starting with S. So that's remarkable. I haven't seen that before. I'm writing a whole lot of S's here.
Here is a drive down to the deep point position, just a single. Rovman Powell is down there to do the fielding, and 9 now is Yadav. Brings Sampson back into strike. He's on 234 for 3. There's just 4 men on the onside 4. Similar feel to Gudakesh Moti. Similar feel for Hussain. As this delivery, he is back and just maybe outside the line of the off stump. And he was just back on a cross with Sampson, pushing it back to the bowler. No run. Just one delivery left in this over. Just 3 runs coming from it thus far. So Akil Hussain keeping things tight. As this one, it's outside the off stump, and Sampson backing away, giving himself room and pushing it out towards that deep square cover. They pick up an easy single. The end of over number 37. At the end of it, Yadav is 9, Sampson is 3. It's 235 for 3.
Yeah, 235 for 3. Sampson, it might surprise many, but this is Sampson's only his second ODI that he's ever played. He played one against Sri Lanka last July, and the man from Kerala, he's had so much support on social media for his career. But the thing is, there's a growing conspiracy theory around him that he's not exactly liked within the Indian setup. And look at that, an average of 49 in only his second match here. And
he's got over 5,000 runs in
right.
A cricket.
Yeah, it's 5,000 runs plus in List A cricket, and that's one of the mysteries of Indian cricket, why he hasn't gotten more opportunities. And in fact, many people were upset that he was not included for the T20 squad.
Yeah, well, he faces up to Alzari Joseph, who is back into the attack because Moti has completed his 10 overs, and the first delivery just back of a length, and there was Sampson just waited on it. It wasn't a very quick delivery, and then just opening the face and guiding it out on the offside. There's no run. So there's a third man, a point, a deep square cover out on the boundary. There's a orthodox cover position in Pooran. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a man at that deep square leg and a fine leg. Here is Joseph from that pavilion end, the Brian Lara pavilion end, short, and Sampson just getting up on one leg and helping it on its way down to the fine leg position. Jaden Seals is down there, and they pick up an easy single. He goes to 4, total on to 236 now, 4-3. I saw Alzari Joseph here, Vidya. I don't think you were on commentary at the time, in the regional tournament against Guyana, and my word, he bowled quick. He got Shimron Hetmeyer out caught at a rising delivery outside the gully, towards gully, but he bowled really quick, and I was so impressed with him. You know, he's added a few yards. He just needs to get his line and length in order. Here's a delivery that is pitched up to Yadav, and he just opens the face, guides it out to Brandon King, who is at that short, I would say more of a backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, that tactical discipline might be one of his problems that he's facing. Hasn't been able to consistently land it in the line of length that he would want. Certainly, he could learn a lot from his fellow Antiguan, the great Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Yeah, that's right. He's on his way to bowl to the right-handed Yadav. And this time he's driving, but can't beat the man at mid-on. And no run. So this has not been... He seemed to me, in this spell here, as he's come back, seemed to have cut his pace slightly and is trying to concentrate more on line and length than pace.
Yeah, he certainly is. And in terms of his career, you see that he would have played some county cricket last year. So he's been picking up some tips. He's been picking up a lot of new information as he's worked his way. His career is starting to expand.
Bowling towards Yadav, and this was outside the line of the off stump. Again, he's guiding it, but can't beat King at that short backward point, and no run. So it's been a good over from him so far. One of the better overs from the Pacers. Only one run coming from it from his first 5 deliveries.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph still has 3. Jaden Seals has 5 more overs. Romario Shepherd just 4 overs for 27 runs. So he still has 6. And Kyle Mayers, the medium pacer, just bowling the 2 overs. So still a lot of options for among the pacers for West Indies.
Well, here is Joseph. This is short, and Yadav is pulling that one. That's going to run into the boundary. He's bisected the man at fine leg and the man at a deep backward square leg. He got up on one leg and he worked it beautifully. It was all timing, but he knew exactly where he wanted to place it because he got it between the fine leg and the deep backward square down to the boundary for 4. So that's a good shot to end the over, and the score goes up to 240 now for 3 from 38 overs. Yadav is 13, Sampson is on 4.
Yeah, very similar to the Gordon Greenwich pickup which we've seen here. In India there's a name for it. It's called the Natraj, after the famous dance. That was more of a half Natraj.
The Natraj?
Yes, Natraj.
Where do you pick up these things from, Vidya?
Well, I do watch some Indian movies. Yeah, it was more of a half Natraj that time. But the thing was, he really wasn't in control of the shot, but his hands are so good that he was able to guide it into the gap and pick up 4.
I tell you, the thing is, you look at that shot as opposed to a Greenwich. When Greenwich got up on that one leg, you almost closed your eyes because you knew it was a vicious pull was coming. I mean, and then Gordon Greenwich also, the thing with him, when he was injured, look out. Here is Akil Hussain starting his 9th over. Yeah, they always said when Gordon Greenwich was little injured and had little muscle problems, he was at his most dangerous. But,
yeah, he certainly was.
What a fine player he was, wasn't he?
A double 100 against England made a chase of
340. 340 looked like 114, didn't it?
Yeah, 140.
Here is Hussain into Sampson, and Sampson is pulling this one high over mid-wicket. That's gone for 6. It was a short delivery, and he was onto that back foot, and he hoiked it high over mid-wicket. Now there's a long on, there's a deep backward square, and he was hitting it high over mid-wicket for 6 runs. That's a good shot, but not a good ball from Akil Hussain. One of his poorer deliveries. Not only was it short, but it was angled into the right-hander, so he had all the time in the world to hit it high over mid-wicket. He goes to 10, 246 for 3 as Hussain into him. This time a delivery a little bit flatter into the pads, and he just turns it gently on the onside towards a forward square leg, and they pick up an easy single. He goes to 11, 247 for 3, 350 still on video.
Yeah, it might be on the way these two are going here. 13 off 13, 11 off 10. They need to pick up some pace though. They got to get the scoring rate up to 7.
Well, it's 6.42 at the moment as Hussain into Yadav, and he's bowled him. He backed away, looking to cut, got the inside edge, and it went onto the stumps, and Akeal Hosein gets his first wicket. And you have to say he's bowled well enough for that. He's got 1 for 48 from 8.4, but Yadav goes back to the pavilion, backed away, looking to cut, got maybe a bottom edge onto it, and it ricocheted into the stumps, and it's the end of him. He goes for 13, and the West Indies, they pick up their 4th wicket. Akeal Hosein picks up his first. It's now 247 for 4.
Wicket number 36 for Akeal Hosein in 21 games, and he's done so at just about an average of 23 and an economy rate of 4.45. Great bowling by Hosein, and you can see why he's one of the top bowlers in the world right now. He's so difficult to get away, and that line certainly has disturbed Surya Kumar Yadav. He was trying to sweep it earlier, that time trying to make some room, and once again another Indian batsman trying to make some room to hit over the extra cover region of the left arm spinners and perishing.
Well, we don't have an S coming in, it's a D. It's Deepak Hooda, and he's another one who's burst onto the scene, isn't he?
Yes, he is. And what was interesting about that last partnership, those two players, Yadav and Iyer, those are the two that are battling for that number 4 spot in the team. Iyer, well, Yadav got the nod. Iyer was pushed up a little bit higher than him, but now Yadav has sort of lost the battle here. He's out for 13. Samson has been in and out of the side plate, only won the international. And Hooda, oh my, he has had a great start to his career.
He has. He's going to face his first delivery from Akeal Hosein, and he's on the front foot looking to drive and didn't time it all that well. Seemed to have come off more the top of the bat and goes out on the offside. Akeal runs across his left to do the fielding. Of course, Akeal Hosein knows the Queen's Park Oval well. I saw him as a 17-year-old here. Vidya get 100. Here he is. And this is swept down to the man. Deepak was going. He dropped it. Oh my word. He swept it straight into the hands. Now, in fairness, he had to move forward. Is that Moti down there?
Yeah,
it is Gurukesh Moti. He had to move forward, and you had to think if he got it in both hands, he should have taken it, because there was Hooda sweeping and getting a little bit of a top edge, and it went in the air, and Moti diving forward got both hands dead. And has he done some damage there to his hand?
There's blood leaking off his thumb, of his right hand. That's not his bowling hand, by the way. Now, as per the rules of international cricket, I think that thumb is broken, because I'm looking at the angle of it. That thumb is broken. He might be out of this game. That might be... Well, that's the end of him, perhaps, for the series here. And I think the physio is now going to have the task of pressing it back into place, and that is exactly what's happening.
I don't want to see it, Vidya.
Moti has closed his... He doesn't want to see it either. He's closed his eyes, and he's looking away, and in attempting to take the catch, I think he's broken his left thumb here, his right thumb here.
Yeah, he didn't hit into the palms of the hand. Well, we have a doctor here with us. Maybe he will give a verdict when he comes on as to exactly what happened there. But obviously, he didn't get it into the palms of his hand. He may have hit his thumb. Obviously, hit his thumb.
Now, there was blood coming off the thumb as he was walking away. So it's not only that he broke the thumb, but it's caused enough of a cut there that it's just burst through the fingers.
Yeah, well. So it is the end of the over from Akeal Hosein. So the final delivery. So Hooda is going to... 39 overs have been bowled, 248 for 4. So it's all happening here at the Queen's Park Oval. So Hooda, he's got a life. So he's going to face Jayden Seales, who's back into the attack. And a delivery angled into the right hand. He's pushing it out towards mid-on. There is no run. Jayden Seales, who's completed 5 overs, none for 29. So 248 for 4. First real chance we've seen put down by the West Indian fielder. And we have to admit, the fielding has been pretty good and the catching.
Yeah, it was a difficult chance. Really should have taken that. Didn't get the hands in the right position. And it appears that the ball struck his wrong hand. Yeah, it struck the right hand first. That's why it bumped out. Didn't quite get it in the palm of that left hand as he would have hoped.
He moved slightly late. And you have to expect that. Here is Seals into Huda, and he's driving but can't beat mid-off. Yeah, I thought he moved, but when you're in the deep positions, the background sometimes don't help. And you've just got to wait that split second before you move. But when he picked it up, he came in quickly, he got both hands straight, and I think it's there where he should have taken it, but it seemed to have hit him straight on the thumb.
Yeah, I think what was happening, he was trying to close the hands around it, but that right thumb came across at the last moment, and that's where it hit the thumb. Out fell the ball and broke his thumb at the same time.
So sad. This one driven by Huda out to the mid-off position where Puran is doing the fielding. It's no run. 248 for 4. We're halfway through the 40th over. What's the doc's verdict on that?
Well, he says what he thinks happened there is that the ball actually hit the nail on the right hand. So the nail was actually ripped off.
Jesus.
That's what created the bleeding.
Well, I'm not.
Is there a doctor in the house? Yes, there is.
I'm not one for blood. I'm not a bloody person. Here is a delivery. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beat Huda as it was angled into the right hander. He was looking to open the face of the bat and guide it through point. It came back at him. Had some little bit of bounce and a little bit of pace as well. I tell you, I have a lot of time for Jayden Seals. I think he's going to be one of the great West Indies fast bowlers in time to come.
Just 20 after that, during that 2020 World Cup, the ICC Under 19 World Cup, he was hailed as one of the players of the next decade of world cricket.
Yeah, he's got such an easy action as well. He comes up to the crease, and he delivers nicely. I would like to see him add maybe a yard of pace to his bowling. But he tends to bowl a good line, he tends to bowl a good length, and his control is good. That's why I was saying earlier, I was a little disappointed this morning. I thought he angled up too many balls into the pads of the Indian openers.
Yeah, well, as he gets older, as that core strength increases, remember, he hasn't filled out. He's a young adult, so he hasn't quite filled out yet. As that core strength increases, I think you'll see more of that pace and maybe a few adjustments with his bowling action.
Well, 5 dot balls so far. Can he end the over well? He has, as the final delivery was cut hard, but straight to Brandon King at point, and it's the end of the over, a maiden over from Jayden Seals. So he's completed the 6 overs, none for 29. 40 overs have been bowled. It's 248 for 4 from 40 overs. Vinod Mamchand is standing by to carry on with the commentary, and he will be joining you, Vidya.
Well, Deepak Huda, 27, the man from Haryana, he had a great start with his impressive season with the IPL debutants, the Lucknow Super Giants, this year. But he was left out of the ODI squad in England, and he was included, of course, here for the Caribbean tour. And he really had a good time in Ireland, scoring 104 of 57 balls, his maiden T20 century on the tour of Ireland last month. So Huda, if he can get off here today, that will certainly be some fireworks for India at the end. Vinod Mamchand is back in, and Dr. Mehta will join you in a moment.
Thanks a lot, Vids, and Colin for that last stint. As this is pushed away down to long off, Murray and Ramphal did well with the ball for the West Indies as wickets were falling. 249 now for 4. Huda is on 1, and with him Sanju Samson, who is on 12. This is the happy hour. Do they still call it that, Doc?
Yes, you call it happy hour, but one of the sights in the commentary box was one of Colin Murray when the blood was coming out of the finger, and I could see the expression on his face. And he says, I'm a bloody good guy, but don't like to see the blood on somebody's fingers.
Can't leave you guys alone for 5 minutes. You get yourselves in problems. Pushed away, and that's no run. So Hussain continues to do well here. Excellent delivery. There's a chance for a run out at the non-strikers there, and a wayward throw. They're looking for 2. They can't get that. So Huda goes on now to 2, and that's a 250 up for India. 250 for 4 in over number 41.
I think West Indies have made some amends by grabbing a few wickets, but Huda and Samson both have to prove a point. And we were talking about the inclusion of Samson ahead of Ishan Kishan. So Samson certainly wants to make a statement in this particular ODI.
Flatter pushed away down to point. There is no run. Puran himself is there. He has had a good day in the field, Puran. The projected score at this point in time is 307. Even after a couple overs this morning, it always looked as if the West Indies were going to chase upwards of 300. So it's going to be Hussain to continue. This has been an excellent final over from him. Just 2 runs of 4 deliveries. Here he is round the wicket, bowls. Not a good delivery. Pushing forward there, Samson. No run. As you can hear, a siren goes past, an ambulance with the sirens blaring goes past us on the Sinclair side. Pushed away again. Excellent over there by Hussain. Comes to an end. And at the end of 41, in there, 250 for 4, Hussain completes his spell 1 for 51.
One of the things, Vinod, is the fact that, yes, Gudakesh Moti did sustain that injury in the thumb, but he already had completed his 10-over quota. So he certainly will not be missed from a bowling standpoint, but we'll have to see what kind of injury he has sustained to his non-bowling arm. Of course, whether it is a thumb injury of a fracture or the nail split off from the finger, but there was clearly blood coming out from his thumb. But this is now the 42nd over as India 250 for 4.
So here is Seals from the fire. He runs in now, bowls, and a good delivery. Just back off a length, coming in, angling into the right hand. Huda pushes it up on the offside, and there is no run. Huda seems to be talking to the pitch at the moment on hopes that he does not get a response.
I really love the run-up of Seals. Beautiful, fluid action. And straight run-up, nothing complicated about it. At the delivery point, he is very balanced, and
he is now up to the wicket again. Bowls and going down the ground, and he's dropped him. In and out. It was a difficult chance. Huda looking to go straight back, and I think Seals was not looking to preserve himself. He's a brave man. He was looking to complete the catch.
Those kinds of catches either stick or they don't stick. I mean, the reaction time that you have is
in fact,
just a fraction. But either way,
it was not a catch.
It was a bump ball. Yeah. So it was not a catch. But good stop anyway. Otherwise, it would be going for 4. Because Huda put everything into it, coming down the track on that one.
Seals with his very straight approach, very upright and powerful. Passes the umpire now, bowls. And this is played down to a long on. Kyle Myers comes in, and that's just 1. So this is over number 42 in progress.
Yeah, Deepak Huda was one of the standout cricketers in the Ireland series. He missed out in the remainder of the series because one Mr. Kohli was back in the team. So Huda and Kohli have been playing musical chairs.
Good delivery again by Seals. He has been bowling those hard lengths. Pushed away on the offside. There is no run. The score remains 251 for 4. This is over number 42. It's Samson on 12 and Huda on 3.
Huda is born in the state of Haryana in the northern part of the country. He actually made his ODI debut against the West Indies earlier this year in February. He plays for the Lucknow Super Giants, who made it to the finals of this year's IPL.
When you say Haryana, I always remember Kapil Dev, the Haryana Hurricane.
Yeah. The Hurricane Huda.
Outside the off stump, into the gloves of Hope. So Seals has been good. The last 11 deliveries have brought India just 3 runs. And this is the happy hour.
For the West Indians.
Well, it seems so.
I'm in a highly partisan group of people here. I'm the one being singled out. Deepak Hooda is from, he played for my hometown Baroda once upon a time.
Short and wide, cut away, down to point, 1 bounce. And King is there, no run. Excellent over there by Seals. He's completed 7 overs, none for 30. His last over just costing 1 run. The run rate has now dipped slightly below 6. It's now 5.98. At the end of 42, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. India 251 for 4.
Yes, I was telling you about Hooda and the bowling of all the West Indies players so far. They have used a total of 7 bowlers. Joseph none for 45 in his 7 overs. Seals none for 30 in his 7 overs. Romario Shepherd none for 27 in his 4 overs. Mayers none for 17. Moti took 2 wickets in his allocated 10 overs. Hussain 1 for 51 in his 10 overs. And Puran rather expensive in his 2 overs, conceding 23 runs.
So it's going to be Romario Shepherd, the man from Georgetown in Guyana. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 27 so far. He's going to come back into the attack. I want to say good afternoon to a very dear friend of mine out in Barbados, Adriel Woody Richards. A man who has served cricket well as a reporter and administrator as well. Worked at CWI for a while. So I want to say good day to Adriel Woody Richards and also David Lord Harris from Barbados as well. The guys out there enjoying the commentary. And they're seeing the West Indies look to fight back here. Pushed away on the offside, the last delivery. And there is just a single. It means then, Nilesh, that India has gotten 4 runs in the last 13 deliveries after over 40.
That is true. There has been a slowdown here.
You normally slow down after 40. Struck on the pad. And he's out like before. Shepherd strikes. He's been given out by umpire Reefer. And he's going to immediately review that one there, Sanju Samson.
That one came in sharply and probably missing the leg stump is what I think, Vinod. But we'll have to obviously see what the replay shows.
Yeah,
Samson, the amount of time he took to get the replay was fairly quick. So he didn't like go to his non-striking partner Hooda, consult him. But here it is drifting away and hitting him at the knee. It could be close, Vinod. It could be
umpire's call.
Yeah.
Or
could
looking at it, probably just a missing leg stump. We'll wait to see. No edge onto that.
There's no bat involved, so it would be a leg before decision if it is hitting the leg stump. We are just waiting for that replay.
So they're just looking at all trends. So no edge found. This is going to be impact in line. And it's umpire's call.
It's umpire's call.
So he's gone. Samson has to leave. And Shepherd strikes. The West Indies, they have taken their 5th wicket. 252 for 5. Umpire Reefer's finger goes up in the air. You can hear the roar from the Carib girls in the Trini Posse stand. And also those fans who have gathered in the Carib Bear stand as well.
Yeah, Samson would be disappointed with their dismissal as he tried to work the ball away on the onside and missing the line completely on that particular occasion, and the ball going on to hit the leg stump. It was an opportunity that he should have made a lot more with, but it didn't happen. He was picked ahead of Ishan Kishan. And Samson is a terrific player. He is a wonderful stroke maker. He's played some amazing white ball innings, not necessarily in the ODI for India, but I'm talking more about the T20 version for in the IPL and for India. But Samson departs. India 252 for 5 in 42.2 overs. The run rate is now just a tad below 6 as wickets have fallen with regularity. And I think you made a good point about that lull that was created where there were no runs coming. So there was some pressure mounting on Sanju Samson also.
Yeah, the West Indies in there from the very first over with 2 boundaries being struck. Their run rate has always been healthy. The only way the West Indies could have clawed their way back is by taking wickets. They're doing that now, driving in the air through cover, just 1. So, Aksa is off the mark. It's now 253 for 5.
Yes, Deepak Huda and Akshar Patel. We know the Akshar, A-X-A-R, used to be Akshar. But when he went to his school and to get the leaving certificate, the principal wrote Akshar. So his name, which was originally Akshar, became Akshar.
Well, that's very interesting indeed. Yeah, it's Shepherd, he bowls and angling down the leg side, clipped away down to the backward square on the boundary. And that's 1 more. So that's good information coming to hand. And this is why Nilesh is here with us. He brings all these nuggets of information that is so interesting. I would not have liked to have been a student in that school, though. One wonders, had Colin Murray went to school there.
Well,
you might have called him Colo.
Yeah, but your name would have been, instead of Vinode, it would have been Vinod.
Yes.
And the principal would have given the nod for Vinod, rather than Vinodi.
Worked away dog to short mid wicket, no run. So could come back over here by Shepherd. He has taken 1 for 30 in 4.5. 5 to Huda. Akshar is on 1. Not to be confused with Akshar.
Akshar Patel, a very handy batsman.
Pushed away down to point, and there is no run. Good over there from Shepherd. Just 3 runs coming off it and the wicket. And at the end of 43, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, India 254 for 5.
Patel playing in this match primarily because Ravindra Jadeja has a knee niggle, and they wanted to preserve Jadeja and not risk the injury from getting any worse. So Akshar Patel gets an opportunity here at this picturesque ground here at the Queen's Park Oval here in Trinidad. My first visit to this lovely island.
Your thoughts on the island? I know the first thing you said to me last night when you exited the Piaco International Airport was that this country seems very clean.
Yes, it's a very clean island. And
here is Joseph down the leg side, signal wide by the umpire. Good take there by Shea Hope, but 1 added to the total, 255 for 5. Yes.
Deepak Huda is the 4th Indian to score a T20 century when he hammered 104 of just 57 in the second T20 international against Ireland last month in June.
He has a wide open stance, almost similar to Peter Willey, the former England batsman and umpire, who used to actually face square leg. This is pushed away down to long on. He gets 1, Huda. When you see guys like Huda with such a wide open stance, a wide stance, you know, you almost instinctively want to bowl outside the off stump and let him come around the ball.
True. I asked the same question to Shivnara and Chandrapal when because Shiv also had a very wide open stance, batting as a left-handed for the West Indies, and his explanation to me was that it allowed him to have the balance moving forward with that wide open stance.
Normally with a wide open stance you can access the leg side pretty easily, pushed away on the offside. No run, so the West Indies fighting back here. 256 for 5. And Joseph is also joining that party. He's come back well, Joseph. His first 2 overs went for 19. And he has fought back well. Yes, Fawad Alam out of Pakistan. I think he has it very exaggerated. Here is Joseph from the far end. Leans forward and runs in. Rhythmic approach. Passes the umpire. That's a quick one. Crashes into the midriff there of the left-handed Aksar. And that was timed at 141 Ks.
When Aksar was 14 years of age, he got hit on his eye. And while he was batting, his mother, Preeti, literally stopped and said, you are done. But the father persisted, told Aksar that, no, beta, you continue playing cricket. Because Aksar was very good in academics also and wanted to become a mechanical engineer. But it was father who persisted in his game of cricket.
Again, good delivery, short delivery, evasive action. He gets it away down to a long leg for one. And just moments ago, Gudakesh Moti had left the venue and he's on his way to the hospital. Joseph, none for 48 in his 8. His first two had 19 runs came from his first 2 overs.
I'm sure that that's a wise move to get precautionary X-rays on the thumb to make sure there is no fracture or anything serious to that thumb that we saw when he got hurt.
Yeah, again is Joseph. He runs in, passes the umpire, bowls. And again, back off a length. Difficult to get that one away. Huda is able to get a single though. And that takes the score on to 258 for 5. Like to say a good day to our technical gurus, Jason Kailash Prasad Ragbir, and also Michael Rupwa. Those guys have been here since 3:30 this morning. Our social media team on hand here as well. Visham Lalman, who was here at 2:31 this morning, and Matthew Rajaram, who came in at 5 minutes past 9. Here is Joseph. This is played away. Oh, lovely stop there at backward point. Give that man a lollipop. That's a good stop there by Brandon King. Diving to his left. He prevents any run. And again, West Indies continue a good fight back. Just 4 runs in the last over. It means that Joseph, after 8 overs, none for 49, his last 6 overs, he has given up just 30 runs.
Yes, the West Indies bowlers have certainly been quite miserly, not giving up easy runs, and plus top-notch fielding like that. And even when Moti was trying to take the catch, he dove full length and stopped the ball. It was gone for 4. Mm-hmm. So those sorts of runs that are being curtailed will add on to as we continue.
Just to quickly go through the scorecard, Doc. That one was called by Brooks of Moti for 97, and he faced 99 deliveries for that. It's going to be Shepherd to continue from the media center, and he runs away from us bowls, and this one comes back in to Huda, looking to push through the offside. Drops right in front of him, and again, no run. Good fight back from the West Indies.
Caught Huda by a bit of surprise, I thought, because as he was trying to play that ball, got an inside edge, and luckily not onto the stumps, but hit his right foot.
Well, he was playing away from his body, and it got an inside edge. And again, that exaggerated open stance. He had to go around the ball. Yes, Shepherd goes in, passes the umpire. Good delivery. Coming back into Huda. No run.
Huda is 7 of 18 deliveries. A bit uncharacteristic because he is one player who has a lot of strokes in his armamentarium. And when he gets going...
In his armamentarium, I love that. Did you hear that, Mr. Lalman?
So, Huda is, I think, a bit slow to start right now. We can certainly describe his wide stance that he has, open one.
Shepherd bowls, and this is whipped away through the onside. You'll want to get away from that region. They go back for 2. Huda can access the onside pretty easily as he did there. He moves on now to 9. The score is 260 for 5. This is over number 45. And the West Indies will want to continue to fight back. They'll want to continue taking wickets if they can get in there to somehow reducing there to below 300, they may think that they are still in this match.
At one point, I thought, Vinod, that 311, which was the previous highest score by Team India in an ODI against the West Indies, might be broken.
Edge down to third man. There's protection. So Myers runs away and returns. That's one. So at the moment, it's 261 for 5.
As I was saying earlier, in July 2013, it was 311 for 7 that India scored here at the Queen's Park Oval here in Port of Spain, when Virat Kohli scored 100 and India won that match. But I don't believe that they will be able to break that 311 highest score.
Shepherd is trying his best. This time it's short. He bangs this into the pitch. Axar gets it just forward of square for 1. That takes the score now to 261 for 5. The last 35 balls, the Indians have scored just 14 runs and they've lost a wicket. A worried look adorns the face of Nilesh Mehta.
I think the score is pretty healthy.
The man from Baroda. Here is Shepherd, the man from Georgetown, runs away from us. Good delivery, pitch right up. Attempted Yorker, and all Huda can get is a single. So it's the end of the over. And after 6 overs, Shepherd has taken 1 for 35. At the end of over number 5, the latest score at the Queen's Park Oval, the Indians sent into bat their 263 for 5.
5 more overs to go, and I would reckon another 60-70 runs could be on the card as long as Huda and Patel continue to bat. Huda needs to ramp up his pace. He's got 22 balls and only 11 runs, so he will now be in a T20 format or a T10 format, I would imagine, to get his accelerator running now.
The Indians have lost 3 wickets for the addition of 22 runs since they lost their 3rd wicket at 2:30. It's going to be Jayden Seales to continue from the far end. That's the southern end. It's the Brian Lara Pavilion end. 7 overs so far, 1 maiden, none for 30. He has been good. Here's Seales. Runs in now. Bowls to Huda. And this is played away on the onside. He's going to get 1 as he plays it away to mid-on. And that takes the score along by 1 more.
Yeah, they have crammed him for space, Deepak Huda, and he's not able to work the ball away in the gaps as much as he would like. On that occasion, it was going straight to long on, and all he could get is a single. And I think at this point in time, with only 5 overs to go, they are not looking to get singles, but to get 4 sixes and more than just a single.
Here he is now. Seales again from the far end. He comes in, goes past the umpire, bowls, and Patel getting one angle across him. He's able to get it down behind square, and he gets a single. So that's 1 more. And you can see a pep in the step of the West Indies players out there at the moment. 265 for 5. So at the moment, Seales has been impressive, and he continues to be. 7.2, none for 32. Here he is from the far end. He goes past the umpire now, bowls. Short delivery, and died on the way to the wicketkeeper Hope. It was a slower ball bumper. Umpire Wilson signals 1 for the over. Slow delivery, slower ball bumper. Good variation shown here by Seales.
I thought they had reserved all the bouncers only for Shreyas Iyer, and now they are coming out of Seales, who has been quite impressive in my opinion, bowling in this format. And this time he drives to point, and they amble across for an easy single. Talking about Seales, even though he has not taken a wicket but his bowling has been impressive,
Yeah, he has been one of the more impressive bowlers today. The slower bowlers have been the successful one in terms of wickets. 2 to Moti, 1 to Hussain. Both going for 50 odd, which is not bad. 266 for 5. This is the 46th over, and Seals in his 8th, none for 33. He runs in from the fire and goes past the umpire. Again, the short delivery and the swiveling in across his thumb. Akshar Patel is asking the question, but that actually went over the leg stump. Not given wide. 266 for 5. Seems to be a very busy day for the hospitals that's nearby here in Port of Spain. There goes the siren again.
Yeah. Seems like the Trini Pasi stands a bit quiet, Vinod.
This time it's slogged away by Patel. Got a hold of it, but it reached a long on in quick time. That's just one. Myers is there. The bearded Kyle Myers, and the score goes on to 267 for 5 after 46 overs. That's the latest score of the Queen's Park over. So Alzarri Joseph is going to come back from the end in which he started, which is the media center end, and even Alzarri Joseph has fought back well. 267 for 5. The West Indies will want to end strongly here. India, on the other hand, will love for these two guys to get a going. Huda, an aggressive player, has not been able to get the ball away. 13 of 25.
Yeah, Joseph will board the 47 and the 49th over.
There he is now. He bowls a good delivery. Pitch right up. Single to mid-off. Shepherd is in attendance. Shepherd had a very good last over, in which he got a wicket.
Puran is talking to the bowler and trying to adjust the field. Mid-wicket goes deep. There's a fielder at the boundary lines at long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and short fine leg. So
it's giving him that protection and the Nilesh on the onside. You know he loves the onside, Huda. So cow corner comes around closer to deep mid-wicket. Here's Joseph with number 8 on his back. Tosses the ball from hand to hand. Leans forward now and takes off like a Caribbean Airlines jet. Goes past the umpire now, bowls, and this time Huda not getting hold of this. It goes a couple bounces to Shepherd at long on, and he gets one. 269 now for 5.
Yeah, even if you challenge Deepak Huda, he's going to go for it. With 3 men patrolling the boundary lines, he's got the power and the will to go over the fence. He has excelled in the white ball format, and certainly one of those players who is likely to go to Australia, in my opinion, for the T20 World Cup.
I mean, having scored a century in a T20 game recently, that'll give him a bit of an edge. Yeah, he is now again whipped away, this time by Akshar Patel for 2. In fact, they come back, they start, stop, and in the end decide against going back for the second. So that's one more. 270 for 5. This is the 47th over. And early on, when Dhawan was in there,
the boundaries and sixers seem to have dried off, Vinod.
Yeah, when Dhawan was in there, they seemed to, at 300 and upwards. I think 350 was on the cards. So I think the West Indies have fought back well here. And some of the guys in the press box were saying that India could have mounted around 400 the way they were going this morning. Here's Joseph, slow delivery, pitch right up. The length has been absolutely brilliant by Joseph in the latter stages of this innings.
Joseph has really bowled well. And even though Joseph and Seals have gone wicketless, their third spell has been very impressive. They have curbed the number of runs that have been flowing from the bats of the Indian players, and they have constantly put pressure. They have been asking questions, and the Indian batsmen have not been able to answer them that well.
So it's just about 1 o'clock in the afternoon here in Port of Spain. As here is Joseph. He's in outside the off, some beaten, slow delivery. And Axar Patel not being able to get that away. Well, you're asking about boundaries. We haven't seen one in the last 48 minutes.
Ever since we came on the air.
Yeah, so the boundaries have been non-existent.
There's a mid-pitch conference between Huda and Patel, and probably telling each other, guys, we only have 19 more balls left in our innings. Let's do something.
Could fight back. This will give the West Indies bowlers some confidence. Will give the entire team. It will lift the team. They're fighting back here. Just 4 runs in the over. This is over number 47. Joseph, he's in. That's a good delivery. Driven down the ground there by Axar Patel. And at the end of 47, the latest score, the Queen's Park Oval in there. Sent into bat, they're 272 for 5.
Good fight back indeed by the West Indies bowlers, drying up the runs, particularly drying up the boundaries and the sixes, which were flowing at will in the beginning of the innings with Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill batting. So this is a great comeback, will make Nicholas Pooran happy. I'm not sure it's going to make him happy about the decision that he took early on to field first. Only the end of the day will tell us whether it was a good decision in retrospect or not. But I think a message has come from the dressing room, looks like, Vinod. Change of helmet perhaps, or change of gloves.
To be honest, Huda, one of the Yorkers that was bowled to him in the last over, immediately signaled to the pavilion he needed a change of bat. I don't know if the bat got damaged by keeping that Yorker out. Ishan Kishan was speaking to him in a very assertive manner, it seems, as if to suggest you need to use up these last 18 deliveries wisely. He's on 15 of 27. Patel is on 8 of 15. The current run rate is 5.79. Seals, 8 overs, none for 34. He has been good, Jayden Seals. Continues here from the fire. And here he is. He leans forward and runs in. Goes past the umpire now, bowls. And this is down the ground. That's a big hit. That's a massive hit there by Axar Patel for 6.
Yes, it's that time of the innings where you just have to let loose and just go for it, because there's no point taking singles with only 3 overs left. And if you want to put up a bigger score, get to 300, they need at least 10 runs and over.
It was short, and that didn't help. It sat up, and taking full advantage of it, Axar Patel straight down the ground for 6. I want to say good evening to our friends in Mumbai. What time of night is it? Is it around 10 p.m. in India?
It'll be around 10:30 in the evening.
Yeah. So all the bars in and around Marine Drive, maybe buzzing.
Oh yeah, Marine Drive is buzzing anytime. Unless you go at 4 in the morning, which is when Sachin takes his fun drive.
Outside the off stump, signal wide. So see, he's just losing the plot a bit here. 279 for 5. You'll just want to gather his thoughts as he's walking back to that long run up. You were saying that Sachin likes to drive at 4 a.m.?
That's what I had read somewhere, that when he doesn't have much traffic to deal with, and he's fond of cars, so that would be the easiest time to early morning, would be the or late night, whatever you want to call it.
It's a sliced away, over cover, down to the boundary for 4. Going wide there, Jayden Seals, but it was over pitched. and all he had to do was play through the line.
Aksar has come alive. Now suddenly a 6 and a 4, and this one he made room for himself as he stroked the ball away on the offside. Full flow of the bat and gets 4 runs. So Aksar now moves on to 18.
Lovely shot. Seals have to remember what his approach, what he was doing previously. He has now none for 45. He's in his 9th over, roughed up in this over so far. 11 of the just 2 legal deliveries. Here he is again. This is wide and slice away down to point. Protection down there by Rovman Powell, and he gets a single. So obviously that message that came out from Rahul Dravid was that, just go for it.
Yes. Akshar actually in Gujarati means handwriting.
Handwriting.
How is your Akshar? How is your handwriting? And the writing is on the wall right now with the word coming from the wall.
Yes.
Mr. Dravid himself.
Yes, I like that. So Akshar is on the wall. Here is Seals. He runs in from the fire, and again he comes in now on bowls, and it's just short, pulled away, down behind square. There's protection down there, and that's just 1. King is patrolling there. It's 285 for 5.
I think a score over 300 would be that emotional thing, for the opposite teams. Oh, we have to score more than 300 rather than 299. And I'm not talking about when you go to a grocery shop and sale for $2.99, not
Everything
those guys.
is $2.99.
But if it is $3 and something else, so it's more than $3.
This is driven down to a wide-ish long off, and that was struck well. It reached pretty quickly to Puran. So that's 1. The score is now 286 for 5. Seals bowling over number 48 here. None for 48. He has bowled well. Taking around the park in this over though, but generally he has been good. 14 runs of his 5 deliveries. Do you wait for that 1 cent if it's $2.99, Doc?
It makes you feel good, right? I bought it for $2.99.
So you have to wait for that 1 cent. Here is Seals. He's in now on bowls. White away! All the way for 6.
What a shot.
Huda gets into the act now. It was too short from Jaden Seals. 292 for 5 with 2 of us to go. India could break their record at the ground.
That's right. I think they have clearly put the car in the next gear, and they are now getting 4s and 6s. And who knows that the old record that we have here at the Queen's Park Oval might be in a bit of danger.
So 12 deliveries to go. 24 4s and 10 6s we have seen today. And 20 runs in the last over from Jaden Seals. All of a sudden, his figures that read 8 overs, none for 34 is now 9 overs, none for 54. Cricket could be a cruel game. Joseph, to bowl the penultimate over.
People say they have a lot of time on the islands, easy life. Is there a reason why the clock is not operational at the Brian Lara Pavilion?
No one wants to know the time. This is pitched up, excellent delivery. Worked away to short third man for 1, and being very observant there, Nilesh. The clock has no hands. Is it digital?
Well, I'm in an island and I don't care what time is it right now anyway.
Yeah, you have to I would love to see you bring up that with Colin Murray, because after lunch there is a switch in the commentary where you will be with Colin Murray, and he's a secretary of this club. I think you should ask him about that.
Maybe I should not ask him.
I have a friend who unfortunately got into an accident and had one of his hands amputated, and his nickname is Clock. You figure out the rest, Doc. Here is Joseph. He's in at bowls. That's a good delivery. Full and straight. Down to long on for 1. Did you get it, Doc?
I'm not going there. But I'll go to the 300 mark. I think the 300 mark is on the cards. And it just 10 more deliveries to go. And we are at 294 for 5. But the 311 run mark, which was the previous record here at the Queen's Park Oval, might not be broken.
Here is Joseph, goes past the umpire, ball him! Right up in the block hole, the stumps goes rocking back, and Joseph strikes.
Finally, Alzarri Joseph, his hard work, his first 9 overs, he gave away 54 runs, and this last over of his finally gets the reward that he richly deserved, because he was able to curtail the run rate in some of his middle overs, and now gets the reward as he completely clean bowls. And now India 294 for 6. Akshar Patel returns to the pavilion for 21.
A runner ball 21, and the Antiguan Joseph has struck 1 for 56. He's in his final over. Our technical guru Michael Rupwa just brought something to my attention. He said that's a timeless clock.
Timeless clock.
Yeah, he said there's a definition for it, and clocks like that are used for people who don't really care about the time.
Time is money.
Mm.
You are on the money.
Well, Joseph was on the money with the last delivery.
He certainly was, and his hard work, at least he grabs 1 wicket, and he has 3 more deliveries in his 10th over.
Imagine that. This Indian team is so strong. The number 8 batsman, Shardul Thakur, averages 34.
Shardul Thakur is from Mumbai. He's trained by who was trained by the gentleman by the name Dinesh Lad, who has been who's also Rohit Sharma's coach.
Wow.
When Rohit Sharma started his initial years of cricket.
Here is Joseph with his tail up. He runs in now, passes the umpire short, and that one striking Thakur. Let's wait on the umpire.
Not where Thakur intended to hit.
Did get some batter onto that, so that's just one. So what's the guy's name who trained him?
Dinesh Lad,
Well,
L-A-D.
Right, he definitely can't have butterfingers. It's 295 for 6 at the moment.
I thought you were going to say something.
I'll
You would
back
play
him
with
to take
that.
any catch. I'll back him to take any
You would
catch.
call him Dinesh Lad, but it is not Lad. It's Dinesh Lad.
Oh, is
And,
he a good lad?
Dinesh is a good friend of mine.
Yeah, this is a full toss, pulled away imperiously into the boundary for 4 at mid wicket. 299 for 6.
Yes, Dinesh is a good coach. His coach Shardul Thakur, Rohit Sharma. It was Dinesh Lad who had the eyes. Rohit Sharma started off as a bowler, and Dinesh said, "Rohit, you are a better batsman than a bowler." Converted him into a batsman, and rest is history.
Yes, I remembered. I had an incident like that as a youngster. I had a stint with Andy Roberts, the former West Indies fast bowler. He had come to Trinidad, and to conduct a camp for young guys who were interested. As it's ball him, the stumps goes rocking back, and the big man strikes. 299 for 7.
300 may be in jeopardy, I don't know, but we have one more over. I have a very animated Vinod Mamchan when we started talking about Lad and timeless pieces and the clock. Somehow he has turned his clock on, and everybody in the commentary box here is all excited as the West Indies bowlers have struck gold here, Vinod.
A good comeback from Joseph. His last 8 overs costing just 42 runs, and he took 2 wickets. Remember, after his second over, he had gone for 19. So, excellent indeed. 299 for 7. And the West Indies, they continue to fight back. 1 over to go. It's still a very, very healthy score by the Indians. Siraj is the man coming in. And, I was enjoying that discourse with you just now, Nilesh, about Dinesh Lad. I want to say good afternoon to Dinesh Lad. Probably good night.
Yes.
If he's driving around Mumbai. Is he from Mumbai?
Yeah, he's from Mumbai. He coaches young kids, has his own academy in Mumbai. A very dedicated man. His son Siddesh Lad also played for Mumbai. Never played for India, but good talent as well.
So, Seals. to close it off here. In fact, it's Shepherd. So Seals is out of the attack, and Shepherd is going to end things from the far end. 1 for 35 of 6. Let's see what he is going to offer. He's going to bowl to Thakur, the man trained by Ladd. Here he is, round the wicket. And this is worked away down to Puran at a long on. And Siraj taking that first round pretty quickly. That's the 300 up for India. They're 300 for 7. And this is the final over. 5 deliveries to go. Tell us a bit about Siraj.
Siraj, he's a bowler who rose up the ranks, hard-working, lot of competition, playing with players who he knew were perhaps better than him, but he constantly worked hard, worked with Bharat Arun, the bowling coach of India at that time, who put a lot of faith in him.
Well, that faith has been repaid. This time he's striking him on the pad. Good bowling here by Shepherd. They get one down to short third man. A leg by umpire Wilson. Raises that right leg in a very economical fashion. Not too high. Just to ensure that the scorers can pick him up. Joel Wilson.
When you see Siraj bowl and see him bowl Yorkers, I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah, Shepherd bowls, and this is Hoyt away down to a wide-ish long on. Well picked up there by Puran. Excellent fielding by the West Indies captain. He cut the angle and he got rid of the ball very quickly. That's one more. 302 for 7.
Yeah, Siraj played a lot of tennis ball and developed his Yorker, learning tennis ball cricket. And initially he was a batsman and then became a fine bowler. Mohammad Siraj. His elder brother also deeply interested in cricket as well.
It's a good delivery, but forced away. Lovely stop there down at short third man by Hussain. And in fact, it's Casey Carty. Let me say good afternoon to his dad, Keith Carty, one of my fellow commentators from St. Martin. And that's a single. So at the moment, this has been a good last over. I was telling you earlier on, I had went to a camp conducted by Sir Andy Roberts, and I wanted to be a fast bowler. I came at an angle approach like Malcolm Marshall, and he said, "Young sir, you'll be a better commentator." This is down the leg side, signal wide by Joe Wilson.
Yeah, I think Sir Andy had a very keen eye back then.
Seemed to have a keen ear as well.
Yeah.
304 for 7.
Sir Andy, regarded by none other than Sunil Gavaskar as the best bowler he ever faced.
Yeah, he was class. So Andy had balls rearing from a length that one would have thought impossible.
Yeah. If Sir Andy is listening to the radio commentary, our best wishes to Sir Andy.
I'm sure he is. So here is Shepherd. This has been a good last over by Romario Shepherd. Again, right up in the block hole. There's a chance around at the non-striker's end, and a better throw would have had him there. But it was a poor return by Alzari Joseph. 304 for 7. 1 delivery to go.
Yes, there was gross miscommunication between Siraj and Thakur, and Siraj came more than half the pitch all the way down and then was almost giving up, but it was a poor throw.
Well, you said that was gross communication. I think that was gross misconduct, the way that Joseph threw the ball. In the slot, Hoyt away! It's going to go into the boundary, and that's 4 to end the innings. Thakur ends on 7, 308 for 7. The Indians have ended on 9 runs in the last over from Shepherd. He ends with 7 overs, 1 for 43, and the West Indies will be chasing 309 after lunch.
A pretty good score by India. I thought it would be more in the range of 325, 330 perhaps. But while we were doing our commentary, it was pretty obvious that they were able to stem the flow quite intelligently with the West Indies bowling, and 4s and 6s were drying out, and 308 for 7 India. Nicholas Puran and his Maroon Army will need to get 309 to win the first ODI here at Queen's Park Oval. And West Indies needs to get into winning habits, because of late they have developed a bad habit of losing.
Yeah, definitely so. So, Pooran, a lot of batting will be needed by him as his team trudges off. The Indian captain led the way with 97. He was caught by Brooks of Moti. Shubman Gill was run out by Pooran for 64. Aya caught Pooran bowled Moti 54. Surya Kumar was bowled by Hussain for 13. That is when the fight back started. Samson, LBW Shepherd 12. Huda bowled Joseph 27. Aksar bowled Joseph 21. Thakur not out 7. And Siraj not out 1. Just 12 extras. They scored 308 for 7. Yuzvendra Chahal and Prasid Krishna, there was no need for them to bat. 308 for 7. The bowling, Alzari Joseph, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 61. Seals, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54. Romario Shepherd, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. Kyle Myers, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 17. Gudakesh Moti, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 54. Akil Hussain, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51. And Nicholas Pooran, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 23. The fall of wickets, 119, 213, 230, 247, 252. And 259. So we end there with a final comment from Nilesh Mehta. Then we take a short break, and in about 35 minutes you can rejoin us.
Yes, every single Indian who batted, except for the 2 who remained not out, Shardul Thakur and Siraj, everybody scored double figures. The foundation was laid by that 119-run partnership between Shubman Gill and Captain Shikhar Dhawan, and again a very healthy partnership between Shreyas Iyer and Shikhar Dhawan subsequently. They laid the foundation. Surya Kumar Yadav and Sanju Samson went cheaply, but nothing to take away from the West Indies bowling, as they put some brakes on Indian batting, restricting them to 308 for 7. I think if I was the Indian team captain, I would be quite happy with 308 on this particular ground, because West Indies will have to make the runs, and the Indian bowling attack is pretty strong, both in the fast bowling department as well as in the spin bowling department. So it's going to be a big challenge for Nicholas Pooran and his teammates, and we will come back to you with the West Indies chasing 309 to win the first ODI here at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad.
Regional stations stand by for coverage of the second innings in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome to the action at the Queen's Park Oval, where the West Indies have a very healthy target to get to after India batted so beautifully this morning and recorded 308 for 7. Joining me is my Indian counterpart, Nilesh Mehta. Nilesh, tough to ask for the West Indies.
It is a tough ask, but all credit to the West Indian bowlers to slow things down in the middle and get a couple of quick wickets. The score could have been a lot more than 308. I think I was eyeing for more like a 330 or thereabouts that the West Indian batsmen would have required to chase. But the chase for 309 begins as Mohammad Siraj is ready at the top of his run-up.
Well, here's Siraj from the media centre, and he runs away from us, our bowls, and a good delivery. Squares Hope up a bit as he pushes it on the offside, and there's no run. Now, Shai Hope, a lot will depend on him. He has been very impressive. He averages 49.43 in his ODI career, just over 4,000 runs, and this is his 99th match. West Indies coming back strongly after India ran out quickly. Whipped away. He finds mid-wicket. Just two fielders in the circle on the onside. And he finds Chahal. Hope has been in the pink of form in ODI cricket. Didn't really do as well as he would have wanted against the Bangladeshis. And I think Colin Murray will be joining us soon. Like he was last seen on top one of the lighting pillars, changing a bulb. Pushed away on the offside. Quiet start. You know Colin Murray, chief cook and bottle washer here at the Oval.
You had asked me a question to ask him the question about the clock.
He's coming now. He's coming now. You can ask him.
I will ask Colin Murray the question about the clock, the timeless clock as you named it.
Siraj runs away from us now, and that's a good delivery. Comes back into Hope. He squeezes it down behind square. Runs here for the West Indies. They take one, and Hope goes back for two. So the West Indies chasing 309. They're off and running.
Yes, the first three deliveries, Siraj was right bang on target, and the last delivery just drifting away towards the leg stump, and Shai Hope nicely turned his wrists over towards the mid-wicket area to grab 2 runs. West Indies 2 for no loss.
Here he is again, Siraj. Slow delivery. Push down the ground. He's going to get one. Siraj taking piece of it. And he goes up to mid-off. So that's one more. Skipper Dhawan doing the cleaning up. 3 without loss. This is the first over. And it's going to be Kyle Myers, a man who bats with reckless abandon. So he is going to take strike now. Off air we were speaking about the exploit of his dad, Shirley Clark. Played for the West Indies under 19. Siraj is into him and beats him outside the off stump. Delivery just touching down, going away. It's the end of the first over. After more comments from Nilesh Mehta, you'll be joined by Colin Murray.
Yes, a sedate start by the West Indies. 3 runs of the first over. Mohammad Siraj bowling a good line and length. And 2 fielders I notice are wearing the floppy hat. The rest of the fielders are wearing the traditional Indian hat. As I welcome Colin Murray to the
Nilesh.
commentary box.
Thank you very much. How are you? You had a good lunch, I take it?
Yes, I had a nice lunch, some nice brown rice with some pasta in it.
Sounds healthy, is it? Brown rice?
No, not healthy, but you have to help your gastronomy.
You just got to get what you have, right? Well, West Indies, of course, chasing a mammoth out. Actually, they didn't do badly in the end. I thought at one stage India looked as if they would get to 350. And 300 and what? 308?
308 for 7, yes.
They certainly pulled it back nicely. But here's Hope facing up his first delivery. Oh, sorry, not his first delivery of the second over from Krishna. And he's playing this one out towards mid-wicket. He's on 3 not out. He's faced 6 deliveries so far. Kyle Mayers, he's just had the 1 delivery. He's yet to get off the mark. And Krishna operating from the Brian Lara pavilion end. He's got a slip in place. A third man, point, cover, a mid-off. So 6 men on the offside. So that's going to tell you where his line is going to be as he's bowling to Hope. And this time he's actually a delivery angled into the right-hander. He's pushing it out on the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So do you think the Indians would be, I suppose, before the start, at the toss, if you had given them 308, they would have taken it. But after the opening stand, you would have thought they might have been a little disappointed they didn't get to 325, 330.
Yeah, I think first of all, Pooran winning the toss and electing to field itself was a surprise for a lot of us in the commentary box, and then getting 300. Yes.
Here is Hope, turns the delivery again towards mid-wicket, but he can't get a run. So
yes, getting to 300, Colin. Yeah. I think in the Indian team would be quite content, I would think.
It is a 300 pitch when you looked at it beforehand. And I was making the point earlier to Vidya, the only reason I can think of Pooran deciding to field first may have felt that whatever little moisture there is in the pitch, because it's been covered for the last 3 days, that would have helped the bowlers. But it turned out not to help the bowlers at all, because the Indian openers were absolutely terrific. Here's a delivery that Hope defends. So far, Krishna's bowled a good line. He's bowled a good length. He's just been... I would think if you have to fault him, he's been just moving that ball slightly into Hope. And because of that, they've taken out the backward point and they've now put a short mid-wicket. So they're now bowling with a 5-4 field, where before it was a 6-3 field. But because Krishna is just angling that ball into the right-handed Hope, they're looking to cover that mid-wicket area. This one, Hope is looking to drive, doesn't time it at all, comes off the inner part of the bat and goes out towards that short mid-wicket, no run. Score remains on 3 without loss. Remember, the target is 309.
Yes, the man from Karnataka, raw pace is what Prasidh Krishna is about. He has played 9 one-day internationals for India, and this is the only format he has made his presence in Indian colours so far.
He's on his way from that pavilion end to bowl to the West Indian opener, and Hope defends. A delivery just back of a length. He can't do very much with it. Defends it and pushes it out on the offside. It's the end of a good over, a maiden over from Krishna. So he started well. After 2 overs, the West Indies, in pursuit of 309 for victory, are 3 without loss.
Yes, Prasidh Krishna, a lot is expected of him in this format, and even the shorter format if he gets the opportunity with the World Cup for the T20 coming up later in Australia in the months of October and November. Prasidh Krishna, of course, came to the limelight when he was picked up by the Kolkata Knight Riders in 2018, and he has had his ODI attempts that he has had, and he has done quite well to be picked for this team.
How would you assess him from 2018? And we'll come back to that. As this is a loud appeal, goes up against Mayers, not out, says umpire Arifa. As Siraj starts a new over, he's another one with raw pace. He's quick. And you could see Kyle Mayers just coming across outside the line. Maybe might have been just outside the line of the off stump, as he was a little bit late coming down on a very pacey delivery from Siraj, and not out, says the umpire. Yeah, how would you assess his progress from 2018 to now?
India has a problem of the plenty, and that is a good problem to have.
I hear you. Hear Siraj into Mayers, and he's pushing this one, punching it out towards mid-on. A little bit of a misfield there, but no run. Yeah, the thing is, what impressed me a lot with Indian cricket in the last couple of years was that game, that test match against Australia, when they literally had a B team. And they just blew Australia out of the water. It was a magnificent test match and a magnificent victory.
Absolutely, yes. And even when the senior players are rested or they decide to rest themselves.
Here is Siraj outside the off stump, and Mayers has a slash at it, gets a thick outside edge. There is only one slip in place, and there's a third man. That would have gone towards maybe a second slip, but it flew off the bat so quickly that the man at first slip couldn't even react, and the ball goes down to the third man boundary for 4. But that's Kyle Mayers. He's going to play shots, he's going to take chances. If you give him a little bit of room outside the off stump, he's going to go after you.
Much like what Shikhar Dhawan does with his left-handed batting as well. But we will continue the conversation about the problem of the plenty about Prasidh Krishna.
7 for none as Suraj into Mayers drives again, but this again the ball coming off a thick outside edge, this time all along the ground, goes down to third man and they pick up a single. So 1 more to the total, that goes to 8 without loss. Mayers is on 5, brings Hope into strike, he's on 3.
Yes, the answer to the question is Jasprit Bumrah. The answer to the question is Mohammad Shami. The answer to the question is Bhuvneshwar Kumar. So when you have a plethora of talent that is available at your disposal, then players like Prasidh Krishna have to wait in the wings.
Here is Siraj into Hope, and he in defense pushes it out on the onside, and there is no run. It's amazing the type of talent that keeps coming through. It's almost as if you've got them just waiting in the wings and just plucking them off like fruits from a tree, and you say, okay, you'll take this one today, that one tomorrow, and so it is. I mean, it reminds me of the West Indies in the heyday when we were just producing fast bowler after fast bowler, and you had people like Sylvester Clarke, Wayne Daniel, who couldn't get into the team. Here is Siraj into Hope, and Hope is playing this down towards mid-on. He's not going to get a run because it came off the bat quickly, and yet another dot ball. So Hope has now faced 13 deliveries for his 3. Mayers is on 5 from 5 deliveries. It's the end of over number 3, and at the end of it, the West Indies are 8 without loss.
And continuing that conversation, Colin, mind you, Prasidh Krishna, who made his ODI debut last year against England, also played against the West Indies in the series earlier in the year, and he was the player of the series in that ODI tournament when West Indies toured India, and he had a fabulous match in Kolkata. And so this is a tremendous talent. These are the kinds of players who need to wait for their opportunity. An injury to a senior player perhaps, or a senior player wanting to take rest, that is when they can make their entry into the team.
Well, Krishna into his second over, and Mayers is driving, but didn't time it all that well. Seemed to have come off maybe the middle, or I would say maybe the top of the bat more than anything else, and was going out to the left of mid-off, and there is no run.
Mayers looks like a very stylish batsman, Colin.
He's a how should I put it? On his day, he can be very destructive. He's a good timer of the ball. He strikes the ball powerfully, and I am not too sure. Here he is, faces up to Krishna. This is, he's looking to pull a delivery that he didn't have the room in which to really capitalize on it, and eventually it went out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. I honestly don't like him opening in this format. I would prefer him to bat at 5 or number 6 when the ball is a little older and he can play his shots. T20 is fine. Get him in open T20, let him have a go at the bowlers. But in this format, I would really like to see him. I think, at this format with the ball moving around and a slip in place, etc., he can. He's looking to drive a ball outside the line of the off. Some found he didn't have the room, and eventually he was just pushing it out on the offside. Because he likes to go for his shots early in his innings, I just think this format with the ball really moving around, slip in place and that type of thing, sometimes his shot selection could be a little bit over adventurous, and he gives his wicket away. But he's really, if he gets going, and he's middling the ball, and as they say, if it's his day, he can punish you. He faces up to Krishna, not timing it as well, as that ball seemed to be a little bit of a slower delivery from Krishna as he was looking to punch it through the offside, coming off the inner part of the bat. Goes out back along the pitch.
That almost seemed like a half-hearted shot. He wasn't really fully going for it. He didn't commit to that flowing off drive, and hence mistimed that particular stroke.
Well, he settles again. Waits on. As this one he's pulling over mid-wicket. That's going to run away. A short delivery, and he was back quickly and hit it high over mid-wicket down to the boundary for 4. 12 for none. He goes on to 9.
Yes, the 29-year-old Barbados player this time made no mistake. Short pitch delivery, had time on his hand and pulled it with utter disdain over the mid-wicket area and ran away for 4.
And Nilesh, that's the thing. If you're going to bowl bad deliveries to him, short or too well up, he's going to go after you. And that's the strength of him. He is a good, powerful hitter of the ball. Is he looking to drive? He's always looking to attack. And this one he's pushing out towards mid-off, no run. The end of the over, 4 runs coming from it. 4 overs have now been bowled, and it's West Indies, 12 for none.
And I think that was one of the things that was brought in one of the press conferences where is the West Indian one-day international format and their approach going wrong. First of all, they don't complete the 50 overs. In this case, it's irrelevant because they are chasing here. Yeah. But if they were to bat first, they don't bat the 50 overs. They don't rotate the strike as much as they should.
That's right.
They don't take the singles. There are too many dot balls. It was particularly quite apparent against the Bangladesh series where there were way too many dot balls. And at the end of the day, you don't build partnerships.
That's right. I think the thing is as well, now a lot of the older players have retired, and I think that has created a huge gap in the West Indies team. Here's Siraj into Hope, and he's pushing it out towards mid-on. The Gales, the Pollards, the Bravos, the Narines, the Russells, they've all sort of left at the same time, and it's created really a huge problem. These youngsters have now come into the team, and they've got to learn, but they've got to learn fast, and they've also got to learn on the job, so to speak. But it's a good point you made. Here is Siraj at the top of his mark, operating here from the Willie Rodriguez end, or the Jerry Gomez Media Center end, as this one a good delivery, angled in, seemed to be a slower delivery, angled into the right-handed Hope, and he's just pushing it out on the offside. Now, Hope is a prime example. He's a good player. He is technically okay, but he takes, he's not able to rotate the strike as he should be. You're looking at him 3 in 15 deliveries, and every ball he plays, he's finding a fieldsman. He's not, he's got to, and he's an experienced player. And I think, the problem with him is he just is not rotating the strike enough. It's delivery. He's going to get a run. Yes, he's probably going to get 4 because it was pushed through towards the cover position, and the ball went through the man. I'm not sure who sat at cover, but he was diving to his left, wasn't able to stop it, and Hope gets a boundary. So he's on to 7 and 16 without loss.
Yeah, that almost looked like a punch, Colin, just through the extra cover area, and the ball raced away because the timing of that stroke was so perfect.
That's correct.
Siraj concedes a boundary as he gets back to his run-up.
And Hope settles again, so that would give him some confidence, that boundary. He's had a tough time against Bangladesh, and this time he's driving, but again just to the left of the man at mid-off, and there is no run. Score remains on 16 without loss.
Yeah, that's the skipper, Shikhar Dhawan, who missed a century by just 3 runs.
Yeah.
But what an effort by Shikhar Dhawan, the 7th captain for the calendar year for Team India, Shikhar Dhawan this year, and
captains are plenty.
Captains are plenty. So, but Shikhar played a magnificent innings.
Oh, it was really. I thought he and Gill, both of them, they batted superbly. Here is Siraj into Hope, and he's looking to pull a delivery. It's got the top edge, and he goes. So Hope fails again. It was a short delivery. He was looking to pull it over square leg, got the top edge. It ballooned high in the air, and it went straight down to the man at third man. And Hope, his miserable season continues in the ODI format because this was short, and he was looking to pull And unfortunately, he got that top edge, and it went a simple catch in the end. Going down, looks like Thakur who took that catch down at third man. So hope goes, caught Thakur, bowls Siraj for 7. He faced 18 deliveries, and the West Indies are 16 for 1.
Yes, a lot was expected of Shai Hope, and it's unfortunate for the West Indies fans to see his back in the pavilion. But Siraj, after conceding that boundary, came back strong, and you're not going to hit me again like that. And he clearly mistimed that stroke, and it ballooned up straight to Shardul Thakur, who is a brilliant fielder and will not drop those kinds of chances. With West Indies now losing their first wicket, 16 for 1, and it's Shamar Brooks joining Mayers.
He's not hasn't done badly at the ODI format. 16 matches, he's averaging 38. Again, he's not a Kyle Mayers. He's going to work the ball around. If you bowl him a bad ball, he's going to look to put it away. He's a good stroke player, Shamar Brooks. But he's another one who needs to start to learn how to rotate the strike. But he is going to face his first delivery from Siraj. As we look at the field, just a slip, third man, point, cover, mid-off, a mid-on, short mid-wicket, a back, so a deep backward square leg and a forward square leg, as that delivery is just outside the line of the off stump, and Brooks comes across, pushes it out towards cover, and there is no run. So 5 overs have been completed. It's now 16 for 1. Mayers is on 9. Brooks yet to get off the mark, and Hope, having lost his wicket, caught by Thakur of Siraj for 7. And as I said, after 5 overs, it's 16 for 1.
Yes, he certainly mixed up his over nicely, Mohammad Siraj. The wicket-taking delivery was that short-pitched delivery that he banged in, and he got the batsman, caught him by surprise as the ball ballooned up to Shardul Thakur. And this is not a particularly good start for the West Indies as we get into over number 6.
Yeah, they would have wanted an opening partnership at least 40, 50 runs. Here's a good shot from Mayers outside the line of the off stump, and he just pushes it, finds the gap. That was the most important thing with that. It wasn't a powerful drive, it was just timing. He pushed it, he found the gap between the cover and extra cover, and it raced towards the boundary. That's a good shot. He had the width, and he just pushed it, found the gap, and as I said, that was the important thing. He picks up another boundary.
That's that elegance of a southpaw, isn't it? So elegant to see that strokes on the offside, Colin.
20 for 1. 13 to Mayers. Settles again. He can be a real dangerous customer. The Indians would want to see the back of him. 13 from 12 deliveries. As he's looking to drive outside the line of the off stump. A foolish delivery from Krishna. Maybe just hitting the seam and leaving the left-hander. He was looking to drive. Luckily for him, didn't get the edge, went through to be taken by the keeper. So Krishna, it's got a lovely day today with nice sunny conditions. The weather forecaster did say we may have a shower or two. Let's hope that that doesn't happen until after 6. But he said mostly sunny conditions, and going into the weekend we'll have more sunny conditions. So here is Krishna into Mayers, and he's pushing this one out towards a cover. There is no run.
I am looking forward for the duel between Yuzvendra Chahal and the West Indian batsman, because he will be mesmerizing the West Indies batsman with his leg spinners.
Actually, there's no doubt about that. It's going to be interesting when Nicholas Puran comes in, how he handles them, because Puran tends to play spin well, but he's not been in the greatest form. This is hit over the top of the man at point, but it goes down towards the third man position, and they pick up one. A delivery short outside the off stump. Mayers went after him. He was looking at it much squarer. It seemed to come off, I would say, more of an outer part of the bat and went down towards third man, and so they pick up a single. So he goes to 14. The total on to 21 for 1 brings Brooks into strike. He is yet to get off the mark. He's only faced one delivery so far, and the field is changing over for the right-hander. So again, a 5-6-3 field for Krishna to Brooks. 6 men on the off, 3 on the on, as Krishna is on his way to bowl to Brooks, and this is short, lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump, and Brooks just gets out of the way, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper.
I think this is what Ravi Shastri has done to Indian cricket. In his 7 years at the helm, the manner in which the fast bowling unit has blossomed, and the support that he has given to these boys to play their game and bring them into the limelight. And then we have seen a plethora of them coming around.
Here is Krishna into Brooks, and he's going to get a run here because a bit of a misfeel as that ball went to the right of the backward point, and it just eluded him, and they went through for the single. The end of the over number 6. At the end of it, Mayers is 14, Brooks is on 1. It's 22 for 1. I would have thought there's a young man we saw in the IPL. He was bowling he was clocking 140, 145. Malik, Umran Malik. He looks a tremendous prospect.
He is pure talent. He comes from the northernmost state in India, Jammu and Kashmir. He's a Jammu boy and amazingly talented, and you are going to hear a lot about him.
I wasn't looking at the IPL on that particular day, and somebody called me up and they said, listen, you got to go and look at this guy. He's bowling at 150, like nothing. He's just running up, and this ball is coming at 150, and I went and had a look at him on the TV, and he was quick, I tell you. Here is Siraj starting his 4th over, and Brooks gets an inside edge. He's going to get 4 for it. It's, as they say, the Chinese cut, because this was outside the off stump, and he was looking to punch it through the offside. It took the inside edge, missed the off stump, eluded the keeper, went to his left, and went down to the boundary for 4. So Brooks 4 in the dark, but he wouldn't mind that. And yes, he was looking to punch this one through the offside, and it went towards that fine leg position. So he goes to 5, total on to 26 for 1. As Siraj on his way to bowl to the right-handed Brooks, and he's on driving, getting onto the front foot, more or less of a push rather than a full-blooded on drive. Was lining up that delivery well. And
Siraj, Colin, always wanted to play cricket. He has a older brother who is an IT professional.
Okay.
And the older brother always wanted to do stuff with IT, and Siraj knew what he wanted to do is play cricket. He comes from a poor background.
It's a short lift in. That was quick. That was quick. It was outside the line of the off stump. That was probably the only thing. It should have been directed a little closer to the body of Brooks, but he was getting in line, and all of a sudden that ball was shearing towards his head, and he just swayed back, got out of the way, and allowed it to go through the keeper. That was a quick delivery.
It was a quick delivery.
And he's capable of that, isn't he?
He is capable of that, and he will surprise the batsman. But what I was trying to tell you earlier was that he comes from a very modest background. He's from Hyderabad, and a lot of great cricketers have come from the city of Hyderabad. His father used to be a auto rickshaw driver, Mohammad Siraj's dad.
Well, he's on his way to bowl to Brooks, and this is short, and Brooks, look ahead. He's perfecting this Chinese cut, but this time he gets no run because he was looking to play it through the offside. Ken taking the inside edge and luckily missing the off stump, but this time went towards the keeper, and there's no run. Score remains on 26 for 1.
You call it a Chinese cut, but the Chinese don't even play cricket.
Well, we've had a few. We've had a few. We have had a few. But we've had a couple of Pusa Chong. There's Rupert Tangchun.
Is that right?
Represented Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. Maybe they Herbert Chang. Yes. Maybe they played that shot. That's why you call it a Chinese.
Is that
cut.
how they accumulate their runs?
But that's how I always knew it when from the time growing up. Here's a short delivery and Brooks is playing it out towards the cover and there is no run. He remains on 5.
So you've been associated with cricket in Trinidad for many years, and you have held office. You currently hold office. You've been part of the
Queen's Park
Cricket Club. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about that, Colin.
Well, I played at a young age. I got into the Trinidad and Tobago youth team. That's how I started from college. And in those days, college cricket was, how should I put it? The development process was much better in my view. In those days, we used to play with the big men, as they say. Here is Siraj into Brooks, and Brooks drives, immediately calls for the singlet. It goes to the left of mid-off. And Dawan has to move quickly across, dives, does the fielding, but can't stop the single. End of over number 7. Mayers is 14, Brooks is 6, it's 27 for 1 here. And I started off at college, and in those days, we used to play 3-day cricket on a weekend. You play Saturday, you play Sunday, and then the following Saturday. So, and we used to play against big men. We used to play against the clubs. So you would find as an 18 or 17-year-old, 16, 17-year-old, you're playing against Trinidad players who would have already represented Trinidad. So it was a good stepping stone to when you got back at your level, at youth level. So, I played at youth level. I represented Trinidad, and I was honored to captain the West Indies youth team. Here is Krishna into the attack again and pushing this one out towards point. There is no run. Here I captained a West Indies youth team on the second ever West Indies youth team tour to England way back when in 1974. And I had a really good team. People like Jeffrey Dujon, Lockhart Sebastian, Victor Eddy, Timur Mohammed, Wayne Daniel. Was a really top team. We actually won the series 1-0. Here is Krishna in, and he's driving it out towards mid-off. Played a couple of games for Trinidad as well, but then when I went to England, I stayed on to study, because my parents felt that I may have had no future in cricket. So they said to me, stay in England, study, and get a degree. So little did they know, I could have been the next. I could have been there before Lara. So who knows? Here is Krishna into Brooks. He's looking for the single, but it's not on. He has to hustle back. They're not going to get the single because the ball was thrown towards the striker's end, in which Brooks was hustling to get back in. Missed. It went down towards fine leg, and they were able to actually get the single in the end. But Brooks was calling for a non-existent single because the man was coming in there and had a shy at that striker's end, and it missed. But it went down towards fine leg, so they got that single. So one more to the total. One more to Brooks. He goes to 7. It's 28 for 1. This is a delivery to Mayers. He's playing it out towards cover, no run. And I played 2 games for Trinidad, Doc, and the second game I played was against a Guyana team that included Alvin Kalicharan, Clive Lloyd, Colin Croft. It wasn't a very pleasant experience facing Colin Croft. And I got back home and I had to see the doctor because I had bruises all over my leg. Here is a delivery from Krishna. He's bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Mayers, and he's pushing it out towards mid-off, and there is no run. The worst part of that is I saw off Colin Croft for about 2 overs, and then this little leg spinner, Alvin Kalicharan's brother, called Derek Kalicharan, came on to bowl these little leg spinners. And you ever heard the expression "drong in honey"?
Yeah.
Yeah. that happened to me, you know, and that was the end of my. I just started to play for Queens Park.
The more important question I have was, did Colin come and say, "How are you? Is your leg okay? Is your thigh okay?"
He was. Here is Krishna into Mayers, and that's a good shot. That's probably gonna run away for 4. It does. It was outside the line of the off stump, just short of a length. He opened the face of the bat. He timed it beautifully between the backward point and cover point down to the boundary for 4. So 5 runs coming in this over, and Mayers, he's batting well. He's on 18 from 18 deliveries. Brooks is 7. It's the end of over number 8. At the end of it, it's 32 for 1. The thing about that, you know, there are certain things that you never forget. And Gus Logie had just got out, and I went in to replace Gus Logie. And Colin Croft had probably decided he was going to bowl at his fastest for about 4 or 5 overs, right? And I happened to come into at the middle of the spell. And the first delivery, he bowled it, I thought, just short of a length. And I was getting in line, and it suddenly started to rear somewhere between my eye. I quickly got out of the way, but in getting out of the way, I saw the crowd in the background, and they were all going up as if the gladiator has slain the beast.
And no helmets, right?
No helmets. No, I didn't bat with a helmet, and it was amazing. It's certain things you never forget. But hey, Siraj, on his way to bowl to Brooks, and he's driving. Didn't time it all that well. Came off the bottom part of the bat, goes out towards cover, and there's no run. So that was the end of my career. But I did make more than Vinod Mamchan. I got 6.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Vinod Mamchan said he got 2, but I want to see the record books, if he really got the 2 or not.
I can show you my record book, okay?
No, your record book, I
I
believe.
can show you.
Your record books, I believe.
Vinod Mamchan, I'm not sure as well. I concur with you. Not too sure where he made that 2. Here is Siraj into Brooks. He's driving. They're going to hustle through for a single because that one is pretty deep at mid-off. And Brooks was just pushing it. That's a good call because he pushed it gently out towards mid-off. Immediately playing it, he called for the single. And he gets it. He's on to 8. 33 for 1 brings Mayers back into strike. The left-hander, as the field changes over for the left-hander. The slip has come out. And they've gone a little bit more defensive because let's just have a look. The slipper's come out. He's come up. There's a short third man now. And they've taken that cover point position. It's put him right back on the boundary. Then there's the orthodox cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man at short fine leg. So they're looking to protect those areas, square on the wicket on both sides as Siraj is into, this is short, and Mayers gets out of the way. You could see him at first looking to pull, and all of a sudden he was getting out of the way, and there is no run. Ball goes through to the keeper. The statistician is pulling up my record. I told him put it away quickly. I told him to put it. Look, Vinod Mamchan is going to have a look. See if you can pull up Vinod Mamchan.
Professor Mamchan will tell the statistician, make something up.
Yeah, it's a delivery that's short and Mayers pulls it, but all along the ground to the man at that deep backward square leg, and they pick up a single. Yes. Oh Lord, he's probably can't wait till he gets on here. He can't wait till he gets on here to give you my stats and all of these things. Yeah,
I think if there was a way to flash a slide while giving a radio commentary, Mr. Mamchan would do that in a hurry.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. It's 34 for 1. Brooks is on 8. Mayers is on 19 with that single. Brings the right-handed Brooks back into strike. 2 deliveries left in over number 9. Siraj 1 for 19 from his 4.4. There's a short lifting and Brooks looking to hook. Wide signal by the umpire. Yes, it probably was, not only was it short, but it was heading down the leg side, and Brooks was trying to help it on its way because there's a man in a short fine leg, so once he makes connection, it's probably going to beat him at that short fine leg. But Siraj looking for pace. His line there wasn't good.
And this is the change I was talking about, Colin. The change in Indian cricket, the change in fast bowling.
Yeah.
Look at the attitude, look at the ferocity and the aggressiveness of the fast bowlers. They are not afraid to bowl bouncers. If you want to hit me, hit me. I mean, a prime example I'll talk about in a second is Hardik Pandya after this ball.
Here is Siraj into Brooks, and Brooks plays a nice on drive there. He has to hustle for the single, does get home because the ball was thrown towards that non-striker's end, missed the stumps, and Brooks was home. But that was a good call because as he played it, he was on the move, and they got that single.
No, I was referring to that fearlessness of the Indian bowlers. Hardik Pandya, for example, recently said, I will keep bowling bouncers at you. If you want to hit me, but I will eventually get you.
Yeah.
So it is that attitude of I'm going to come after you no matter what, and that is what has been instilled in these boys.
Well, here's Siraj into Mears, and Mears is pulling this delivery. That's a good shot. That's going to run away. That's a good bit of fielding. No, it's gone into the boundary. Boards for 4. But that's a good shot. It was short, and Mears was getting up on one leg and just helping it on its way. He hit it more towards a backward square leg. There is a man at square leg, but he had to run about 10 meters or so to his left and was diving. Couldn't stop it from going into the boundary, and that's 4 more to Mears. He's really motoring nicely now. He's on 23 from 21 deliveries. Brooks is on 9, and it's 40 for 1 after 9 overs.
Mears is looking good, Colin.
Oh, he's really batting well, and that's what that's it. When he's on top of his game, he really bats well, and he's a dangerous customer because he scores his runs so quickly. He can, if he gets 70 or 80, you can bet your life you're talking 70, 80 balls he would have faced.
And the prescription for West Indies success is to bat as many overs as you can. If you're batting first, finish the 50 overs. Reduce the number of dot balls that you can, and build partnerships, which is what they are trying to do, and rotate the strike. If they keep rotating the strike, that will add singles, twos, and keep the scoreboard ticking.
Well, Thakur is the man coming into the attack, so he's replaced Krishna. Shardul Thakur, 20 ODI games, 25 wickets. Not a great average, but not a bad economy rate of 6.63. He would probably say to you, he would prefer it somewhere around 5.5 or thereabouts. But 6.63 at ODI level, it's not bad. And he's picked up 25 wickets as well. More of a swing bowler, is he? Here he is on his way with his first delivery. And Brooks looking to flick a delivery. May have got a little bit of an inside edge onto that. Yes, the umpire signals 4. So he was a delivery angled into the right-hander, and he looked to flick it towards, I would say, square leg. Got a little bit of an inside edge, and the ball went down to the boundary for 4. So Brooks certainly profiting. He's not afraid to go after the balls that are maybe pitching outside the line of the leg stump or wide of the off stump. He's into double figures now. He's on 13, 44 for 1. And this one, he's hit him straight back overhead. Didn't time it all that well. Seemed to have come off the bottom of the bat, but it's still going to run away for 4. So Shamar Brooks, he is suddenly up the tempo here at the Queen's Park Oval. He's on to 17 now from 17 deliveries. And Shamar Brooks looking to emulate Kyle Mears and look to go after the bowling. But this pitch is really a good pitch. I'm not surprised that Shamar Brooks wants to play shots.
They are clearly targeting Shardul Thakur at the moment. He's going for a lot of runs.
48 for 1. Brooks on 17. Short delivery. Wide of the off stump. Brooks, I'm a little surprised he didn't go after that, but he allowed it to go through to the keeper. I suppose he's already got 8 in the over. But yes, Thakur, the first time I saw him, Doc, was in India, and he looked, was in England, where he was moving that ball around. And I thought, looks an interesting bowler. Didn't look too pacey, but my word, he was swinging the ball. It's Brooks opening the face of the bat and guiding this next delivery down towards third man, and they go through for an easy single. So he's on to 18. Mears on 23, back in strike.
Yeah, he has that innate ability to break partnerships, Shardul Thakur. He's a boy from Bombay, from Mumbai in India, and his coach that I was talking to Vinod earlier, Dinesh Lad, identified him at a very young age and got him admitted to Swami Vivekananda school. Swami Vivekananda School, and then coached him. And then along the way, he also had to battle obesity and lose weight.
Yes, I read that, where he was, he had to battle that obesity, and it says Mayers opening the face, but he's going to pick up one. Is he going to come back for the second? Yes, they're going to. Oh, it's gone into the boundary, has it? Vinod Mamchan is calling 4 but he's not seeing all that well, Vinod Mamchan, at certain times. Once he's had a big meal, he tends not to focus too much after that, because it was a good bit of fielding. No, the ball is not in his hand, so that is, I think he'll get away with that. He slipped. That's Mohammad Siraj down there at third man. Let's see if he's going to pick up the ball now with his left boot, nowhere on the boundary. So that's two runs. The 50 is up, 51 now for 1. Remember, the target is 309. So West Indies just at the moment need to up that run rate, as Mayers is playing the final delivery of over number 10 down towards the square point position, and he goes to 26. Brooks is on 18. It's 52 for 1 now, the West Indies, as the end of over number 10. 40 overs left, 257 runs to get. 40, as I said, at just about 6.43. I'm going to take a break also, and Doc is going to take a break. There's Vidya Ramphal all set and ready to go, and Vinod Mamchan is taking his time, so it's going to be Vinod and Vidya to carry on with the commentary.
Hey, thank you very much, Colin. And Vinod is in beside me. Vinod, Colin, the sight of Colin Murray jogging around the oval to come and do commentary was something I don't think we'll ever forget.
I don't think it was that pretty. Seems as if...
Well, he was jogging, but I think he was going full pace.
Well, it seems as if he was jogging whilst he was playing first-class cricket as well. I have his stats. I think 2 first-class matches and a grand total of 7. Or is it 1? 2 matches, a grand total of 7. It doesn't reflect his ability, though. Neither was his bowling. He didn't take a wicket either. And, he was telling Doc about wearing helmets. I think around Colin's time, they used to use the motorcycle helmet, Colin. So it's going to be Akshar Patel, the man from North India, Punjab to be exact. Gujarat, I was told. 52 for 1, minus 26 of 23. And Brooks is on 18. So here's Patel, left arm orthodox. He comes in now and bowls, and driving nicely is Myers. A misfield allows him to get 1. Myers would have played a lot of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, Vidya. He scored a double 100 in Bangladesh. He always does well against the spinners, and that has a lot to do with the fact that he spent 4 seasons at Wilson Road in Penal playing for Clark Road. That pitch turns big, and the spinners normally prosper down there. Don't know if Colin played his first class matches there. This is played away down to long on for 1. 54 for 1.
Yeah, I'm sure that experience during that time would have helped him a lot, because there are also some fine spinners coming out of Clark Road in Penal. And certainly he's up against a really good spinner here in Patel, who has 45 wickets in his 38 matches so far.
The man Akshar started his life as Akshar, and his principal made an error in the school leaving certificate, I was told by Nilesh Mehta, and changed him to Akshar. Well, had Colin Murray went to school, they would have changed him to Colo. This is short, he's back and punching it down behind point. It's going to go for 4.
Yeah, a bit too wide that time from Patel, and cut away into the gap. There is a short third man and a backward point. It was in the air, didn't matter, because that was sufficiently between them. Yeah, nice flashing blade there to get the boundary.
I say when you go hard or go home. And you can see deliberately trying to lift it down behind point. So he's going well here, Myers. Patel just feeling that shoulder. He's also feeling his hand, his left hand. Batted well, got a run of ball 21 when things slowed up for India. was able to get them up to 308, just 3 runs shy of their highest total here at Queen's Park Oval. So it's going to be Patel to continue. Myers drives. That's a lovely shot through the offside. That was pure timing into the boundary for 4.
That was just as beautiful as anything we've seen from Gill earlier today. That was wonderfully played off the back foot between cover and extra cover for the boundary. And Axar Patel has not started off in a very great way here, but 2 lovely boundaries there from the left-hander.
A lovely shot indeed. .35 of 26, Myers. Here's Patel. Shorty's back and punches it again for 4. Again, all timing in the air, but safely and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, you'd expect the left-hander to profit against the left-arm orthodox spinner. It's coming into him, boy, and he is just timing it beautifully, and he's piercing the gaps brilliantly. Look at this. Just making a little bit of room with that movement of the right foot away to the leg side. And that was all he needed to power that into the gap.
This time he comes straight up Patel. It's played away to mid-wicket. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. An over that cost 14. And the West Indies, after 11, they're right on the money in terms of the required run rate. They're 66 for 1.
Yeah, well, good start for the West Indies, and they were going along at a rate that was way behind India. After 5 overs, India was 38 without loss. The West Indies was 16 for 1 at that point, so they certainly fell behind. But this flurry of boundaries between Brooks and Mayers here certainly has put them back on target. The interesting is it sustainable? Can they continue at this pace? Because with Axar there, and remember, there's Chahal still to come in, and he will certainly have a big impact on this game.
Yeah, I think Chahal will be the man that they will be looking at. They'll have to be careful against him. But if you look and you just break it down, 243 at 6.23, you break it down to 2 T20 innings, means you're chasing 120 on a perfect batting strip in 20 overs. They need to break it down into, well, it's not sessions, but into overs, into portions here now, and stop looking at the fact that it's over 300. So it's going to be Deepak Hooda from the far end. Easily played away by Brooks down to long on. That's 1 more. The score goes on now to 67 for 1. This is over number 12.
Yeah, he's been a useful addition, hasn't he, to the Indian lineup. Just playing in his 3rd game here today. Just a 1 wicket he's had in the one game that game, that couple of games that he's played. His off spin certainly the secondary part of his abilities.
This one is too straight. Picked away around the corner. Maz happy to get 1. So Maz has gone on now to 40. Brooks has half of that, but they're scoring at a good clip, these two.
With an off spinner, so the off spinner and the left arm orthodox bowler on at the same time.
This one played away to straightish mid on, and there is no run. Brooks has been in some form in recent times, so he looked to carry on here. Short, playing it off the back foot, right back along the track, and Hooda does his own feeling. So he's brought it back nicely here, Hooda.
Sorry, Vinod.
Tossed up, whipped away again to straightish mid on, no run.
Yeah, in Barbados, Brooks is referred to as the boy who was born to bat, and certainly he has always looked the part. He hasn't been able to create the volume of runs to back it up, though.
He looks very classy when he plays his shots. This one is played down to deep mid-wicket. There's a lot of Carl Hooper in him, I was told. Philo Wallace, the former West Indies opening batsman. It's the end of the over, at the end of 12, 69 for 1. But Philo Wallace, the former West Indies opening batsman, is a big fan of Shamar Brooks. He said he's as smooth as Harvey's Bristol Cream down to the last drop.
Well, I've never had it, so I will not comment on that. But certainly, we've always heard for a very long time about the ability of Shamar Brooks, former West Indies under-19 captain, Barbados under-19 captain also. So a lot was always expected of him, but he hasn't quite been able to do that so far. But there are late bloomers, and I think he is definitely one of those. And as he's getting more and more chances at this level, once his confidence comes in, I think we'll see a lot, the best of Shamar Brooks. It's still yet to come.
So it's going to be Shakur. They've swung him around to the media center end, which is the northern end of this ground. 69 for 1. And umpire Reefer just having a word. He's back on spot. Shikhar Dhawan, the Indian captain, is issuing some instructions. Here is Shakur. Down the leg side, that should be signaled wide, and it is.
Yeah, that was it was starting just outside the leg stump and continued along its merry way. Extra run here for the West Indies. Earlier they were referencing, the weight problems that Shardar Thakur has had over his career. His teammates actually call him Lord and Beefy. And after Lord Botham, of course, sort of referencing his struggles with his weight earlier in his career.
And obviously he has that all-round ability. Being compared to Ian Botham, this time coming forward and playing him as an off-spinner. On that occasion there was Brooks, plays it down to backward point, there is no run. 70 for 1.
Yeah, the man from Mumbai hails from Palghar, the town 87 kilometers north of Mumbai, and certainly he would have been one of those story that we've heard a lot from these Indian players, lugging his kit bag in trains and traveling to get to practice sessions.
So here's Shardar Thakur playing this one late, opening the face, down to third man. That's one more to Brooks. Well, there is a similar story right here in Trinidad, where the gentleman who is sitting to our left, Darren Ganga, early in his career, he used to get a drop into Port of Spain by the lighthouse area and walk to the Oval. So you don't have to go very far.
Yeah, that is a story, and I remember he told the story about when he started to play for Trinidad and Tobago. He had one pair of gloves, and there was a huge hole in it. Mm-hmm. And that was as humble as the beginnings in his cricket as you can think of.
Yeah, now cricketers these days, even at the youth level, they have 12 pairs. So Thakur is going to go around the wicket. He has brought Chahal up from the long on into the circle, and here he is. It's up to the wicket now, bowls, and that one rushes on to Brooks. Sorry, to Myers. He looks at his bat. Inspects it carefully there, Myers. 71 for 1.
Looked like there was an edge on it, maybe coming off the edge there. But Thakur, he's very deceptive. He comes in, he's not exactly express pace in terms of his speed to the wicket. But with those big shoulders and the muscle, he's able to generate some pace coming off the wicket here. And I think a lot of batsmen tend to underestimate what he's able to do.
Cracked away through the offside, protection down there now. It goes down to the sweeper, and that's a single. Myers goes on 41, it's 72 for 1.
Yeah, he's quite an interesting cricketer. He's talked a lot about the way that he goes about his cricket. He starts days before. If he's picked to play in a game, he's one of those players, he likes to know if he's playing in the game coming up. So once he knows that, he starts his planning and strategizing. So when he's bowling in the nets, he imagines that he's bowling two particular batsmen. So in this case, he's already worked out a strategy of how to bowl to Brooks.
Drives nicely, smoothly down to sweeper on the boundary at cover. That's one more. So the required rate is now 6.35. Once the West Indies can keep wickets and stay in the game, this game is far from over.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult against the likes of Thakur, who put, as mentioned there, he talks about quality practice is key to him. Just trying to keep the batsman quiet here. One mistake and that could be the end of it. But this partnership already 57 of 50 deliveries. They're going along well.
Sammy hoiks this away again, probably hitting the bottom of the bat down to deep mid-wicket. That's one more. Thakur seems to be one of those players who strive on a visualization. And it's the end of his over at the end of 13. The latest score at the Queen's Park Oval. The West Indies chasing 309. They're 74 for 1.
Well, those visualization tips would certainly have helped you and Colin Murray in your careers. But I guess those concepts came a bit too late.
Well, I think I had the vision to get out of it as quickly as possible. I don't think Murray had that.
Yeah.
Having fun at the expense of Colin Everton Murray.
Well, Shubman Gill, he did an interview right after the innings. I remember he did get 64 before he was spectacularly run out by Pooran. He's talking about what India need to do. He said we have to bowl tight lines. He said it's a very good wicket. The ball is gripping for the spinners, and he feels that the spinners will play a massive role in whether India will go on to win this game.
Well, if you look at the West Indies innings, both spinners did bowl well, going for just around 50 and 51 respectively, and they took 3 wickets. Driving, this one takes the inner half of the bat, and Ma is one of those players who goes hard at the ball, and Brooks at the other end, he's a touch player. Sammy's back, just laying back, initially looking to go down the ground, and then just laying back and playing that one square on the offside for 1. Score is now 75 for 1. Brooks on 23, Maz 43.
Yeah, we'd have thought that India would have gone with more spinners, but they've been hampered by the loss of Ravindra Jadeja, who has gone out with an injury.
Down the leg side, umpire Wilson stretches those arms, clad in all black. These umpires probably struggle with that color in this heat, Vidya.
Yeah, certainly. Not a good choice at all.
Swept away around the corner. This is going to go very close to the boundary. In fact, after a very fine pickup, the ball then slipped out of the hands and into the boundary for 4. It was a lovely run around there and a pickup. It goes for 4, 80 for 1, and Brooks, who latched onto that pretty nicely, goes on to 27.
Yeah, Gill got his hand to it. He picked it up nicely, but I think as his knee hit the ground, the jarring effect of it just pushed the ball out of his hands. He gets it nicely. Just seemed, oh no, it wasn't that. He just dropped the ball simply.
Played away down to mid wicket. There is no run. Yeah, the ball just slipped out of his hands. I don't think Coach Ladd would be very happy with him.
Wouldn't be a happy lad, wouldn't he?
Definitely not. Played away down to Chahal. He is at a short, fine leg. There is no run. What you see happening here is Huda is getting through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, he is. And of course, I mentioned that they're missing Jadeja.
One more down to long on, and brings the over to an end. At the end of over number 14, the West Indies chasing 309. They're 81 for 1.
This is the kind of situation we would expect to see a Jadeja come in to take control, tie up one end for India. Well, Jadeja was not part of what was an optional practice session for India yesterday, and that certainly caught the eye of a lot of the scribes. One of the media houses were reporting that Jadeja has a niggle on his knee, and the medical advice to the team here in the West Indies is that they need to find out the seriousness of the injury, and there's a possibility that he could miss the entire series.
Yeah, we wait to get that. I was speaking to the media manager for the Indian team, and he was speaking along those similar lines, but he's saying that they have to wait on further investigation, and then a decision will be made. 228 more required of 36 overs.
Yeah, I know you would have loved to have played here. He has 41 wickets against the West Indies. Kapil Dev has the highest tally of wickets against West Indies in ODIs of 43, so just needs those 3 wickets to go past him.
Yes, Thakur up to the wicket now, bowls, and this is Brooks driving as straight as you like down the ground. Chahal is in attendance. They get 1. So the score goes on now to 82 for 1.
Mayers is heading up towards a well-deserved 50 here, 43 of 34. Brooks has not been a slouch, less than a run a ball, but he is starting to pick up the pace now.
One more down to long on, so it's a period of play, a quiet period of play. Brooks on to 29, 44 to Myers.
Majority of the runs have come behind square and the offside for the West Indies. 43% of the runs have come from that side, 21% between point and extra cover, and 18 on the leg side between square leg and mid-wicket. But from between mid-wicket and straight, not a single run. So it just tells you a little bit about how the Indians have bowled here.
Well, a free hit is coming up now. Belated no ball signaled by the third umpire, as is the case now. So, let's see. Brooks is on strike. There's a deep mid-wicket in position. And let's see how Brooks goes about this. Shardul Thakur runs away from us. Up to the wicket now, bowls. That's a good delivery. Forced away on the offside. So Brooks goes on out to 30. The score is 85 for 1.
Very good Yorker there by Thakur, just about that off stump and very, very deep. And he just, all he could do is just drop the bat on it and take the single square of the wicket. Well, Thakur will continue from the northern end of the ground, back at the top of his mark. He's done a tidy job here for India so far in this match. And it's going to bring the left-handed Mayers back on strike. Mayers on 44 of 35. Here's Thakur. He's round the wicket to him. And this one is good delivery on the line of the off stump. He just plays it out in front of him. And there's no run. Backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off for the Indians on the offside. There are also two fielders on the boundary. One a third man, one a deep cover. On the leg side, there's a short fine leg and a mid-wicket deep square leg is also in place here, Vinod.
Yeah, well, news coming to hand. Just received a call from the cricket operations manager of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board to inform us that the West Indies Rising Star Under 17 series, 2 wrongs have been washed out. This whipped away through the onside. It's running down to the boundary. It's now picked up, and Chahal fires in the return at the far end. That's 2. Yes, do not Ramki soon. Just reporting that after 2 wrongs have been washed out, they're going to restart the tournament. And it starts with the first wrong tomorrow, the second wrong on Sunday, and the third wrong on Tuesday.
Well, that's certainly some news. Not a ball has been bowled. All 6 matches have been washed out in that tournament. So I'm sure the players would appreciate that decision.
Running away from us again is Thakur, driving through the onside. Pitched up. Protection down there at cover. That's 1 more. So the score's moved away from the dreaded 87 that the Australians don't like. Moved on to 88 for 1. Myers is just 3 short of a half century. Brooks is on 30.
Yeah, they call it the devil's number, don't they? 13 away from 100. But as you mentioned, the under-17s, as we would have seen throughout the day here, we in the commentary booth, we've seen several players from all of the teams here, and they are here to have a view of the senior cricketers.
This time up his drive, not timing it at all, and it goes up to mid-off. End of the over. At the end of over number 15, the score is 88 for 1. Which is your unlucky number, Vidya?
Any number that I play in the lotto seems to be an unlucky number. What I advise people, I play 6 numbers and I'll tell them play all the numbers except for these. You might have a chance.
Yes, I think my unlucky number is 0.
I wonder why.
I just don't like the number.
Well, as you might, as I'm sure you know this, Vinod, the 0 was actually invented by an Indian mathematician. Here we are, West Indies versus India. And it's going to be Huda to continue. And his first ball of the new over undriven. It's just going to be 1 this time. And quite a tidy job that Huda has done so far for the Indian team. He's brought that measure of control, as we've seen from the West Indies spinners.
Yeah, and he's getting through his overs pretty quickly before you can think. You look up and you see 4 or 5 deliveries gone, and you haven't really benefited from them.
Here he is again from the southern end of the ground. Over the wicket. This one is played in front of square. Just going to be one this time for the elegant Brooks, who is just trotting down to the other end. So just one more. So this is something we've seen from the Indians over the years. Mahendra Singh Dhoni used Ravindra Jadeja and a few of the spinners to control the middle part of the innings for India.
I always think the middle part of any match is what is important.
Here he is in again, Huda. This one is played through the cover region, one this time for Mayers. So 3 singles off the first 3 deliveries of over number 16. Mayers on to 48, creeping up, 49 now. He's creeping up towards that single, 91 for 1.
Yeah, Mayers has really looked good. And if he continues here, the West Indies will stand a chance of getting up to that total.
Attempted a sweep shot off the next delivery. It's called a wide. Good take there by Sampson, moving down the leg side to make the stop. The umpire Joel Wilson at the other end signals the wide. And it's only, I make it the 5th extra of the innings here. So India have been pretty tidy so far. Here's Huda again. This time to the right-handed Brooks, who is driving this one through the extra cover region. Will get 1. Fielder is across to it quickly. And the Indians have been very good in the field. West Indies also pulling off some fine catches earlier.
Yeah, the West Indies were really good in the field and led by their captain, Nicholas Pooran. He was very inspirational.
Huda to Mayers, and this time Mayers playing it back to the bowler. There is no run. Yes, that was a stunning catch by Pooran. It almost seemed that the ball was going to go past him, and he reached up the right hand and made the stop. Jurgen Klopp might be calling him to replace Allison with that type of stop. Off the back foot to the next delivery is Mayers. He picks up 1 down to long off. Don't think that David De Gea's job might be in some problems. And that is the 50 for Kyle Mayers, 94 for 1. He's on to 50 of 42 deliveries, and he acknowledges the applause of the crowd. There have been 3 batsmen who've scored 50s today. They've not gone on to make 100. Will Mayers be the first?
Well, the score after 1 hour's play since the resumption of play, that's 94 for 1. All the West Indies needs to do here is to bat sensibly, no errors in the pitch, and we are seeing the good old Ralphie. But you said earlier on, I think, was it you, or I think it was Nilesh Mehta who said that he was not seeing any sweeps.
Well, Ralphie is sweeping out there, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, there's a gentleman from Trinidad here, Ralphie, who is at all of the venues, especially at cricket. He loves cricket a lot, and he is there with the broom and sweeping out the crease, making sure that everything's fine. He actually had a radio career. Did I ever tell you about that? He was on radio for exactly 1 minute. He was asked about what his fellow groundsmen were doing, and he used an expletive, and that was the end of his radio career.
Well, his career was just as long as Murray's first-class career.
But altogether, when you look back at how things have gone here, just to remind our listeners, India 308 for 7, 97 from Shikhar Dhawan, 64 from Shubman Gill, 54 from Shreyas Iyer, and 3 wonderful innings at the top there. But India will certainly feel a bit aggrieved that they weren't able to go on to get around 350. 308 for 7 for the West Indies, 2 for 61 for Alzari Joseph, taking a couple of wickets late, and 2 for 52 for Gudakesh Moti, who also got injured while he was fielding, dived forward to take a catch, and it seemed that his thumb, the nail has been hit. I think the nail has come off, because it looks as though there was a lot of bleeding from that thumb. Non-bowling hand, of course, and it'll be interesting to see if he can play for the rest of the series.
Well, he was taken away to get medical attention. We haven't had a report coming yet about an update, at least about his condition, but we'll get that soon. So the players are just having some refreshments. It's probably a good time, Vidya, to take a short break.
Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. Yuzvendra Chahal. We've been talking about him for quite a while. The man from Haryana, he's back on. 31 years old, 64 matches, 111 wickets for India. The leg break googly bowler is on, and this is the danger man for India, Vinod Ramchand.
Yeah, I think the future of this for the West Indies may well hinge on how well they go against Chahal. And they need to be sensible against him. The bad ball will come along, but you don't make good balls into bad ones, especially when Chahal is bowling.
Backward point, short third man, and cover point in place. And the first deliveries fired that in under the bat of the left-handed Mayers, and not cleanly taken by Samson. But as he started off with a really flat delivery here.
Well pitched up, losing his shape on that occasion. There was Myers looking to go through the offside.
Big spaces, no one in the cover boundary. He's on driving the next delivery from Chahal, the leg break, and picks up one. So as you said, it's going to be interesting to see how they deal with Chahal here. So he's just settling early into his spell. The Indian figures so far: Siraj 5 overs 1 for 25, Krishna 4 overs none for 15, Thakur 3 overs, none for 24. Axar Patel just a 1 over for 14 runs, and Deepak Hooda 3 overs, none for 16. So the danger man and possibly the bogey man, here he is in over the wicket again. This one, the leg break, which is defended by Brooks, and there is no run. West Indies have struggled against the spinner. We saw that against Bangladesh.
Yeah, well, on that track in Guyana, anyone would have struggled against a proper spin bowling. So this track gives them a better chance to negotiate spinners, world-class spinners like Chahal. Brooks, who normally uses his feet nicely, may want to look at that option as well if there's grip on this track.
Slip in place now. He's looking to cut this one away. Not much room outside the off stump. Just played it on the onside. There is no run. The first slip has come in here. So he's going to try to get these leg breaks, possibly get an edge off the bat of Brooks and caught at slip or by the wicketkeeper. West Indies have struggled to bat through 50 overs. Former captain of the white ball team, Kieran Pollard, talked about that a lot. The new captain, Nicholas Pooran, has also mentioned it. Next ball played back to the bowler. There's no run. And West Indies coach Phil Simmons also mentioned it during his press conference.
It has been a problem, and what has also been a problem is the lack of ability to rotate the strike. You're seeing that happening in this over with Chahal bowling.
Chahal, and this one's played back to the bowler. Quickish deliveries coming in very flat, very, very quick at the start of his spell here. The first over he's bowled just a 1 run off the 6 deliveries. After 17 overs, in West Indies on 95 for 1, 32 for Brooks, and 52 for Mayers.
Well, the bowling so far: Siraj 1 for 25, as we were saying, Krishna none for 15. But look at Chahal, his 1 over, just a 1 run. And I think what they need to do against Chahal is to look to rotate the strike. You have the left-right combination, look to rotate the strike and just pick him off easily, because you don't want to fall too far back the required rate.
The off-spinner Hooda is going to continue here. West Indies, their struggles of batting those 50 overs, and the stats are certainly stark. I'll tell you about that in a minute. Here's Hooda, none for 16 off his 3 overs. So now this one is played on the onside through the down to long on. He will get 1 here, Mayers. And since the 2019 World Cup, remember the West Indies have been working towards building up a team for the 2023 World Cup. And here we are 3 years into that project, and the West Indies have been batted out the 50 overs just 6 times. Next delivery, driving at it, is Brooks, and played straight down to Chahal at the short third man position. There is no run.
Well, to be fair to them, Vidya, COVID would have intervened in that period, and yeah, 6 times you batted out 50 overs, it's not good, but you have to also look at the number of matches they would have played.
Yes, well, I was just going to mention that. Yeah. They've played out 50 overs 6 times in 39 innings, and they've lost 9 of their 13 ODIs this series, and a series defeat against Ireland earlier this year. Down the leg side from Hooda, that is going to be a wide, and the batsman was attempting to sweep that behind square, but no contact on it. And also, since January 2021, the West Indies have batted first 12 times, and on 9 occasions they have failed to bat out the 50 overs. That's how stark it is. Next delivery played down to long on, and there is 1 run.
Yeah, and Huda may well be the bowler they may well target now if Chahal ties up the other end. So far he's bowled well in this over, just 3 runs, and the required rate is climbing. It's now 6.58.
Huda to Mayers, plays on the onside. They go through first single. Just 2 players on the leg side, one at short fine leg and the other at mid wicket, and there's a lot of space there on the leg side for the off spinner. At that time he was a bit too close to the mid stump, but they were able to work it away. Here he is again, Huda from the southern end, bowling to Brooks, and who's on driving. There's a fielder after it who pulls off a tumbling stop and prevents the single. So no run resulting, and that is the end of the over. And Huda has gotten through his 4th over quite quickly. India have restricted West Indies to 99 for 1 of the first 18 overs so far.
A little bit of work there by Shreyas Iyer, cutting the angle. We've seen him do that over and over in that position. Brooks probably playing it, would like to play it a little straighter. So it's going to be, the battle is going to continue between Mayers and Chahal.
Yeah, Chahal certainly missed out on the T20 World Cup last year. I know that many were miffed by that. Here he is from the northern end, bowling to Mayers. This one is very tight on the line of the middle stump, played back to the bowler, and there's no run. A lot of fans certainly were not happy with that. And Chahal left out, but Rohit Sharma has been talking him up. He says that Chahal, he's certainly a critical member of the team for him.
Yes, and it should be.
Yeah, he certainly is. From the northern end, and this one is driven towards the cover region. Nice tumbling stop by the skipper, and there is no run.
Yeah, Maz has to be careful here. Runs are being dried up, and this is when you have injudicious strokes coming into play. All he needs to do is to look to tap it around, get off strike.
99 for 1 here for the West Indies. 18.2 overs gone. Brooks on 33, Mayers 53. 2 well set batsmen here. Floated up, and it's driven down to long off, wide long off, and there's just 1 to the batter. So this is good here from Chahal. He and there is the 100 up. 54 for Mayers now, and the 100 for 1 the West Indies in 18.3 overs. India brought up their 100 of 14 overs.
And the West Indies took 59 balls for the first half century and 53 for the second.
Here's Chahal looking for a change here. Just talking to his captain who's at mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg in place here. That's also a slip. Sampson just making sure that the fielder on the deep cover boundary moves a few paces to his right. Here's Chahal again. On drive, bit too short this time from the bowler, and it's played down to long on. There's just 1. So nice and easy so far. If he continues like this, and you know, that was a possibility. They could have put that one away.
Yeah, when you have a guy bowling as tight as this and he bowls deliveries like that, you have to maximize. You can't continue to play him, and you know, you play bowlers on reputation, and bad deliveries become good ones.
Chahal to Mayers. This is down the leg side, played straight to the fielder at short fine leg. There's no run. That short fine leg fielder has been critical to the left-handers, especially in this game, with the ball turning into the left-handed Mayers. And here is Chahal again, back to the top of his mark, number 3 on his back, twirling the ball from hand to hand. Here he is in, over the wicket. Oh, that's gone between the legs of Mayers, off the edge of the bat. He didn't know too much about that. Almost got through him there, Chahal.
When he was forward and then back, he would have been better served coming forward, looking to play through the offside. And that sums up just how good Chahal is. His ball is 2 overs, and he's conceded just 3 runs.
Wow, 12 deliveries, just 3 runs, and he is certainly enjoying this. Samuel Battery sitting away to our left. I'm sure he's enjoying seeing what the fellow leg spinner is doing at the moment.
Well, he's actually enjoying a snack at the moment.
He's enjoying that too. Very interesting character. He's offering us the snack with his left hand. It's very interesting. He actually bowls right-handed, but anything signing his name, or it's always done with the left hand. Samuel Badri down the leg side. First ball from Patel. This is swept down Huda, in fact. swept down behind square, just 1 to the total.
And expect Myers to go after Huda now because of what is happening at the other end.
Yeah, he's the man they're going to target, and he could profit from that by taking a couple of wickets here. Here he is, coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Mayers. Mayers is driving this straight to extra cover. There's not going to be a run. That extra cover field there, you're going to see a lot of deliveries go, a lot of balls being played there. It's also a backward point and a short third man for the off spinner. Here is Huda again, coming down the track, just playing it down to short third man. Didn't get to the pitch of that one.
Yeah, he adjusted nicely in the end, but he's showing the intention to get the ball away.
Huda to Mayers again. This one is short, pulls it onto the onside. There's a fielder out there on the boundary. Just going to be one this time. And Mayers, certainly a delivery like that, you would usually see him deposit that into the adjoining streets here at the Oval.
Yeah, he has just gone into his shell, and it has a lot to do, probably leading into this game. There was a lot of talk centered around Chahal, and sometimes too much talk about a single player could really work against you.
Huda to Brooks on drive, just straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So certainly Huda has benefited. He went for maybe about 6 runs and over in his first 3, just about that, but he's tightened things up here in the next 2. Next, this is an on drive, once again straight to the fielder, and there is no run. A lot of spaces out there, but Brooks has been picking out the fielders time and time again. Brooks is on 35, Mayers on 55, and the West Indies are 103 for 1. Further word from Vinod Mamchand, and then it's going to be Dr. Mehta and is it Dr. Murray?
Well, it's a good position now to, look at the current state of the game, reassess, and look at moving forward from this position onwards. And that's it from Vinay Ramphal and I. Let me leave you in the very capable hands of Colin Murray and his newfound friend Nilesh Mehta. Both of them a combined first-class average of 0.1.
Thanks for that introduction, Vinod. Here is Chahal into Mayers. A delivery given a little bit of air, and he's on the front foot, just pushing it out towards cover, and there is no run. A little bit sedate is Kalmir as well. As soon as I say that, he's come down the track and he's hit this high straight over the bowler's head. That's 6 runs. Wow. As soon as I was saying he's gone a little bit sedate, gone into a shell, he used his feet nicely to Chahal, and he's hit him straight back over his head for a good looking 6. It takes him now to 61. And there he came down the track, Doc, and he hit it high over the long off position.
The sedation just wore off. And he hoisted him over long off for a 6.
He goes after him again and hitting this one just to the right of the man at that's Gill at a point position. He was going across his right, and you could see him diving, trying to get hold of that. Didn't really get hold of it, and they were able to pick up a single. So all of a sudden, Kalmir, as I said, and it's an interesting ploy, because you can't allow Chahal to get on top, and you're just pushing the ball around. He's bowled 2 overs so far for 3 runs before this over. You've got to get after him. Here's Brooks now looking to sweep, but hits it straight to the man at that short, fine leg position. So interesting, the field for Brooks is a slip, backward point, square cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, a mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man at short, fine leg. Here's Chahal giving some air, and Brooks coming down the track, driving it sweetly, pleasantly, just past the bowler. Now he was able to get a left hand onto it, but couldn't stop it. And in fact, the man at extra cover, that's Iyer, he had to move around to his right and do the fielding, but not before the batsman could take a single. None for 11. This over so far from Chahal, 8 runs. As this one, he's back. Mayers hits it sweetly. That's a good shot. Through the offside for 4 runs. It was a short delivery. He backed away, gave himself the room, hit it between extra cover and cover, down to the boundary for 4. A really good looking shot from Mayers, and he is now looking very ominous again. He's on 66 from 58 deliveries. Brooks is on 36 from 51. 21 overs have been bowled, and the West Indies certainly looking to put in a good performance here. 115 for 1.
Yes, the asking run rate was getting over 6. It has been over 6, and I think they have increase the momentum, both Brooks and Mayers, and those two strokes in the last over were very interesting. And I think what is important to me is Yuzvi is willing to flight the ball and entice the batsman to play those shots, and so far the batsmen have taken the gamble, and they have succeeded. So Yuzvi is asking questions, and both Mayers and Brooks have answered them well so far.
Yeah, so far, and the partnership actually now with 99 runs, it's been a really good partnership between Brooks and Mayers. Remember, the target is 309, and at 115 for one, you have to think the West Indies are well placed at this point in time, but a wicket or two can certainly change that. Here's Thakur back into the attack. He's had, Brooks is hitting over mid-on. That's a good shot. That's a wonderful shot. It's gone, let's see, one bounce maybe. The umpire is just waiting for confirmation with that. But Thakur back into the attack, and a delivery angled into the right-hander. He lifted it high over mid-on. There's nobody at the long-on position, and it went in there. The umpire is still just waiting. It looked to me that it may have just dropped in front of the boundary boards. And let's have a look at it. No, it went over. That's a good shot. He timed it to perfection, didn't he?
He certainly did. And I think hitting a six of the first ball is going to make Thakur think what are the next 5 deliveries are going to be.
It's a good start to the over for the West Indies. Brooks is on 42, 121 for one. Here's Thakur from that Brown Pavilion end, and Brooks is looking to play it towards now. That was not a bad idea. He just didn't get, he didn't punch it hard enough, didn't get the time in, but he was looking to play it down towards mid-on, because the man at mid-on, he's gone back to a long on, and because of that, you could see Brooks now looking to push that ball into that gap that has been created. He hit it a little too square, and the man at mid-wicket was just running around to his left to do the fielding, and there was no run. Score remains 121 for one. Here is Thakur into Brooks. Brooks is hitting the square on the offside. They're going to get a single, as a little bit of footwork there by skipper Dhawan, as he had to move to his left, use his left boot to stop it, and limited the scoring to a single. Brooks to 43, 122 for one. The partnership now between these two, 106 from 106 balls.
And this is exactly what we were talking about during our previous stint together, that West Indies needs to build partnership, take quick singles, keep the momentum going, decrease the number of dot balls they are giving to the opposite team, and that is what is going to put pressure on the opposite bowlers. So Shardul is going to think more.
Well, there is Thakur wrong the wicket to the left-handed Mayers. He's just hitting this a little bit in the air, but safe, because it went towards mid-on. There is Alman at long on, so they're going to go get just a single. But you could see Mayers just whipping this ball towards a mid-on. They realized that it didn't matter if it was hit in the air, because there's no one in that orthodox mid-on position, and they were able to pick up a single. Mayers 67 now from 59 deliveries. Brooks, on the other hand, he is back in strike, 43 from 54, 123 for one. Here's Thakur into the right-handed Brooks, short, and Brooks was thinking originally of looking to pull it, and you could see him at the last minute just waited on it and guided it down to third man. This is very good batting indeed. 6, 7, 8, 9 runs so far in this over, and Thakur pretty expensive, 3.5 overs, none for 33.
Yeah, Shardul Thakur has not been that impressive today. He's unlike Siraj, who was bowling a lot of short pitch deliveries. Thakur has not really bowled that many bouncers yet.
Well, he's on his way to bowl to the left-handed Mayers, who drives sweetly through the offside, runs in it for him. They've gone for one. I don't think they'll come back for the second, and the run scoring there is limited just to a single. So 10 runs coming from the over. Another good over for this pair, as Mayers goes to 68, 125 for one after 22.
West Indies moving along nicely, and as long as they keep the momentum going, I think we are in for an interesting finish.
I was about to say that, Doc. We're setting up for a very nice finish. If these two maybe can bat maybe another 8-10 overs and add another 50 runs, who knows? This could be a really exciting finish.
I mean, you have Brandon King, Nicholas Puran, and Roman Powell.
Yep.
3 solid batsmen coming after this. So I think the stage is set for a nice finish.
Yeah, it should be a grandstand finish. If these two, I think these two need to carry on a little longer, maybe another 8 overs or thereabouts. And if they can get into the last 20 overs, needing, say, 130, 135, who knows? Here's Chahal into Mayers, and Mayers is just whipping this one off the pads to the left. Sorry, to the left of the man at mid-wicket there, Huda, who moves swiftly and limits the scoring to a single. Mayers on to 69 now, 126 for 1. This has been easily one of his better innings. Kyle Mayers, as we see a slip now, Huda is going to slip for Brooks. There's that slip, there's a backward point, there's a square cover right out in the boundary, then there's that extra cover and long off. Here is Chahal into Brooks, turns this delivery but straight to the man at that short fine leg position. No run, 126 for 1. Remember, the target is 309, the required run rate just about 6.61, and these two have put together a really super partnership for the West Indies, as that's a good delivery from Chahal, giving it some air, and Brooks couldn't do very much, came on the front foot and was pushing it back up along the track to the bowler.
He's trying to give it a rip and a lot of air, but I think the wicket is not conducive to spin, and there's hardly any any movement after it hits the deck.
I say Chahal must be pretty disappointed with that, as he is into Brooks. Brooks uses his feet nicely, drives, but down to long off, and Patel is there, and they're just going to take an easy single. But what was sweet about that shot, he used his feet nicely, got to the pitch, and he stroked it more than anything else, down to long off. He's on 45. Brooks he's such an elegant player when he's on song. He's at the non-striker's end, as Chahal is into Mayers. There's nothing elegant about that, because it was outside the line of the leg stump, and Mayers said, thank you very much. He sweeps it. There's a man at short, fine leg. He had no chance. And there's a deep backward square leg. He also had no chance, because it went to his left and down to the boundary for 4. Bad delivery from Chahal, and it certainly got the treatment. It was outside that line of the leg stump, and Mayers, you don't get a gift from Chahal all the time like that, and Mayers accepted it. Chahal into him. This is a quicker delivery, flatter in trajectory, seemed to be the wrong one, and he was on that front foot. You could see him a little bit circumspect. Mayers wasn't sure if which way it was spinning, and he was eventually just pushing it out on the offside. The end of the over, 23 overs have now been bowled. Mayers is 73, 45 to Brooks, and it's 131 for 1. 6 runs coming in that over.
Yeah, Yuzvi Chahal in that last over did strain his line, and the batsmen have been helping themselves on the onside. But I think what is interesting that I see a change here is that the reputation of Yuzvi Chahal is big. Don't give them respect just for the reputation. Just take one ball at a time, and he is also going to bowl bad deliveries too, which need to be punished as well. So yes, he's a great leg spinner, he has a reputation, he's a match winner, but when you have a delivery like that, straying down the leg side, boom, you dispatch it for a 4.
That's right. He's bowled what? 4 overs now, none for 21. So his last 2 overs, the West Indian pair, they have taken 18 runs off of his last 2 overs. And that's what you want to see. You want to see them not giving him the kind of respect that they need to just take the battle to him. And if he will be thinking, well, where do I pitch it? What do I bowl? Do I give it some air? Do I be a little flatter in trajectory? As we're looking at Thakur, he starts a new over, and that first delivery, Brooks is just pushing it out on the offside. There is no run. So the target 309, and West Indies, really, these two are setting up this game nicely. The partnership 115 off of 116 balls. 131 for 1. Here's Thakur into Brooks, and Brooks is whipping this one down to long on. You could see him just whipping that ball, guiding it more than anything else down to that long on position, and they pick up a single. Brooks on to 46. Mayers back in strike. He is on 73. 132 for one. As Thakur makes his way to the top of his mark. Sun has left us here at the Queen's Park Oval, but certainly no sign of rain at the moment, which is great news, because this game is heading, as we say, Doc, for a grandstand finish.
It certainly is, and at the moment, like you said, Colin, there are some clouds in the way in the back, but I don't think they are ominous at all.
The rain tends to come from the east here, Doc. At the oval here is Mayers playing a delivery angled into him from Thakur down to long on, and they're going to pick up a single. So he goes to what, 74 now, 133 for one. Rain tends to, you look at the KFC Royal Bank stand there, rain tends to come over from beyond there. It tends to come this way.
Okay.
You know, sometimes it goes over the hills, the northern range at the back of us. But if there starts to get black, some dark clouds, if it starts to form there, we could be in some problems.
But the duration generally tends to be a very short one, isn't it?
Yeah. Here is a delivery that's short. Brooks is pulling it high, straight to the man at the backward square leg. He would be very, very upset with himself, because it was not a good delivery. It was short, and he pulled it straight down. Is that Gill down there at the deep backward square leg? But it was a delivery that should have been hit into the stand. It was short, and he never got over it. One is not sure if he was looking to go beyond the boundary. He didn't time it at all well, and it hit straight down to the man at that deep backward square leg position. And Brooks, his fine innings comes to an end as he makes his way back to the pavilion. He is very, very disappointed. You could see that with him, but he goes caught. I believe it was Gill that took the catch off the bowling of Thakur for 45, was it? And we're just waiting to get confirmation of his score. Yes, but he goes for 46, and it's 133 now for 2. And Brandon King is the man coming out.
Yeah, Colin, that dismissal of Brooks was interesting, because it appeared that Shardul Thakur was getting a bit predictable, and he needed to challenge the batsman, which is what he did with that short pitch delivery, because he was bowling just short of a good length, and they were just placing them for singles and twos and making it look very easy, just like Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill did in the morning. So that surprise of that short pitch delivery and a bouncer did take him by surprise, and it was a straightforward catch to square leg. And West Indies now have lost their second wicket, as Shreyas Iyer is
he took the catch,
showing his dance moves after taking the catch.
He's in front of the Trinity stand.
Yeah, and exactly.
So if you're in front of the Trinity stand, you got to show some dance moves.
That's right.
Yes, it was. I think Brooks would be disappointed, though. He should have done better with that delivery. But as you rightly said, it was a short. Maybe Brooks didn't expect it. It was short. It was a bouncer, and Brooks seemed to have had a lot of time in which to play the shot, but hit it straight down to Iyer at that deep backward square leg. King faces his first delivery, and he's pushing it out towards mid-on, and there is no run. Score remains 133 for 2.
And this is what makes Shardul Thakur a good utility player, because that surprise element of suddenly the pair is well set, and out of the blue he bangs one shot and grabs a wicket for Team India. So I think his wicket taking ability and this knack that he has always gets him into Team India.
Well, here is Thakur into King, and King is working this delivery down to the deep square point position. Delivery short, may have been angled into him, and he was onto that back foot and just opened the face of the bat, guided it down to that point position, gets his first run. So he's off the mark, 134 for 2. King is on 1. Mayers is on 74. He's at the non-striker's end, and the dismissal there of Shamar Brooks, 116-run partnership, was caught by Iyer, not Siraj, off the bowling of Thakur for 46. and he faced 61 deliveries. So it's really a situation where he looked so comfortable as well, Shamar Brooks. You could see when he got out, Doc, he was very, very disappointed. He stood there for a little while. He knew he should have done better with that short ball from Thakur. But I think you're right. The surprise element of it, he went after it, played that shot, and was never in control. Chahal is going to continue, and he's going to be bowling to Brandon King. Brandon King is another very promising player, but he hasn't scored the kind of runs that his promise has shown.
I think Shikhar Dhawan will persist with Chahal. He has bowled only 4 overs to get his spell at least more than halfway done, because you have a new batsman at the crease, and Yuzveendra Chahal is bowling, and for the new batsman is always going to be a challenge to face a ace spinner like Chahal.
Well, this one was just short of a length outside the line of the off stump, and Brandon King was getting back and across and pushes it out, timed it well down to long off, and they're able to pick up a single. He goes on to 2, total on to 135 for 2. Again, let's remind you the target for the West Indies, 309. That's Charles into Mears, and he's on that front foot. Delivery just may have spun into him, came off the inner part of the bat, and trickles out to that short, fine leg position where Thakur is doing the fielding. It took an inside edge and went down towards Thakur. See, Mears looked a little bit circumspect there. This time he's much more positive and playing the ball out down to long on. And they amble through for the single. Mears on to 75, 136 for 2. Brings the right-handed Brandon King.
I think at the end of this over, it's a possibility that we might see Akshar Patel come back in the attack.
Yeah. Well, he had 1 over for 14 runs and was certainly taken apart by Kyle Mears, who hit him for 3 consecutive boundaries. And he was immediately withdrawn out of the attack after that 1 over. Here's a single for King down to long on. He goes to 3, the total on to 137 for 2. Left-handed Mears back in strike. Final delivery of Chahal's 5th over. Mears coming down the track, didn't time it all that well, and eventually just pushed it out to the man at mid-wicket. And there is no run. The end of the over, just 3 runs coming in this over from Chahal on 37 for 2. Leg spinners, Doc, in traditionally at the Queen's Park Oval, have normally operated from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And again, it's, I think Vinod had made mention about the breeze here at the Oval tends to blow from east to west. And leg spinners generally have done much better from that pavilion end, from the southern end. But they've opted to use Chahal mostly from the Willie Rodriguez end. Of course, Willie Rodriguez, I don't know if you're familiar with the name, leg spinner and googly bowler out of Trinidad and Tobago, played for the West Indies. Here is Thakur into King, and he's in defence, pushing it out towards mid-wicket as the sun is back out with us here at the Queen's Park Oval, and there's no run. Scores remains at 137 for 2. Yeah, was a manager of the West Indies team at a while, and he got a lot of wickets here at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, he was a Queen's Park player, but when he played for Trinidad and West Indies, got quite a handful of wickets, but always operated from that pavilion end. Here's Thakur into King, a good delivery, angled into the right-hander, just back of a length, and King couldn't do very much with it. You could see him cramped for room and pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. So it's a little bit of a surprise that they've opted to operate Chahal from the Willie Rodriguez end.
And I do see the flags of Trinidad and India fluttering in the background next to the Brian Lara Pavilion. So there is a little bit of breeze. Yeah. So your point is well taken.
Here's Thakur into King, and King drives, but straight back to the bowler, who doesn't field it cleanly. And in fact, it rebounds from him and goes straight back up along the pitch. And there is Yadav coming across to do the fielding, picks up the ball just behind the stumps, and there is no run. So King has faced 8 deliveries so far for his 3. Needs to pick up the singles, needs to rotate the strike and give the man who is on 75 as much a strike as possible. But he settles again, waits on Thakur, who is on his way, goes past Umpire Wilson. This is short, and King just opening the face of the bat nicely and guides it down towards third man, and they go through for a single. So he goes to 4. The total on now to 138 for 2. As
the current run rate, Colin, is 5.4, and the required run rate is just a touch under 7.
Yeah. Well, they've got to ensure, Doc, that they 6.5, they've got to keep it at that. They can't allow it to get out of hand. If it starts to climb to 7, 8, 9, panic stations may very well set in. But, if 6 is manageable, just under 7, if they can keep it at that, and with wickets intact, who knows? Here is Thakur into Mayers, wide of the off stump. Loud appeal goes up and he's gone. Oh, Thakur has done it again. A wide delivery outside the off stump. Mayers went after it. He was looking to hit it square on the offside, got the edge, and umpire Wilson puts that dreaded index finger up. Thakur is suddenly changing this game for the Indians. This was a full delivery, and it was wide of the off stump. There was no movement of the feet from Mayers. He just stood there. He tried to hit it through the offside, got the outside edge, and went into the gloves of Samson. So he goes, caught Samson, bowled Thakur for 75, a well-played 75 off of 68 deliveries, and the West Indies are now 138 for 3. But more importantly, they've now got 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Yes, Kyle Myers really played well for his 75, but on that occasion, Shardul Thakur came around the wicket and he changed the angle of the delivery, bowled it wide, enticed him to play the shot on the offside. It was way out there, way outside the off stump, and
he was reaching for it, wasn't he?
He was reaching out that. And then Sanju Samson had no trouble picking up that easy catch behind the stumps. So, as you said, Colin, more important thing is that they have broken the partnership. 2 new batters at the crease, Nicholas Pooran and King. Of course, Pooran, he's a tremendous batsman, has a lot of experience at the international level, plays in the IPL and the CPL. Very familiar with the white ball format. The question has basically been for the Indian fans is, has the captaincy that he has been entrusted with, has that been an extra burden on his shoulders?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Personally, I don't think so. I think the thing is, he's got a young team, and whereas in the past, when he captained the West Indies team against the Australians, it was a weakened Australian team. There was no Warner, there was no Smith, there was no Josh Hazlewood. They missed about 4 or 5 players. But he had a Dwayne Bravo with him. He had a Chris Gale. He had some experienced players there helping him. This one outside the line of the off stump. He has a go after it, Pooran, and he's got to curb that. It was the first delivery. It was wide of the off stump, moving away from Pooran. He had a go at it. He stood there, was trying to hit it square on the offside. Luckily for him, missed the outside edge, went into the gloves of Samson, and he lives to fight on. The end of a successful over from Thakur. He's picked up both the Mayers and Brooks, who were both batting exceedingly well, and after 26 overs, it's 138 for 3. So what he's got now, he's got a young team that you have to say they're learning at international level. They're learning the art of playing one-day cricket. So yes, there is that added pressure on him because he's not got the experience players to turn to. Jason Holder, for example, had come back into the team here, but he's contracted COVID and is out. So not very many players that he can turn to and says, hey, what do you think? Do you think we should do A, B, or C? And who knows? I think he enjoys the captaincy, but he's got to, I think he's got to be a little bit more responsible in terms of his shot selection. Here's Patel with the dismissal of Mears. He's into the attack, and his first delivery of his second over is played out on the offside towards the deep point position. They pick up a single, so King goes to 5. Total on to 139 for 3 brings Pooran into strike, and he's going to be facing the left arm spinner Axar Patel, who has had one over, his first over conceded 14 runs. And it's going to be interesting how Nicholas Pooran decides to take on Patel, who is bowling around the wicket, and delivery angled in. They have to hurry for this single, but that's good running. That's excellent on the part of King and Pooran, because Pooran was just pushing forward. The ball trickled off the bat straight, however, towards the man at point, and King and the Pooran set off right away, and they were able to get that run. 140 for 3. Pooran is off the mark. Here's Patel into King. That's a good line, good length. King can't do very much with it. He's on the front foot in defense, pushing it back up along the track. Is a slip in place for Brandon King as Patel into the right-hander. Good delivery, angled into the right-hander, and he's pushing it out towards mid-wicket. No run. Skipper Dhawan is there at that mid-wicket position. 4 men on the onside, 5 on the off. Good delivery again. This has been a good over. His line has been good. His length has been good. And he hasn't given that ball very much air.
Yeah, he's known for his accuracy and tends to go through his overs quickly.
Here is the left arm orthodox spinner. Delivery angled into King, but it was outside the line of the off stump. Runs in it for him because he's angling the ball past the slip position. It was wide of the off stump, and he was just opening the face of the bat. Got it past the slip position down towards a third man, and they're able to pick up 2 runs. So King, he's on 7. He's looking solid at the moment from 14 deliveries, and it's 142 for 3. And Nicholas Pooran, of course, has played 47 ODIs, 1,294 runs with an average of 34.97. But you have to admit, outside of the 73 he made in the last game against Bangladesh, his form has not been good.
Yeah, particularly in the ODI format, he has not been performing that well. But here is a chance to redeem himself and bring West Indies home.
He's a big talent, Nicholas Pooran, and you know he is facing up to Thakur, and driving outside the line of the off stump, hitting this one square down towards the man at that point position, right out on the boundary, and they pick up a single. So he goes to 2. Total on to 143 for 3 brings King back into strike, and King is on 7 as Thakur makes his way back to the top of his mark in nice conditions here at the Queen's Park Oval.
And what a story about Nicholas Pooran. That accident, being in bed for several months, and to make this kind of a comeback. Hats off to him.
Yeah, it was really touch and go at one stage. Here is Thakur into King, a short delivery rising, and King getting right on top of it, and then just couldn't do very much with it. He just pushed it out on the offside. Yeah, there was a touch and go with not only will he be able to walk again, but with his life. You know, it's a bad car accident, and he's really come back strong. And you've got to say, you know, and that's why people talk about his mental attitude, and I think he's a strong character. Here's Thakur, goes past the umpire, bowls to Brandon King. A delivery that's going to be runs for him. They've gone for 1. That's all there'll be. Was a slower delivery, but pitched right up to him, and King waited in it and then just opened the face of the bat, got it past point, down to the third man position, and they pick up another single. Just 2 runs so far from the first 3 deliveries from Thakur. King is on 8. 144 for 3. And remember Nicholas Pooran, one of his famous knocks was that 145 not out or something against Australia, playing for a West Indies youth team. And I think a lot of scribes said this is one for the future, and he hasn't really disappointed. I think the only disappointment is that he hasn't scored more regularly, and you know, in terms of sometimes he's just his shot selection. He gets criticized a lot for his shot selection, and people talk about him being more responsible. And we're hoping that getting the West Indian captaincy may very well add that little bit more responsibility to his batting. 145 for 3 as King is on 8. He takes strike as Thakur is into him, and he's looking to whip this delivery down the onside, and appeal goes up as it strikes him on the pad, goes out to a short fine leg, and umpire Wilson signals a leg by. One more to the total. 146 for 3 brings Puran back into strike. He's on 3 from just 4 deliveries he's faced, the left-hander. He's also plays here, Doc, for Queen's Park, and when he's back home playing local cricket. So he knows the conditions here very well. He settles, waits on Thakur, who bowls to him now, and this is a delivery just on or around the off stump. And you could see him a little bit annoyed with himself as he was just on the front foot, pushing it out defensively, and there is no run. The end of the over from Thakur. He's really settled down nicely now. 7 overs, 2 for 41, and it's 146 for 3. 28 overs have been bowled, and West Indies still in a position where they need 163 from 132 balls to win this game. But these two just need now to keep rotating the strike and get the odd boundary.
Yes, I think Shardul Thakur has done his job. He has the knack of taking those wickets when they are required, and he really has delivered the goods, in my opinion. And now I think from the other end we might see a bowling change, but now it looks like it is Akshar Patel who is back in from the commentary box. And
well, yes, he has replaced Chahal. You surprised at that? You thought Chahal may have got another over or two?
I thought, but I think they heard Mr. Murray because he's going to come from the other end.
Well, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting. I certainly would make that change. Here's Patel into King, and King just opening the face, but finds that he can't beat the man at that short third man. There's no run. Yeah, I certainly would look at maybe an all-spin attack now with the two main spinners, Chahal and Patel. Here is Patel getting through his over very quickly. Angle the ball into Brandon King, who's pushing it out towards long on. And they're going to get an easy single as Chahal, the man we've been speaking about, he's at long on, limits the scoring to a single. So
and but if anything, the wind may have picked up. So your theory may be put to test.
Well, we'll wait and see. But I think Thakur might be just look for a change and change it up a little bit and have an all-spin attack as that delivery flat in trajectory as Patel not giving the ball any sort of air. And Puran looking to turn it towards the leg side. Didn't make contact. Struck him on the pad. Here is Patel into Puran. This one was a little too short. And there was Puran playing it down towards long off. And they pick up an easy single. 148 now for 3. And Puran is on to 4. Just one delivery left in this over from Patel. 2.5 overs so far. None for 20. As he's into King, and King is playing this one square on the offside, trying to find that gap. He hit it with some power, but straight to the man at point, and there is no run. The end of the over. It's 148 for 3. King is on 9. Puran is on 4. 29 overs have been bowled. And are we going to see Chahal? I don't think so. So obviously, Dhawan is not listening to us at all. Seems to be bringing back Krishna into the attack. Yes, it is.
Yes, looks like
Prasidh
Krishna is coming from the Brian Lara pavilion end. And
Krishna has bowled 4 overs, none for 15.
I think the Indian team management has absolutely no regard for Colin Murray.
No respect. No respect, Doc. Absolutely none.
Whatever happened to
They remind me of Vinod Mamchand.
Yeah, whatever happened to RESPECT.
Yes, I mean, but it's young Krishna is back into the attack. None for 15, as I said, from 4 overs. It's going to be interesting how Nicholas Puran decides to go after him, because Pooran is going to go after him, there's no doubt, but this time he's pushing this ball into the offside, a good length ball, and just opening the face and pushing it out towards the point position. They pick up an easy single, 149 for 3. Brings King back into stride.
Yeah, Prasidh Krishna, raw pace as we had spoken earlier, and so far in his 4 overs he has gone for 15 runs. He is the only Indian bowler who has bowled a maiden.
Seen some former players here, Pollard, Narain, taking in the action, and Ravi Rampal. Single for King. So the 150 is now up, 150 for 3. King is on to 10. Pooran is on 5. And IPL would have seen a lot of Sunil Narain and Kieron Pollard. Of course, they've retired from West Indies cricket.
That is true, and they will be, I think, focusing more on the T20 from now on.
That's right. Here is Pooran pushing a delivery from Krishna just outside the line of the off stump. Both have, you look at Pollard and Narain, who've been with KKR and Mumbai Indians from the onset, and have been tremendous servants to both of those teams, both of those franchises.
And Sunil Narain also plays for some of the local tournaments in the United States as well.
That's right. Here is Krishna to Pooran. He can't get a run. As he's going to go for a run now. No, this could be problems. And the ball didn't hit the stumps because he was thinking of the single. It was a misfield at cover, and the ball in fact went out. There was Iyer at cover, didn't field it cleanly, and the ball went towards mid-off. He had a shy at the striker's end. Pooran was struggling to get back, and the ball actually hit the bat and ricocheted down towards fine leg. But I tell you what, if his bat wasn't in the way, could certainly have hit the stumps, and he could have been out.
Remind me of the Ben Stokes incident in the World
Cup. Remember when it went for 4? Oh my word, I felt for New Zealand at that time. This is Pooran turning a delivery down to fine leg.
What a match! What a match that was! Yeah. One for the ages.
Oh yeah, you know, I really must admit I felt for New Zealand, but the rule is the rule. I mean, Stokes did nothing wrong, you know, and it was unbelievable how that match ended.
It's a question. I mean, how many players actually knew that it was decided because of the number of boundaries that the team had? I did not know.
I think the only people would have known were the management of the team, because the players don't study things like that. Here's Krishna into King, and King is hitting this one square, but there is cover out there at that deep point position, and they're only going to get a single. It's the end of the over, and 30 overs have now been completed. King is on 11, Pooran is on 6. It's 152 for 3. Remember, the target is 309. Vidya Ramphal and Vinod Mamchan will be coming in to take up the commentary as these two heavyweights just make their way. But we're only seeing one. We're now seeing only one heavyweight. Okay, so Vidya, you are coming into the commentary.
Yes, thank you very much, Colin, and I'm joined by Visham Lalman, who is doing his first stint at international level. Here is the left-arm spinner. It's Axar Patel to continue. First ball played away to point. There's no run. Welcome, Visham. Nice to have you here with us.
Yeah, thank you, Vidya. Pleasure to be here. And looking on at the mighty Indians taking on the West Indians at the moment.
And there's the next delivery, which is driven through extra cover. Just going to be one. They're looking for the second here. King is back for the second, and he's going to get it pretty comfortably driven out to deep through that extra cover region. The fielder at long off going across to his left to do the fielding. King has been struggling a little bit, 13 off 25. Pooran 6 off 11. It's not looking hunky-dory for the West Indies at the moment. Patel outside the off stump, takes the edge, goes through slip. That's going to run away down towards the boundary. They will get 2.
Yeah, that one just spinning a bit there from Axar Patel. And good looking 2 runs there from Brandon King and Nicholas Pooran, both spotting the opportunity for that second run and taking it quite easily. Yeah, just playing away from his body there. He was in 2 minds whether he was going to drive at it or cut. In the end, taking the outside edge.
Here's Patel to King. He's from the northern end once again. And King is driving this run through cover. Not a lot of timing in the shot. He will get 1. And the focus on these 2 after that outstanding partnership between Hope and Mayers. Those 2 taking the score to 133 for 2 for 1 before the wicket went down, and then 2 wickets going down for 5 runs. That certainly pegged the West Indies back.
Yeah, but we are seeing some good intensity from the West Indies despite no belligerent ball striking. But we are seeing the intention to take those singles, something we didn't see from them that much in the last series and of recent.
Patel around the wicket to Pooran, plays it down too short. Fine leg. He won't get the single. Field is in quickly enough to prevent him from going for it. Patel, last ball of the 4th over, none for 25 so far. So far we've seen some fabulous stroke play today, especially from the Indians. This one's pushed back past the bowler for 1. Pooran goes up to 7 now. And earlier today, just to remind you, India 308 for 7, 97 from Dhawan as the 31st over comes to an end here. At the end of 31 overs, West Indies are 158 for 3. The target is 309.
And Axar Patel, you have to applaud him, coming back very well. The West Indies worm just dipping under that Indian worm just a bit. And pulling things back, the Indians, after that partnership between Kyle Mayers and Shamar Brooks. Of course, Kyle Mayers 75 of 68. That was a pivotal knock. That really set up this innings for the West Indies team. Has put them in a good position. Now it's up to the captain and Brandon King here to steady the ship.
Yeah, certainly the West Indies have struggled to bat out 50 overs, as we've talked throughout this game about. Well, this one looking a lot more positive. Certainly there was a lot of discussion about the pitch conditions at Providence for the end of the ODI series. At the end, West Indies bowled out for 3, very low scores there. Certainly none of that discussion will continue today. However, if the West Indies fall to defeat, might continue. Down the leg side from Krishna. And this one, well, down the leg side, and a wide signal by umpire Wilson. So 1 more to the total. The extras go up here. And the West Indies target of 309. Mentioned that Shikhar Dhawan 97, 64 for Shubman Gill and 54 for Shreyas Iyer. The main scorers for India in that 308 for 7, 2 for 52 for Moti and 2 for 61. And Krishna, this one's pulled away straight to the fielder in the deep from Pooran, and just 1 more to the total. That's he's going up to 8, 160 for 3. Impressive batting by the Indians, but you really felt that they should have gotten more than 308 for 7.
Yeah, I think from the start that they had from both Dhawan and Gill, they would have looked somewhere in the region of 400, but they didn't get to that. I think it was courtesy some excellent bowling from the West Indians at the back end of the innings that really placed them in that position to limit India to 309.
And certainly the West Indies, there was a discussion about the pitches in Guyana, as we mentioned. Here's Krishna to the right-handed King. A very short delivery, cutting at that one, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. And Phil Simmons, the West Indies coach, was saying that when he was asked about the pitch, he said, well, there is a sign of preparation, which is a real dig at what happened in Guyana.
Well, it looks as though they've gotten what they've wanted, the West Indies here at the Queen's Park Oval, a deck that's good for batting. And yeah, certainly the Indians showing that at the start. Now the West Indies capitalizing on that, and they'd want to go all the way.
Krishna to the right-handed King. That one stayed a little bit low. The on-drive will get him 1. Fielder has come off the boundary to make the stop. This is going to be a tough task. 309 is the target. And tell you what, here at the Queen's Park Oval, the highest chase ever came in 1988. West Indies chased down 272 for victory against Pakistan, and that was the best chase. So this one is significantly north of that there, Vishal.
Yeah, definitely so, and it'll be very good to see the West Indies get that if they can. Certainly going to be a fight here between both teams.
Krishna to Puran, who's pulled that away for 6 runs behind square. Short delivery, and Puran was ready for it, and he pulled it away for 6. Massive hit from Puran.
Yeah, big hit here from Nicholas Puran. It's sat up to be hit here. He normally plays the pull shot well. He hoisted that over backward square leg for an almighty 6 into the Scotiabank stand here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, that one cleared the boundary by some distance here. And Krishna has tried a few shorter deliveries, but this one he doesn't really have the pace. And this is not the kind of pitch for short bowling. You really have to really crank it up to disturb the batsman even on this pitch. He was coming over the wicket for several deliveries. Now he's coming round the wicket here to Puran. He's in now to the left-hander. Another short delivery, and this one's also going to go all the way for 6. Flat this time. 2 consecutive short deliveries, 2 consecutive 6s for Nicholas Puran.
Well, visit Trinidad if you wish, because that one rocketed into that board there, signage there at the boundary. And the fans are erupting here at the Queen's Park Oval. Nicholas Puran striking 2 consecutive 6s of the bowling of Prasidh Krishna. Another wonderful pull shot from the skipper of the West Indies.
Well, the first one was behind square. This one, he got onto it early and hit it in front of square. So Krishna is now having a visit from Dhawan. Dhawan, when the skipper comes over to have a chat with you, you know that he's going to administer some advice here. So Dhawan, certainly this is the second time he's been given the opportunity to captain India, and he knows that if he gets off to a poor start here, this is pressure on this weakened India team against the West Indies at home.
Yeah, and India has been using quite a number of captains in this calendar year, and Dhawan is the 7th captain across all formats being used by India this year.
Yeah, they certainly have used quite a few. Might take up the rest of the broadcast if we go through all of the names. Has happened before. To India also. It's also happened to England, Bangladesh. They've had 7 captains per year, but it's the latest instance of it, certainly, and that's come about because of the different formats. Round the wicket again. This one's outside the off stump. Better from Krishna. Puran leaves it alone, and there's no run. 173 for 3 at the end of 32 overs. Latest score here for the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, I think it's smart from Nicholas Puran, already realizing that he's struck 2 big blows in the over of Prasidh Krishna. Krishna just slowing that one up at the end of that over. Puran doing the right thing. It was wide. He didn't chase it like Mayers did, and he left it alone into the gloves of Samson. So the West Indies in a very good position. 173 for 3. I think, you know, if they can continue this momentum, Vidya, they will get very close to that 309.
Yeah, still a long way away though. A lot still to go. 108 balls, 136 runs, and the Queen's Park Oval will certainly erupt. I think there's a quiet optimism creeping around the stadium at the moment, seeing the West Indies performance here. When you look at how the West Indies performed in their previous matches, bowled out for low scores in their previous 3 games against Bangladesh, there certainly is a brighter spark here for the West Indies fans, and they're certainly looking a lot more buoyant all around the stadium. First delivery from Patel is on-driven for 1 by King, and it just beat the fielder at that mid-on position for 1. King is up to 17. The West Indies are 174 for 3.
Yeah, and remember, if the Indian team coming to the Queen's Park Oval, playing the West Indies for the 137th time, and they are looking for their 68th victory against the West Indies here in Trinidad and Tobago. The West Indies, they have beaten India 63 occasions.
Here is Patel round the wicket, bowling to Puran, and Puran is guiding this one to short. Third man will get the single, and that was a good response there from King. He was very, very quickly down to the other end, and the Jamaican showing a clean pair of heels to pick up the single.
Yeah, well, they're normally good with their running. The Jamaicans, there's Brandon King showing that.
I'm sure you've been looking at the World Championships. You can see why. The women certainly have done very well for Jamaica at those championships in Oregon. Round the wicket again. Here's Patel. This one's played in front of him by King. There's no run. Score stays at 175 for 3. Puran has been calling for greater game awareness and greater fight from his team. That's after that 3-0 loss to Bangladesh at Providence. Here's Patel again. Coming down the track is King, and he's hit that for 6. High, over, long off. It was coming there. He had to take some control back, and that was how he did it, getting the 6 over a long off. And there's some more dancing in the crowd.
Yeah, talking about dancing in the crowd, Brandon King was dancing down the track. He leant into that one nicely. Flat and hard from Akshar Patel, but using his feet nicely there, Brandon King, and striking that one over long off beautifully for 6.
Flatter delivery there from Patel. Let's see what he does this time. Again, it's flat, but this one is played straight to extra cover, and there is no run. Akshar Patel, the score stays at 181 for 3. 1 ball remaining in the 33rd over here from Patel with number 20 on his back. Here he is round the wicket again to King, who plays this on the onside. Will get 1 behind the square leg. So that will bring an end to the over. 182 for 3 at the end of 33 overs. That is the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval. Pooran wanting greater game awareness, and he was talking about the 9:30 games. Pooran losing the 3 tosses, and that would have resulted in the West Indies losing 3 games in a row. Well, that's brought us to the second water break, and the West Indies are 182 for 3 against India here in the first one-day international. Gives us a chance to really go back over the way things have gone. Chasing 309 for victory, the West Indies lost Shea Hope, caught by Thakur off Siraj for 7. And then after a very big partnership of over a century partnership between Mayers and Brooks, Brooks was the first to go, holding out, caught by Iyer off Thakur for 46. And then that was 133 for 2. And then 5 runs later, Kyle Mayers went for a well-played 75. He was caught by Samson, an edge to the keeper, that is, off the bat of Thakur. He was out for 75. These 2 batters came together at 138. They've now taken the score to 182 for 3. And it was tough going at the start, Visham Lalman, but then Pooran and King now have hit 3 sixes in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, they've weathered the storm of that fight back from the Indian bowlers, and they've really been able to up the ante of recent here against Akshar Patel. We've seen Prasidh Krishna take a beating from Nicholas Pooran as well. But speaking about Nicholas Pooran, I think he is the key here for the West Indians. We know he likes playing against the Indians. He's played against them on 9 occasions, or at least he's batted in 9 innings against the Indians already. Leading up to this game, this is his 10th innings that he's batting in against them. He's made 354 runs, and his average against the Indians is 44.25, and he strikes at 107.59.
Yeah, that's pretty good stats here for Pooran against the Indians, and he will want to carry on with that here at the Queen's Park Oval. Of course, cricket hasn't been played here in a one-day international since 2009. The Indians have also won 8 of 9 of their last ODIs here at the Oval, so they've been absolutely dominant over the last decade or so here against the West Indies at the Oval. The other match, by the way, was washed out.
Yeah.
So the West Indies did not win that, in case you were wondering. But let's examine how things have gone for the Indian bowlers so far. The 3 seamers have picked up 3 wickets. Siraj, 1 for 25 off his 5 overs. Krishna, none for 34 off his 6, and Thakur, 2 for 41 off his 7. They've been the most successful bowlers for the Indians so far. As for the spinners for India, they have kept it down well in terms of the run rate. Patel has been a little bit expensive, 7 runs and over, none for 35 in his 5 overs. Huda, none for 24 off his 5, and Chahal, none for 24 off his 5. Their economy rates 4.4 and 4.8 respectively.
I think you have to admire, Deepak Huda's bowling as well, the part-timer. How well has he done? 22 runs in 5 overs, I think, as the captain, Shikhar Dhawan. He has not picked up a wicket, but I think you take that any day.
Well, I think Huda might be a little bit offended because you call him a part-timer. I think he really does fancy his batting a lot. He had that outstanding 100 recently, but the spinners have done their job in terms of keeping the runs down, but it is the seamers who have picked up the wickets, and those deliveries short of a length certainly have been the ones to pick up the wickets for the Indians here. We haven't seen Siraj for quite a while, 1 for 25. I think we will see him a little bit later on coming back in those death overs.
Yeah, and that could, really add to the antics we are seeing here at the moment from Nicholas Pooran. He likes pace on the ball as well. Nicholas Pooran. Siraj has that pace. But I think the Indians at the moment, they can't continue really bowling these spinners of Akshar Patel. Yes, he has been good coming back. He has been bowling a straight line and length. He's attacking that off stump of Nicholas Pooran, because you don't want to go wide of that off stump. You don't want to go on his legs. You want to keep that ball on about that middle and off stump. Patel has done that well, but as you mentioned, Siraj, it looks as though he's going to come back into the attack now.
Well, maybe they're listening to me. So Siraj is back on. This might not, wouldn't be a case of him bowling all 5 on the trot. Might see maybe a 2 or 3 over burst from Siraj. I'm sure they'll want to save a couple overs at the end just in case. He has been their best bowler so far. Some of those short deliveries were quite quick. We saw that even batters who were have done well today, Mayers and Brooks, they pulled away. They had to pull away from the pacey and well-directed bounces from Siraj, who is coming in from the southern end, the Brian Lara Pavilion at his back. Here he is in now to bowl to King, and he pulls out of it at the last moment, and dead ball signalled. And Siraj, just to remind you of his figures, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25, an economy rate of 5, just the 1 wide. So he has been there or thereabouts. He's been at the batsman all the way through, and we thought that there would be some interruptions for rain today, but there hasn't. There is a problem, though, with the footing at the southern end. Siraj was coming through, and I think in the gather he just sort of slipped. So he's now asking the umpire for some attention here. So there's a slight hold-up. The umpire is calling on the groundsman at the moment, and I can see Ralphie with his broom. He's put down his broom, and I think they're heading on with some sawdust here.
Yeah, I'm sure he's heading to the back for the bag of sawdust. But yeah, we've seen a little drizzle during the last over before that drinks break. And now that could have caused this little problem here for Mohammad Siraj. A bit of moisture on the field there. Let's have a look, how that went back.
Yeah, I think just in the gather there, maybe just the left foot slipping.
Yeah.
So he decided to pull out of it. It's better to do that than to go through and perhaps injure yourself. So there's a slight hold up here. The 2 umpires, Joel Wilson and Leslie Reefer, just checking on that area. And the grass is maybe not exactly tight to the ground. These covers, the square has been covered for quite a few days because of rain during the last couple of weeks here in Trinidad and Tobago. It certainly has been quite rainy. A lot of weather systems coming through in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you said that quite right. And of course, it has curtailed 2 rounds of the Cricket West Indies Under 17 Super 50 Championship as well. The wickets to go down thus far for the West Indies. Shai Hope, he went for 7. A short delivery, and he was looking to pull. He was caught down at third man. A delivery that rushed on to him from Thakur. And then Shamar Brooks, he went for 46 of 61 deliveries. He was caught a deep backward square leg off the bowling of Shardul Thakur again. So Thakur has 2 wickets for the Indians. And of course, the latest wicket to fall was that of Kyle Myers. He departed for 75, chasing a wide delivery outside the off stump. He was looking for a century, but he missed out by 25 runs. And it was a good delivery from Shardul Thakur to get him dismissed.
Yeah, they're still, they have gotten the sawdust onto that area, and now it's going to be all right. Let's see if Siraj, and Siraj with that coming in, the full goatee on his face as here he is over the wicket, and this one is on-driven. There's a fielder there. They still get the single. They realize it was Thakur, so he wasn't fast enough across it, and they picked up the single quite comfortably. At this level, you really have to pick out those fielders to maximize every run out there.
Yeah, definitely. So just playing it to the left of that field at mid-on, Brandon King, and running through quickly. Running that first run hard, very important. Something the West Indies team, would have been looking to do coming into this series. And of course, Vidya mentioned earlier that they need to bat those 50 overs. It's been a concern for them, the disability of not batting out 50 overs.
I've just been corrected by the materials manager here at the Oval. It's sand, I'm told. And he's the assistant groundsman, Colin Murray. So it was sand and not sawdust. Here's the next delivery from Siraj. And Pooran is playing this down to third man. He will pick up 1. Just opening the face and picking up a single quite easily. And that's going to be 1 more to him. So 4 deliveries remaining in the over. The Indians certainly have, well, COVID-19 has been in and around. West Indies have lost Jason Holder perhaps for the entire series because of COVID-19. The Indians have also lost KL Rahul, was on the comeback trail. He was announced to have tested positive for COVID-19 on Thursday. Here's Siraj once again, and King is playing this into the covers, picks up one. Slight hesitation, but Pooran urged him on, and they got the single quite comfortably. We are not exactly in this post-COVID period, still very much in this period where you still need to be very careful. And Sourav Ganguly confirming on Thursday that Rahul, who has been recuperating at the National Cricket Academy in Bengaluru from a surgery for a sports hernia, and that was in Germany last month, and he was included in the T20 squad against the West Indies, but he's not going to be there now. Pooran is looking to drive through the covers. It goes straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. And KL Rahul, certainly it would have been great to see him here.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm sure a lot of fans here in the Caribbean would have been excited after hearing KL Rahul name being announced in that Indian team. Of course, you know, he would have been here if he had been fit. That was the announcement that was made. But unfortunately, COVID struck again.
Siraj to Pooran, who's coming down the track, driving straight out to extra cover. There's no run. Pooran perhaps becoming a little bit impatient. There are these little indicators every now and again that he wants to get on with it. And the decision to use your feet to perhaps India's fastest bowler should be one.
Yeah, and using his feet a bit late there as well. Just those last two deliveries there, Nicholas Pooran, just looking to force the issue. Play shots that's not there. I think he would have been better served just tapping the ball into the gaps, not looking to overhit the ball.
A lot of space on the leg side. No fielders between mid-on and a short fine leg. Siraj pulls out of his run-up. On the offside, however, there is a deep cover in place, so that sort of shot could have been cut off unless he hit it over extra cover. Here's Siraj on his way, bowling to Pooran once again, who is driving through extra cover, will get one. And so Siraj just pulling back the length a little bit at that time. And they brought Siraj back to perhaps eat up a couple of overs, put the pressure back on the West Indies. 34 overs in the books. West Indies 186 for 3 now. The target, remember, is 309. Siraj's figures 1 for 29. That's the latest score here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, this said stage, India, they were 214 for 2. The West Indies, they are 186 for 3. And they're one above in the wickets column, and well, they are 28 runs shy of the Indians as well, the West Indies team. But I don't think they'd be phased at that. Still have some batting to come, but they'd want these two out in the middle to do the bulk of the run scoring for this chase. That's Brandon King and Nicholas Pooran, but they would need to weather the storm of Yuzvendra Chahal.
Certainly would, and still to come. And Chahal is back on. Rovman Powell is very explosive. He certainly has improved his play a lot to the spinners in the last year and a half or so. He will be coming in next. Romario Shepherd, more than useful all-rounder out of Guyana, is next. Alzari Joseph, who's no mug with the bat. Jaden Seals, Akil Hussain and Gudakesh Moti. We well remember Akil Hussain's outstanding innings against England that almost brought West Indies victory in a T20 game. Here is Chahal. He's bowling once again the leg spinner from the northern end. That is a good tight delivery to start off on the line of the off stump, and no run resulting.
Yeah, not allowing Nicholas Pooran to free those arms, and he's in a mood now, Nicholas Pooran. So you don't want to miss your line, you don't want to miss your length here if you're Yuzvendra Chahal.
And he's quite a competent bowler. He's into Pooran on the leg side, played in front of square, so he's just going to get one this time. 187 for 3 the score. Pooran is up to 24. King is on 27. And Pooran has just gone along at a runner ball. King, however, 27 of 36. He has not been able to get the ball away quite as well as Pooran.
Yeah, definitely so. I think he just needs to support his captain here, Nicholas Pooran. I think he's a perfect foil to partner with Nicholas Pooran at this stage.
Chahal in his 6th over now. Here he is over the wicket, bowling to King. Outside the off stump, driven one bounce to the fielder at extra cover. There is no run. And Chahal just giving that one a little bit more air and not getting the false shot from Brandon King. Back at the top of his mark, the rag just hanging out of the back of his uniform. Here he is into King, hitting the pads this time on the onside, but no run resulting. So 2 flat deliveries and the one with a little bit more air just in the middle of those.
Yeah, good variation from the leg spinner, showing his courage, not being afraid to flight the ball to Brandon King, and then delivering a quicker delivery that's fired into the legs of Brandon King, and he wasn't able to make the contact as he would have liked.
Chahal back at the top of his mark. Very small and slight figure of Chahal. Here he is in once again. This one's shorter, and King has cut that away straight to the fielder. Just going to get one. The fielder coming off the cover point boundary and doing the fielding. So just one more. Yeah, so he continues to just pick up the singles. Just outside of that 6, we haven't seen too many boundaries from King. That's been the problem for him. He hasn't been able to make up with those explosive boundaries.
And he's been finding the fielders on a number of occasions. He's been finding it difficult to pace those gaps.
Chahal to Pooran, forward to it, plays it straight to point, and there's a run which they get comfortably in the end. King is very fast. Sampson is still appealing for the run out. The umpire Joel Wilson says that is not out. He's not going to go upstairs. End of the 35th over. At the end of it, the West Indies are 189 for 3. Latest score here from the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, that's brilliant running there to finish the over from Brandon King and Nicholas Pooran. It's even better from Pooran, just playing that ball with soft hands into the offside and getting that run. And that's also brings an end to a very good over from Yuzvendra Chahal.
Yeah, it certainly does. And let's just compare notes here. The Indians were 225 for 2 at this point. The West Indies are 189 for 3. Now, India slowed up towards the end, in between the 40th and the 45th over. They only got 14 runs in that period. However, they made up with 45 runs in the last 5 overs. They went along at 9 and over. The West Indies have not been able to get to that rate throughout this innings. The fastest they've gone is just about 7 and over. So Pooran will be key if the West Indies are to get that worm, which has been getting a little bit limp in the last few overs. Now Pooran's gone for it, straight to the field, and he's gone. So the pressure is told here. Nicholas Pooran is out, gone for 25.
Getting a start, Nicholas Pooran, and not being able to push on in an attempt to push the innings forward for the West Indies team. He found that mid-on fielder there. He was looking to drive that one through the offside, but the bat turning in his hand there, and it ballooned straight to that fielder at mid-on. Siraj strikes for the Indians. Prasid Krishna takes the catch at mid-on, and Pooran, he's very disappointed with the way he's gotten out.
Yeah, he certainly was, and that was very disappointing from Pooran. And Siraj has done the job. He's back in and has taken his 3rd wicket. So a huge collective sigh of disappointment around the oval as the favourite son of Trinidad and Tobago, Nicholas Pooran, out for 25.
Yeah, he makes way for Rovman Powell. He's been having a good year thus far, Rovman Powell. Enjoyed his time at the IPL as well. And he's been doing very well in international cricket. Not the best of forms, but he's had some scores, some good scores. So he's coming into this game now where he's asked to really up the ante a bit for the West Indies team, but he'd want to just give himself some time if he can, Rovman Powell. But that would also put some pressure on Brandon King now to really get some runs.
Yeah, it certainly would. Now, Powell has to get going here, because if he doesn't get going quickly, and with King still struggling to get the ball away at about a run a ball, the West Indies could find themselves in a deeper and deeper hole. Now, Pooran got that off the toe off the bat, that dismissal. Just looking back at it, just having a look at it here. And straight to Krishna, who took it just in front of his chest. And the Indians know that is an absolutely massive wicket. And have they broken the back of the West Indies here?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. There's still Rovman Powell there now. There's still some batting to come as well. So you can't count the West Indians out just yet.
Siraj now with his tail up. He's running in from the southern end. He's bowling to the new man Powell, who's on driving. Won't get one. The fielder is in quickly for it, and he leaves him on 0. King, 28 of 39. The focus will be on him. Can he press the accelerator? Can he take some more risks here and get some runs without losing his wicket?
Yeah, that's the question. At which point of the innings now the West Indies will look to push on? and get quick runs here as they look to get 120 more runs of 88 balls.
Siraj back at the top of his mark. And here he is, running in now from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, past the umpire. This one is played. Well, it's gone straight to the fielder at backward point, who does well, diving away to his left to make the stop. No run resulting, 189 for 4, halfway through the 36th over here. This has been another good spell from Siraj, and he is very much the bowler that has come into prominence here. And there's a big fight within the Indian team to find out which player will be at the top at the World Cup next year. Siraj doing his claims, no end of good here. Here he is in once again to bowl to Powell. And Powell has pulled this one away behind square. There's a fielder there, but he's not going to stop that. Pulled away into the gap. And a boundary here from Powell to get off the mark.
Yeah, it was short, at pace as well, directed to the chest of Rovman Powell. He swiveled nicely and played it backward of a square leg. He rolled his wrist over it, playing it down. That's the most important thing. He found the gap as well, and he earned himself beautiful 4 runs.
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot there by Powell. Give him a lot more confidence here as he starts off with a boundary. The Indians have not brought Jasprit Bumrah, Hardik Pandya to the Caribbean. Certainly 2 of their top bowlers at the top. Siraj campaigning for that place just after that. This one's played straight to the fielder, not far away from him. It was flicked by Powell towards that mid-wicket position, just dropped short of him. There's a smile on the face of the fielder, and I think they've worked out that he does tend to play it in the air early in his innings, and the trap was there. Almost sprung the trap.
Yeah, played in the air quite a lot early, but in that region as well, he likes to play that shot, just work the ball off his hips.
Yeah, Siraj again into Powell, and the Jamaican playing this one down to third man to get 1. Chahal comes off the boundary to field, so he's up to 5 already. This is exactly the start that he would have hoped for. 5 of his first 5 deliveries, and that has brought an end to over number 36. At the end of 36 overs, 194 for 4. The West Indies need 116 from 85 balls. That is the latest situation here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Thus far for the West Indies, Kyle Mears has had 75 of 68. Shamar Brooks, he had 46 of 61. Nicholas Puran, he's had 25, but he was gone. And he was gone to Mohammad Siraj, caught by Prasidh Krishna at mid-on. Brandon King, he's on 28, he's still there. And well, Rovman Powell, as we know, he's just joined Brandon King at the crease. The batsmen to come, Akil Hussain, Romario Shepherd, Gudakesh Moti, Alzari Joseph, and Jaden Seals.
Yeah, those are the men to come, and really, after this, outside of Hussain, you're really getting into the all-rounders who can bat well, the likes of Shepherd, but then that disparity between batting ability and bowling ability starts to dilute as they go further down. So really, this is the last recognized pair outside of Akil Hussain here for the West Indies. So the Indians are possibly 2 strikes away from getting into a dominant, an utterly dominant position in this game. Here's Chahal. This one's driven past the bowler. That's going to be 1. Chahal and Dhawan looking at each other. Neither of them went for the ball, and they got the single.
Yeah, and we know Rovman Powell has had some issues in the past, playing leg spinners as well. He's found himself in some trouble against Rashid Khan. We saw him be a part of that hat-trick at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in the Caribbean Premier League, Rovman Powell.
Chahal just he wants a change in the field. He's asked Dhawan. There's a slip in place now. Here is Chahal. He's bowling into King now, who's pulling this one on the onside, and Dhawan does well with a diving stop away to his right. In fact, that's Gill to make the stop, and there is no run. I think he was trying to attract the attention of Gill for some change in the field, but it was not resulting. Chahal having a conversation with his captain Dhawan, who bows to him. Now here's the little leg spinner bowling the googly. This one is played straight to Dhawan, who after doing the fielding does 5 push-ups. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's excellent from the captain of the Indian team, setting the example.
Shades of Pakistan against England there. Here's Chahal once again. Fuller delivery, on-driven here by King. He will get 1 more to the total. 196 for 4. We are inside the 37th over, and King, his struggles continue here. 29 of 41. And Dhawan making the field. doing the fielding. Let's see, 1, 2 push-ups. He gets 2. It was just 2. I overestimated. It wasn't 5. Chahal again from the northern end, past the umpire, bowling to... Oh, he's taken the edge. He's gone. And his struggles continue here against the leg spinners. And Powell is gone. That's why the slip was in. Played at it, got the edge, and well taken at first slip. And Chahal has his first wicket. Is that going to be the moment India will say, that's when we knew we were going to win this one?
Well, it could very well be. It's a big wicket of Rovman Powell, wide outside the off stump, chasing it. Big gap between bat and pad, playing wide outside the off stump loosely. And he played it into the hands of Deepak Hooda at the first slip. Smart going by the captain Shikhar Dhawan. It's a good move to put a slip in. Rovman Powell, he has to go for 6 of 7, bowled by Chahal Court, Deepak Hooda.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket here for India, and the West Indies now 196 for 5. We are in the 37th over. The West Indies still need 113 runs of 79 deliveries, and certainly it's a little bit beyond advantage India at the moment. And the team in blue looking good here to go on to get the win in the first one-day international. But Akil Hussain has come to the crease, and the Queen's Park player certainly knows this pitch very well, and he is capable of producing an innings of quality. I tell you what, Visham, when India play against any team, there's a lot of scrutiny from the scouts, and the players are always aware that if they can do something special, there could be maybe a few gifts coming in the future.
Yeah, and one of those gifts can be an IPL contract. Vidya, who knows? But, you know, Akil Hussain has really earned his spot on the West Indies team, and he's shown why he's such a good cricketer and why he's here in recent times. He displayed good character with the ball and even better character with the bat. He's shown what a good all-rounder he is.
Yeah, he certainly has. And while we know about his all-rounder credentials here in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, at the international level, he hasn't really produced the goods just yet. There were glimpses of it against England, and certainly here he does get the opportunity. The West Indies still have 13.1 overs to bat, so there's an opportunity for him to perhaps show what he's made of as an all-rounder. He hasn't been able to do it just yet, but what a formidable opponent in Yuzvendra Chahal bowling from the other end. Slip and a leg slip in place here for the leg spinner, as the left-handed Hussain just looks around to see those two men behind square. There's also a backward point and an extra cover in place in Gill, mid-wicket in his captain Dhawan there also. And he's on driving the first delivery, picks up 1, and he's off the mark immediately.
Yeah, and what better place for Akil Hussain to, you know, try his hand, look to win a game for the West Indies team at the Queen's Park Oval, where he normally plays his cricket.
Yeah, and he scored 100 here already.
Yeah.
First class 100. Akil Hussain scored here, and certainly the early part of his career, he just sort of went away for a little period. It was an uncertain period, but now he's back, and with a bang. 37 overs in the books, and the West Indies are 197 for 5, 75 from Mayers, Brooks 46, 29 not out from Brandon King, 25 from Puran. Powell was the last to go for 6. Hussain is just out there on 1. So this is going to be a difficult task here for the West Indies to go on to get victory from this position here, Bisham Lalman. I think the odds have tilted not slightly, but in a big way towards India at the moment.
Yeah, I think the West Indies would have feared this. They would have feared losing a couple quick wickets there in that middle period, now heading to the back end of the innings. That's what happened, and it's put them in a really troubling position at the moment. And Shardul Thakur, one of the key bowlers for the Indian team today, is back into the attack.
2 for 41 off his 7 overs. He's going to be bowling his 8th over. Here he is in from the southern end. This one's cut between just past the bowler, the fielder at that point position, down to wide third man, and he gets 1 all. They're going to get another one. There's an overthrow here. Well, this was very, very careless from the Indians. How often you see that from them? That was overthrown, and there was no one backing up, and they get 2.
Yeah, and Shardul Thakur, rightfully so, he was very unhappy with that there. But it was a good-looking shot, though, from Akil Hussain. He would have thought when that came off the bat, it would have run away for 4. But good work there from Axar Patel. And the throw was a horrendous one, to say the least.
Brandon King facing up now, 29 of 42 deliveries, the 200 up for the West Indies. Here is Thakur into the right-hander, who's playing it straight back to the bowler. Once bounced to him, and there is no run. And Thakur continues to do what he's been doing all the way through this match. The options for the Indians here, they still have, with the overs still to go, they still have a lot of options. They've used 6 bowlers so far. Siraj has 3, 4 more from Krishna. Thakur has 2 after this. Patel has 5. Huda also has 5, and Chahal has 3 after this. Here is Thakur into King, and he's flat batting this one into the mid-wicket region, and he will pick up 1. That was so short and so slow into the pitch. You thought that he would have gone after that one.
Yeah, he played it just, as though he was resting something on a table, Vidya. Just rested the bat onto that ball, and it went into the onside to pick up a single. But yeah, you would have, that would have certainly invited me to go at that ball, Vidya.
I think he's, it really does say something about his mindset here of King. He's gone into, well, maybe a shell might be a shell within a shell at the moment here for Brandon King. 30 of 44 deliveries. Here's Thakur into the left-handed Hussain, who's flicked this away behind square. That's going to be 4. 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, and Hussain has put that between them for a boundary.
Yeah, that's a sweet shot. As they say in Trinidad and Tobago, a sweet shot from Akhil Hussain. It was there to be hit. It was down the leg side from Shardul Thakur, and he just went with it there, Akhil Hussain, and found himself his first boundary of the innings, and a welcome one for the West Indies team.
Yeah, so that's 4 for Hussain. Always a confident young man, the youngster from East Port of Spain. And the left-hander, 8 of 3 deliveries already for him. Here's Thakur now running towards us. Here he is bowling to Hussain once again, flicking this one. And fine leg has some work here. Chahal is there. He has a powerful arm, but he fumbles the ball, and Hussain is back for 2.
Yeah, quick on his feet there, Yuzvendra Chahal, but he couldn't limit them to anything less than 2. But that's good running there from Brandon King and Akhil Hussain.
Yeah, King is going to be very fast, so I think he's going to be able to keep up with Hussain in terms of the running between the wickets. And the West Indies need 102 of 73 deliveries. It can still be done. However, somebody's going to have to do something very, very special here. Dhawan is talking to his bowler, and Thakur, he wants the fielder who was at the mid-off position to go back to long on. Dhawan has gone there himself. So on the leg side, there are 4 fielders inside the circle, as Thakur has now decided to go round the wicket here to the left-handed Hussain. Hussain is driving this straight to extra cover. There's no run, and straight to the fielder, easily taken.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer was looking to fire that one at the non-striker's end. Luckily was King there. He was home. He didn't leave home early there, Brandon King.
And Hussain looked very unhappy as he hit that one straight to the fielder. After 38 overs, the West Indies 207 for 5 correction, and everyone was crossing over, but there is a late call for a no ball and a free hit here. This is the 3rd time for the innings we've seen that the no ball was not detected, and the 3rd umpire has intervened and made that call. Nigel Duguid is the man doing the TV duties today. Here's the free hit. It's Thakur now from the southern end. He's coming round the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Hussain, who plays this one straight to the fielder, and they're not going to get a run off the free hit. That was straight to backward point.
Yeah, well, the last 2 deliveries there of the over, Akhil Hussain finding the fielder at cover and also finding the fielder at backward point. And had he went either side of those 2 fielders, he would have certainly gotten boundaries on 2 occasions. But there's another no ball now, Vidya.
Wow, yeah. The no ball followed by another here. So there's going to be another free hit. And umpire Joel Wilson circles his finger over the top of his head in the approved fashion to signal there is going to be another one. So a little bit of indiscipline here from the Indians, and perhaps that feeling that they are well in control here starting to get to them. There was that overthrow in the last over. Now 2 no balls of consecutive deliveries here from Thakur. A little bit of a cheer goes up round the field. They want to see something here from Hussain. Hussain steps outside the off stump and he hits that one straight back down the ground for one. He was looking to launch that one over mid-wicket, but another good delivery here from Thakur.
He likes that shot, Akhil Hussain, and he's very disappointed there, not being able to get a boundary. He had 2 bites at the cherry, and he couldn't capitalize on those 2 free hits, Vidya.
Yes, he did, and he has stayed on 11 of 7 at the end of 38 overs, and the West Indies are 210 for 5, and certainly a far distance from home. They need 99 more runs from 72 deliveries still to go here. So the West Indies batsmen have a big task on their hands. Shikhar Dhawan looking to get a win here. He was in charge of the Indian team against Sri Lanka last year. That's why while the Indian team was playing in senior team was playing in another place, he was playing. He led a second string squad on a white ball tour of Sri Lanka. The regulars were in England for the WTC final against New Zealand, as well as the Test series against England. Patel is back on. First delivery played by Hussain straight to mid-wicket. There is no run, and Patel has 5 more overs still to go. None for 35. He's been the most expensive of the spinners. Flicked away by Hussain. Will get 1 behind square. Will they go for the second? He wants it, but he's been sent back, and rightly so. That throw was right next to the stumps. He would have been run out by miles.
Yeah, the fielder was attacking that ball there at deep backward square leg. He was running in quickly, and he fired in that one to the gloves of Sanju Samson.
King has not faced a delivery in quite a while. 30 of 44 deliveries, and King is going to play this one through cover. Will get 1. Yeah, they'll need a boundary at some point here, the West Indies, if they are to keep up with the pace here. Need just about 7 runs and over. Just about 7 runs and over going into this last 12 overs or so. Left armour, Axar Patel, will now be bowling to the left-handed Hussain, who's playing this one behind square again. Similar shot to early in the over. Will get 1 this time. And Patel has come back here. 3 tight deliveries to start off his 6th over.
And that's what he has done in the last couple of overs of his, the Axar Patel, after being thumped by Kyle Mayers in his very first over.
Yeah, he certainly was. And Brandon King went for a big cut shot there. No contact taken by Samson. Dot ball. The second dot ball of the over. Last ball of the over coming up here from the left-handed spinner. This one is driven through the extra cover region. They're looking for a second run. King has gone for it. He's been sent back. And that's another powerful throw from the deep, and King stays for 1. The overs come to an end. After 39 overs, the Indians are well in control. West Indies 214 for 5.
Yeah, that last delivery there, I thought that King would have wanted to play that a bit squarer of the lower field, a bit more to the left of Deepak Hooda, who was across to that one quickly, and that's good fielding, limiting the West Indians to only 1 run. And that was another good over from Axar Patel. That's, you know, it's taking this game further and further away from the West Indies, now the Indians.
Yeah, the Indians starting off well here, and that's set up really by that 119-run partnership between Shikhar Dhawan and Shubman Gill. Gill going for 64. He could have gotten 600 runs here the way he was batting earlier today, but a careless bit of running. He was run out by Nicholas Pooran. 97 from Dhawan, missing out on what would have been his 3rd 100 against the West Indies. Here's Krishna from the southern end. This one's cut straight into the ground by King. His timing has been well and truly off here, and he can't get the single off the first ball.
Yeah, he's continuing to, you know, dig himself and put himself in a hole here, Brandon King. He's not having the best of times out there in the middle.
Yeah, he's deep in the hole. I don't think he can see the clouds from here right now. Brandon King got 100 for Jamaica earlier this season in the first class. Some first class matches. Here he is facing up to Krishna again, pulling this one straight to the fielder, who has to tumble away to his left to make the stop. But that is a nice shot there by King, but well stopped there by Hooda, showing his class in the outfield.
Yeah, he's been in and around the outfield doing good work for the Indians. Yeah, and Brandon King shaking his head in disgust there as that one was cleaned up by Deepak Hooda. He struck it hard, but again, finding the fielder.
Krishna has asked the fielder and that third man position on the boundary to come into the circle now. So they now have 4 players on the offside here for Akil Hussain. Here is Krishna into Hussain, comes down the track. That's a good short delivery, and it's taken by Samson. Didn't get a touch onto it. That was actually King, excuse me. That was a very good short delivery by the Indian fast bowler.
He was coming back in as it pitched there. And those are the most testing short deliveries to play. Those coming back in to the batsmen. And Brandon King, he was looking to fend at it. And there is Yuzvendra Chahal at a short third man there.
Yes, Krishna from the southern end once again, bowling to King. And King is driving in this one, and it's gone through the gap. That's going to run away for 4. It's gone wide of the man in that backward points position, and that's gone all the way to the boundary very quickly for a 4. The fans have not had too much to cheer about. They are cheering now, and King is up to 36, and the West Indies 218 for 5.
Yeah, maybe this is the lock that Brandon King needs to get going. A fortuitous boundary there for him. He was slashing at that delivery. It was a slow delivery from Prasidh Krishna outside the off stump, just about on that 5th stump line, and it went over the head of that short third man and backward point fielder's head for 4.
It was slow and wide. Let's see what he does this time. He's into King, and full pace delivery off the hip of King, and that will be 1 from Krishna. So the score will move on to 1, and it's leg by. So King stays on 36. Hussain 13 off 10. The West Indies 219 for 5. Last ball of the 40th over. So we're just about to enter that last 10 overs here, Visham.
Yeah, this could be a very exciting final 10 overs.
Or a very depressing one.
Well,
depending on where you look.
yes.
One of the teams is going to be left slightly depressed after today. The Indians and the West Indians here in action. Of course, in a 3-game series, you really want to win the first game and put all the pressure on the opposition to win the next 2 to take the series. Here is Krishna, last ball, and Hussain stepping outside the off stump, plays it straight to extra cover. There is no run, and the over has come to an end. At the end of the over, Hussain is 13, King is 36. The West Indies are 219 for 5 after 40 overs. After more comments from Visham Lalman, it's going to be Dr. Mehta and Colin Murray.
Yeah, well, it's going to take some doing this for the West Indies, and their worm is just going below and further below that Indian worm. And, well, it looks as though we are set for an exciting finish as I leave you to Dr. Mehta and Mr. Colin Murray.
Thank you very much, Bisham. Making your debut here at West Indies versus India. One-day international at the Queen's Park Oval. So it's a day to remember as we enter the 3rd power play, and Aksar Patel is going to continue. He's had 6 overs, none for 39, bowling to Brandon King, and that's right through him, through the keeper as well. It's gone behind them. They've gone for 1. That's all they'll be. We'll wait on the signal from umpire Rifa. Signal buys. So they total on to 1 to 219 for 5. We are into the 41st over. King is on 36. He's batted well. 36 from 52 deliveries. Suppose one would have wanted him to be a little bit, his strike rate to be a little bit quicker than that. As Hussain is turning his first delivery from Patel down to a short fine leg. Thakur is there, and they can't get a run. He remains on 13. So the target 309, as Hussain is going to get a single down to long on, as he was on the front foot just playing the ball down to Huda. So 1 more to him, 1 more to the total. Not sure we in for a grandstand finish again, Doc.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, but it's a funny game, as somebody said. So it isn't over until the fat lady sings.
There's King looking to drive at our delivery outside the line of the off stump. Stumping from Sampson. He appeals to umpire Wilson, who's gone upstairs. So we'll have a little bit of a wait for the TV umpire to have a look at it and then make a decision. Yeah, 2 overs can certainly, 2 big overs may very well change the complexion of this game, but I really can't see the Indians letting up now. I think they've gone, they seem to have a good grip on the game now. The boundaries have dried up, and we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, that's true. I think when we were earlier on the air, you and I together, Colin, the way Kyle Mayers and Shamar Brooks were going along, both scoring, Kyle scored 75 and Shamar scored 46. Things were looking quite positive for the West Indies chase, which is what skipper Pooran elected to do when he won the toss. But at the moment, the loss of Roman Powell and Nicholas Pooran himself has the West Indies on the back foot at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you think King, Hossain, and maybe Romario Shepherd, he hits the ball pretty hard and hits it a good distance as well. If he can get some big ones, who knows? But it's looking very, very difficult now for the West Indies to get to that 309 total, as King gets another single just to the left of Dhawan at cover. Goes to 37. The total on now 22.45 brings Akeal Hosein back into strike. The required run rate now is 9.49. So it's a situation where I think we made that point. They need 2 big overs to just reduce that run rate and give themselves a chance. Here's Hosein coming down the track and whipping this one on the onside. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for the second, and they get it comfortably. So 2 more to Hosein to end the over number 41 at 224 now for 5. King is 37. Hosein is on 16. 85 more runs to win from 54 balls. So it's just over 9 runs and over to get. It's a tall ask, but effectively the 224 for 5 could very well be 224 for 6 because of Moti's injury to the thumb, and I don't believe we have heard the official word after he was taken to the hospital for a checkup and possibly some x-rays to rule out any fracture in his thumb. But the scene did not look quite good, and I do not want to relive that scene for you. No, I didn't see it. I heard about it. Somebody said there was blood all over and things like that. I think it was Vidya Ramphal was talking about blood and the nail out, and that's a good shot from King, driving it straight back past the bowler, and that's gone into the boundary for 4. A slower delivery from Krishna, and Brandon King, who's looking good, he's really batted well, drives this one straight back past the bowler, and the man at long on couldn't get across in time to his left and goes into the boundary for 4. But that's a good shot from King. He took it from just outside the line of the off stump and he hit it back on the onside of the pitch and down to the boundary. So he goes on to 41 now, 228 for 5, 81 more runs needed, 53 deliveries left. Here's Krishna, and King looking to hit this one somewhere over mid-wicket. Seemed to have played it a little too early, and the ball came off. That may have just been the back of the bat, but it went down to long on. He doesn't care which part of the bat it hits once he gets a run, and he goes to 42, 229 for 5. But it's been a good day of cricket, hasn't it, Doc?
It has been. The weather has held up nicely. The crowd has seen some tremendous batting from the Indian team, particularly the way Shikhar Dhawan batted in the morning, and then Shubman Gill batted very well.
To me, he was the pick of the batsman. He really looked good.
And it was an unfortunate run out.
Yeah, I think he was careless. He was slightly careless. I don't think he thought that Pooran, because it was hit to the right of Pooran, and you would have thought Pooran would have gone towards the wicket-keeper's end. But this is a wide delivery, signal a wide by umpire Wilson. 1 more to the total, 230 for 5. One would have thought he would have gone to the keeper's end. Give him credit though. He picked up the ball, spun with it, and he hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. And before Gill knew what was happening, he was back on his way back to the pavilion. But a really good piece of fielding. We've seen some good fielding. We've seen some. To me, it's been a batsman's day, and we saw that from the track. The pitch looked excellent for batting, and it has played, in my view, just the way it has looked. You know, I expected a score of 300. I more or less thought West Indies, the chase, especially after Mayers and Brooks were batting that well, it could have been a little closer. I would have thought now the West Indies would have been, if they were maybe 250, 255, it would have been really a tight game at this stage. But I think they're about 20 runs at this point too short. But let's look at Krishna coming into Hussain, and he's driving, but it's going to get a single because a Yorker length delivery, and it came off the bottom part of the bat, and it really trickles out towards Yadav, who is at that short cover, and he seemed to have done some damage to himself. He's holding his leg, but a single. He's now looking towards the pavilion, but he's holding it back of his calf and just limping away, but seems to be all right. 231 for 5, Hussain on 17.
Yeah, he was limping. It's Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah. But I was making the point that I think they were about 20, 25 runs, a little too short at this stage, and especially having 5 wickets down.
And now, with 78 more in 51 balls, these two really have to bat together, because effectively, as we said, Moti may not even come to bat, depending on how bad his injury is.
So Krishna at the top of his mark. He's had 7.3 overs, none for 45. 7 runs so far from his first 3 deliveries. And King is playing this back up on the onside. They're just going to get a single because it goes down to long on. And King goes to 43, the total on to 232 for 5, 77 more to get from 50 deliveries. Krishna making his way back to the top of his marks, going to be bowling to the left-handed Akeal Hosein. He had a tremendous innings against England. I think it was a year ago. Came in when all hope was lost and got something in the vicinity of 60 or 70. Was it 44? 44 in about 15 deliveries, wasn't it? 44 undefeated in 15 deliveries, coming in at number 10. Is a delivery outside the off stump, tries to open the face, doesn't make contact, goes through to the keeper. But
Akeal Hosein is a very good utility player. A good bowler, bowls stump to stump, good length.
It's a good fieldsman.
Good fieldsman, and he can smack the ball around like you mentioned. So Akeal Hosein has to stay there and go for a kill. Yeah,
he's got to. One of these two. Here is Krishna into the left-hander, and he's having a good go at that one outside the off stump. It was a little too wide. He looks at the umpire as if to indicate that I was too wide of the off stump. The umpire didn't agree, and a quicker delivery from Krishna was quick outside the line of the off stump, and because of that, Hussain just couldn't get across in time. So 232 now for 5 at the end of 42 overs. King is 43 not out. And Akeal Hosein is on 17 from 17 deliveries. So 77 runs needed in 48 deliveries. It's going to be really tough. You got to think West Indies need at least 2 big overs. And when I say 2 big overs, maybe 15, 16 runs per over to get back on track here. But it's a tall order for these two. And let's see, is it going to be Chahal? Yes, it is Chahal. He's going to continue. He's had 7 overs, 1 for 30. So he's back on track.
I think the spinners have had no purchase whatsoever. And both Huda and Chahal have tried to bowl from different ends. Chahal has tossed the ball up in the air. Huda has been flattered through the air with his off spin. As Chahal starts the next over.
This one, King is going after him. He's hit it high in there, but it goes way over mid-wicket. That's a good shot. It was given a little bit air by Chahal, and the slug sweep coming into operation there from Brandon King. He goes quickly from 43 to 49. The West Indian flags in the crowd come out, but there was Brandon King going after Chahal with that slug sweep. He timed it well, and it went high over mid-wicket for 6 runs. He goes to 49. The total now advancing very quickly to 238 for 5. No change in the field. Will Chahal go a little wide of the off stump? Let's see. This one is flatter in trajectory and spinning away from the right-handed King as he cuts down to the deep point position, pick up a single. He goes on to 50 now. So another good knock from Brandon King. He is on 50 from 60 deliveries. It's now 239 for 5.
No, well played, Brandon King. Well earned 50 with his 60 balls, and he has certainly kept the West Indies in the game. And still, this game is not over. And a few big blows from either Akeal Hosein or Brandon King can turn things around for the West Indies.
Well, let's see what Akeal Hosein. 7 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Quicker delivery outside the line of the off stump seemed to be the wrong one. And Hosein driving out to long off. And they pick up a single. He's now 18 from 18 deliveries. Brings Brandon King back into strike. He's got to hit another couple lusty blows. There's no doubt if West Indies are to get these 69 runs from 45 balls. As Chahal into him outside the off stump, he's across looking to cut. He does make contact, but hits it straight to the man at that point position. There is no run. 5 men on the offside. There's a long off. There is that cover right out on the boundary. And then on the onside, there's a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. As Chahal is into King, and he's looking to swing this one down to the deep mid-wicket. All along the ground it goes. So they're only going to pick up a single because there is protection in the deep. One more to the total. 241 for 5. King is on 51. 68 needed. 43 deliveries left. Brings the left-handed Hosein back into strike. Final delivery of Chahal's 8th over, the 43rd of the innings. As he's into, this is quicker outside the off stump. Hosein goes after him. One couple bounces into the boundary. This is a good over for the West Indies. 13 runs coming from it as that delivery flatter in trajectory. And there was Hosein pulling it wide down to the long on position, and they pick up 4 runs, and the fans are dancing. They think West Indies are back into this. They may very well have a chance. 245 now for 5. 43 overs have been bowled. King is 51. Hosein is on 22, and the glimmer of hope is maybe getting just a little bit bigger.
Couple more overs like this with some good blows. A 4 and a 6, a 10-run over perhaps could certainly change the equation in the West Indies' favor. At the moment, still I would say advantage India, and if the West Indies were to lose one more wicket at this juncture, then it certainly would tilt heavily under in India's favor. But both the batsmen having a little break, come back, but the way they have made this attempt, Colin, I think it's very commendable, particularly from King, and some excellent support by Hosein.
Yeah, it is. There's no doubt about it. And you're right. I mean, there's advantage India still. But I tell you, a couple big overs like that, 13 run over. And who knows, the Indians may just panic a little bit. Krishna is going to continue. But with Suraj to bowl a couple overs, he's got what? He's got 3 overs left, and which is very important to the Indian cause. Suraj, he's had 2 for 34 from 7.
Yeah, he's been the most impressive of all.
No doubt. Here is Krishna into King, and King looking to hit this one through the onside, trying to get it through mid-wicket. Ball comes off the bottom of the bat, just rolls out in front of him on the onside. Now, Krishna is asking for a change in the field. There's a short third man, there's a backward point, a square cover on the boundary, a short extra cover, a long off. But on the onside, there's just a short fine leg, and the other 3 men are all out on the boundary board. There is a deep backward square leg, there is a mid-wicket right out on the boundary board, as I said, and then there's that long on. Here's Krishna into King. That's a good delivery, Yorker length delivery. King can't do very much with it. He digs it out, plays it towards the vacant mid-off position. Dhawan runs across, does the fielding, and they pick up a single. In the meantime, seems that Yadav is off the field getting some treatment on that calf injury.
Yeah, he has. I did see the physio.
Is it Siraj? Oh, I didn't realize it was Siraj. If it is Siraj, that's a big blow, because it means he may not complete his 10 overs.
That would be a cause of concern.
It must be.
Certainly. Krishna at the moment would like to be among the wickets because he has gone wicketless so far.
246 for 5. Here is Krishna. And Hussain hitting this in the air, but over the man at cover, runs in it for him. They've gone for 1, they've gone for 2. He's thinking of the third, it's certainly not on. And 2 runs for Hussain. So he goes now to 24. 248 for 5. 61 more runs needed. 39 deliveries left. And if Mohammad Siraj cannot come back onto the field, that could be a telling blow for the Indians. So Krishna, who's bowled well in this, he's merely concentrating and taking the ball up to the bat. Bowled a couple of good Yorkers. That one was a little short, and Akil Hussain went after him. Didn't time it all that well. Here is Krishna, right up to the bat again. This is good. Yorker length delivery, wide of the off stump. Hussain looking to open the face of the bat, trying to hit it square on the offside. Doesn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper. 248 for 5. 2 deliveries left in over number 44.
61 needed of 38 balls, Colin, and Prasidh Krishna is really firing up at this point. And we haven't heard any official word about the injury that Siraj has sustained. From what we could see, it appeared to be like a pulled muscle, perhaps a hamstring, the way he was limping.
Here is Krishna into Hussain, wide of the off stump again. But this was a wild swing from Akil Hussain. His head was in the air and he was trying to hit it somewhere over mid-on. Didn't make contact and goes through to the keeper. But you could see the intent is there by both these batsmen, especially Akil Hussain. But if he's going to play those kind of shots, you've got to keep your eye on the ball. But his head was in the air and he was just having a wild swing. And give Krishna credit, he's taking that ball up to the batsman and taking it wide of the off stump. And he's saying to Akil Hussain, well, if you're going to play those kind of shots, you're not going to make contact. Well, let's look at Krishna. Into him again, wide of that off stump, and this time it comes off the outer part of maybe the bottom part of the bat and goes out, squirts out towards the third man, and they pick up a single. So 1 more to the total. A very good over from Krishna. Just 4 runs coming from it, and it's now 249 for 5 at the end of 44 overs.
Yes, chasing 309. 60 more runs required, 36 balls, and
it's gone up to 10 and over, Doc.
10 and over, and we have said earlier that we are not sure about Moti, whether he'll be able to bat or not, but it's up to this pair and see how they can take the West Indies team to a possible victory, as Yuzvendra Chahal is getting ready to bowl from the commentator's end, and that will be his 9th over. Chahal is taken 1 for 43 in his 8 overs that he has bowled so far.
This is another very interesting over. I think they're going to look to target Chahal, especially the left-handed Hussain, and if this over goes for maybe 13-14, who knows, but there's no doubt they're going to try and get after Chahal. Here he is to Hussain, comes down the track, ball comes off the outer edge and goes towards a short third man, and they pick up a single. So the intention is there, because Akil Hussain was dancing into that ball and didn't really get to the pitch, and in the end it came off an outside edge and went down to third man, or to short third man. The 250 is up, 250 for 5. We are into over number 45. Brandon King back in strike, he's on 52. 5 men on the off, 4 on the on, and of those 4, there's a deep backward square, there's a deep mid wicket, there's a long on, there's a long off, there's a deep cover. Everybody else, the next 5 players inside the circle, saving the single. As Chahal over the wicket, he's asking the cover to go a little bit squarer. So he's got interesting feel. Here he is into King outside the off stump, and King is looking to cut. The ball goes down to that deep square cover position. It has to go to his left, so they're able to come back for 2. But the intention is clear. Chahal is going to be bowling that ball just outside the line of the off stump, asking Brandon King to cut, and hopefully those 3 men from a short third man to a cover point will come into play. 252 for 5 as Chahal in again to King, giving it some air, and he goes after it. It's in the air, goes straight to the man at that cover position, and Brandon King again very upset. I think he was looking to hit that a little bit straighter towards, I would think, just between the long off and that squarish cover position. It was in the air for a long time, and Brandon King, he goes back to the pavilion, caught for 54 off of 56 deliveries, but there was Chahal giving it some air outside the off stump, and Brandon King seemed to have come off more of the bottom of the bat, and the catch was taken there in the deep by Iyer. That's his second catch, but Brandon King goes for 54 from 66 deliveries. It's now 252 for 6.
Yeah, well compiled 54. He should have continued to play to give any chance to the West Indies team to win. There were 2 fielders in the deep. Ruturaj Gaikwad, who is substituting in the long off boundary, also was in the vicinity of that catch, but it went straight to Shreyas Iyer, who absolutely made no mistake, which brings the West Indies down to 252 for 6 at the end of 44.3 overs. And now the equation is of 33 balls. West Indies require 57 more to win as Romario Shepherd makes his way onto the crease.
Of course, we all know Shepherd can hit the ball hard, and he's another one. If he can maybe hit a couple big blows, the West Indies will feel that they stand a chance. But it's all advantage now, India. There's no doubt about it. And Chahal picking up his second wicket. He's got 2 for 46 now. And it's going to be bowling to the left-handed Akeal Hosein because the batsman crossed. And the left-handed Hosein looks around at the field. Chahal himself has a glance to make sure the fieldsmen are in the correct position. Is this delivery quicker outside the line of the off stump? And Hosein is playing it down to a wideish long off, more towards a deep extra cover. But they can only get a single because he timed it well. And man at that long off position running around to his right to do the fielding. And they pick up a single. 253 for 6. Hosein on 27.
Well, to be fair to the West Indies batting team, their performance today compared to what it was against Bangladesh is certainly a lot better, and the chase was also quite impressive. 253 for 6. The game isn't over yet, but of course different conditions in Trinidad and Guyana, but having said that, this has been an impressive chase by the West Indies, and India has played to their strengths. Chahal has continued to flight the ball and let the batsman challenge him, and then they have put the ball up in the air.
Well, Chahal into Shepherd outside the line of the off stump, giving it a little bit of air, but going wide of that off stump, and Shepherd looking to strike it through that offside, trying to hit it square. Didn't make contact and goes through to be taken by the keeper. 1 delivery left in this over. Just 4 runs coming from it so far, and the all-important wicket of Brandon King for Chahal as he's into Shepherd, and Shepherd gets the outside edge, runs in it for him. It goes past slip. It's running down towards third man. They've turned for 1. They've come back for the second, and Thakur, he's now seemed to have done some damage to himself. Well, he's also taking out some of the oval turf. Come on, Thakur, you need to put it back in. So it's 2 runs for Shepherd to get off the mark. 45 overs have been bowled. 255 now for 6. So it means the West Indies, they need 54 more runs from 30 deliveries. That's just bordering on 11 runs and over. And all hope is certainly disappearing. Akeal Hosein is there on 27. Shepherd is on 2. And Is it going to be Krishna? It seems to be Krishna is going to continue because he's got 1 over left, none for 50 so far. As just some adjustments being made to the field by skipper Dhawan.
Yeah, Colin, if India manages to win this one-day international series, they will be the first team to win 12 consecutive ODI bilateral series against a team which would beat the previous record. So this ODI series victory could be of historic proportions in the annals of one-day international cricket.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And so they started the series as favourites, and to be honest, they've played today like favourites. Yes, they've been challenged by the West Indies, but the confidence that the Indian team has displayed, not only in terms of their batting, but even with their bowling, their fielding, they've been a very confident team. And here's Krishna. Oh no, so this is Suraj. So he's back on the field, and the first delivery, Hussain is hitting it square down to the point position, and they pick up a single. So Mohammad Suraj is back into the attack. So that's good news, because we were all concerned when he was off the field getting a little bit of treatment that it may be a muscle pull or a muscle injury of some sort, and that he may not have been able to come back to complete his 10 overs. But he's back into the attack, 2 for 35 so far, as Shepherd is going to take strike, as Mohammad Suraj on his way to bowl to the right-handed Shepherd. This is short, and Shepherd pulling it down to the deep backward square leg position. The man from mid-wicket has to move around to his right, that's Iyer, to do the fielding, and the batsman crossed for 2. A little bit too short there from Suraj, and Shepherd goes to 4, 258 for 6, 51 runs needed, 28 deliveries left.
I think we'll see a bouncer, Colin. He wants to challenge him and let him hook to the onside and take up the challenge.
Well, let's see if you're right, Doc. Well, he's pitching it up, and Shepherd is in defense, just pushing it back up along the track to the bowler. There is no run. 27 deliveries left, 51 more runs needed by the West Indies to try and secure a victory here in this first ODI at the Queen's Park Oval. So Shepherd settles again, waits on Suraj, who's with him now, and this is short, and he's pulling down to that deep backward square leg position. They've gone for 1 this time. They can't come back for the second, and they settle for that single. 4 runs so far in the first 4 deliveries, 259 for 6. Akil Hussain back in strike on 28 as the field just changes over for the left-hander. There's nobody at that deep mid-wicket position. There is the orthodox mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square and a long on. And this is wide of the leg stump. Now, that's going to be interesting because the umpire, yes, he now signals a wide. And the reason I was saying it was interesting, Doc, Akil Hussain went wide of the off stump. And Mohammad Suraj bowled it wide of the leg stump. But I think the umpire was right, because even if Hussain was standing in his normal position, that was too wide of the leg stump.
It certainly was. That was a wide by any stretch of imagination. Absolutely.
260 for 6. Suraj into Hussain. He's driving down to long off, but just a single in it. So he goes to 29. The total on to 261 for 6. And you could see the disappointment on Akil's face, because he knows he needs some boundaries and he needs them quickly. Singles are not going to do it. Suraj
last ball of the over.
Last ball, yep. Last ball of the 46th over. 25 deliveries left, 48 to get. And that's a good delivery, Yorker length delivery. What a good delivery. Shepherd played it well because he had to come down on it quickly. He did it well. The ball came off the bottom of the bat and just squirts out on the leg side, and they're able to pick up a single. The end of the over. Over 46 has been completed. Suraj has now bowled 8 overs, 2 for 41, and it's 262 for 6 after 46 overs.
Yeah, what a great way to end his 8th over. That was almost an unplayable Yorker from Mohammad Siraj. So Mohammad Siraj in his 8 overs, he has 2 wickets. Shardul Thakur has 2 wickets, and Yuzvendra Chahal has 2 wickets. Prasidh Krishna has gone wicketless, and so have the 2 spinners, Patel and Huda. So the way things stand right now, West Indies need 47 more out of 24 balls to win the first one-day international here at the picturesque Queen's Park Oval here in Trinidad, as Chahal gets ready
for his final over, the 10th, and Shepherd is striking this one out. Yadav at that point position, no run, another dot ball. So 23 deliveries left, 47 to get. Just got to think that Shepherd has got to take a chance. Look for the big one. But Chahal, full of experience, knows that Shepherd is going to look to come after him. He does go after him, and that's it. Wow! Right back over the bowler's head. That's gone for a mighty 6. You expect that from Romario Shepherd. He gives the ball a really thunderous strike, and he timed that beautifully. Hit it straight back over the leg spinner's head. He pushed it through just outside the line of the off stump, and Shepherd reached for it, hit it hard in the middle of the bat, and it sailed high over the boundary for 6. He goes to 12. 268 now for 6. 41 needed. 22 deliveries. Shepherd reached for that one outside the line of the off stump. He timed it well. Here is Chahal into him again, and he's looking to cut, but straight to Iyer. You can understand what Chahal is doing. He's pushing that ball through outside the line of the off stump, spinning it away. So he's going to say to Shepherd, look, if you're going to hit me for 6s, you've got to take it from outside that line of the off stump.
And in terms of getting purchase from the wicket to spin the ball, he has not been able to spin that at all.
2 for 55 from 9.5 overs. Here's Shepherd striking this one down towards the extra cover position. The man right out on the boundary. So he's just going to pick up a single. So 269 for 6. He's on to 13. 40 runs needed now. 20 deliveries left. Skipper Dhawan making the change for the left-hander. It's going over towards that short extra cover. So 5 men on that offside for Akil Hussain. There's a short third man, backward point, cover out on the boundary, extra cover, then a long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and a short fine leg. Hussain looks around at the field. The left-hander settles, looks up, sees Chahal is ready. Here is the Indian spinner into him. He goes outside the line of the off stump and hits it in, well, along the ground. Got it on the full, but couldn't do very much with it, and picks up a single. He goes now to 30. 270 now for 6. 39 runs needed, 19 deliveries left, but just 4 wickets intact for the West Indies. Chahal with his final delivery of his 10th over, the 47th of the innings, is into Shepherd. He's hit it in the air, but goes one bounce down to the man at deep extra cover, and they pick up a single. So an over in which there was 9 runs coming from it. Chahal has completed his 10 overs, 2 for 58. It's 271 now for 6. Shepherd is 14. He's going to have strike for over number 48. Hussain is on 30, but still a long way to go for the West Indies, needing 38 from 18 deliveries.
You know, Colin, if this was a T20 match and you would say 18 balls, 38 runs, easy peasy. Yeah. But, you know, the way that these players have played on a wicket like this, it's a bit difficult, and they've lost the majority of their batsmen who have been the quality players. Yes. It's now up to these two to bring them home. Certainly a tough task for the moment, but a couple of 6s back to back.
You can never tell. But Mohammad Siraj is the man picking up the ball, and he's on his way from that Brian Lara Pavilion end. Yorker length delivery, and it's going to run away for 4 because there's no fine leg. It was a Yorker length delivery. There was Shepherd looking to whip it through the onside. It took the pad on the way through. eluded wicketkeeper Sampson. There's a short fine leg. He couldn't get around in time, and the ball goes into the boundary for 4 leg byes. So it may have just flicked the boot and of Shepherd, and it races down to the boundary. So a good start to the over. The crowd is now into this game. 34 runs needed. They think, of course, it's predominantly a West Indian crowd. They think the West Indies can do it. Here is Suraj into Shepherd, wide of the off stump. That's a good delivery. He saw Shepherd backing away outside the line of the leg stump. It was a pacey delivery, and it was just outside the line of the off stump. Shepherd is not going to get across in time to play that with the pace of Suraj. He's not going to get across in time to play that ball through the cover region.
Yeah, he's got the fielders deep on the onside, so and he's got like a deep gully almost.
It says Shepherd on driving down to the deep mid wicket. They're just going to take a single. So 276 now for 6. 33 runs needed. 15 deliveries left. So far 3 deliveries in this over. Over number 48 being bowled. Shepherd is on 15 from 14 deliveries. Hossain, he is on 30 from 28. The left-hander means that Suraj has got to change his line a little bit to bowl to the left-hander now. But he's an experienced campaigner. He's got 2 for 41 from 8.3 overs. As he starts his run-in to bowl to Hossain. He's with him now. Hossain drives, but it comes off the bottom of the bat and really trickles out towards Dhawan at cover. But because it was just going slowly to him, gave the batsman enough time to go through for the single. 32 needed, 14 deliveries left. It's 277 for 6. Brings the right-handed Shepherd back into strike.
Yeah, Dhawan crossing over from the offside, from the onside to the onside, just taps him on his shoulder.
There is Suraj into Shepherd. He's going to get another boundary. Similar to the first delivery, this time he seemed to have got an inside edge, because it was a Yorker length delivery from Suraj, angling it into the right-hander. He was looking to whip it through the onside, and he got the inside edge. It went between his legs and went very fine down to the boundary for 4. So Shepherd is certainly taking his chances here, and the total goes on to 281 for 6. It means 28 more runs are needed from 13 deliveries. Shepherd is on 19. Can he end this over big for the West Indies? Can he get this one beyond the boundary? Can he get even along the boundary to the boards for 4? A 4 or 6, the West Indies would not mind. Suraj, on the other hand, if he would be looking for a wicket. If he can't, he needs a dot ball. He's into Shepherd. Shepherd was looking to hit this somewhere over mid-wicket. By some strange stretch of the imagination, it goes out to long off, and he picks up a single. He looks at his bat, and he was actually trying to play that shadow in that shot, looking to go over mid-wicket. He gets a single to end the over. It's 282 now for 6, so it means that 27 runs are needed from 12 deliveries.
Yes, Colin, it doesn't really matter how the runs come in on the scorecard. They will be added to the tally. And the way the West Indies have rallied here, it's really commendable. And I think we are now down to the wire, as they say. Only 2 overs remaining. And deep conversation between Shikhar Dhawan and Prasidh Krishna, who is now going to be bowling from the commentator's end, the penultimate over of this one-day international between India and the West Indies. This is the first of the 3 one-day internationals being played here at Queen's Park Oval.
Yes, it's going to be Krishna. So I would think he's a better bet than Thakur. Doc, in your opinion?
At this juncture, I would say yes. The middle overs, perhaps Shardul Thakur could have been brought in, but I think I concur by bringing Prasidh Krishna, because he has the pace. If he's going to bowl a bouncer to try and trick him, he would be better suited.
Well, he's into Shepherd, and a short delivery, and Shepherd smashes it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Well, a full toss, and Romario Shepherd is on fire here at the Queen's Park Oval. It was a full toss, and he absolutely hammered that straight back past the bowler beyond the boundary for 6. Oh, he's a strong man, Romario Shepherd, and he gave that all. It's just hit somewhere in front of the side screen. That's 6 runs. Now, the Indians, they are having a small meeting. They want the ball changed. No, the umpire says, take that ball. And we see all sorts of hand signals are happening. 21 needed, 11 balls. Doc, can the West Indies do it?
Yes, there was a full toss from Prasidh Krishna, a gift, and that was dispatched with utter disdain right where we are sitting underneath to the side screen for a massive 6. And he's a strong boy. And now suddenly 11 balls and 21 runs seems a lot more gettable.
That's true. Well, 5 deliveries left in this over from Krishna. How will he respond? He's on his way, goes past the umpire, bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd is looking to hit this one through the offside, and he's out. Well, he's reviewing this, he's reviewed it right away. It was outside the line of the off stump. He was looking to carve it through the offside, fell in the momentum of trying to play that shot, and the appeal went up. The umpire, Reefer, has given him out, caught behind. He's immediately reviewed it. Maybe he thinks that the bat hit the ground and didn't take the edge, but he immediately reviewed it, and we'll have to wait on that review decision, Doc.
You know, when you see Prasidh Krishna appealing, it was just like, okay, let me just appeal. It wasn't like, how is that? It was like, you know, he throws up his hair gently in the air. It was way, we are seeing the replay right now, Colin and me. There's a 1 kilometer distance between the ball and the bat.
Actually, Doc, that could have been called a wide. To me, it was just outside the blue line. That could have also been called a wide.
I think you are right. He just got lucky and got away with the dot ball.
He got away with that and had the audacity to appeal as well.
Yeah. And it was a very stifled appeal.
Well, it worked. It certainly worked because umpire Reefer agreed with him somehow. Well, here is Krishna. This is a very eventful over already. This is short, and Shepherd is looking to hit this one through the offside. It was short of a length and just wide, and he was trying to go across to get it through the offside. Didn't make contact, so a 6 and then 2 dot balls.
Colin, it looks like he's targeting the blue line.
That's right. He's obviously targeting that blue line.
And he's like the 5th or the 6th stump outside the off stump is where he's targeting. Well, and he again got away with it. 2 dot balls at this juncture is extremely crucial.
Hossain has gone to have a word with Romario Shepherd. Shepherd is now standing just outside the off stump. We see Krishna is now telling the man at deep mid-wicket to go backward of square. So he's gone because of the where Romario Shepherd is now positioned himself outside the line of the off stump. It's short, and Shepherd smashes it back past the bowler. He's only going to get a single because Gill comes in to do the fielding from that long on position, and just a single in it. So 1 more to the total, 289 for 6, 20 runs needed, 8 deliveries left. The interesting thing now, Krishna is going to be bowling to the left-hander. So he's got to alter his line slightly, and because it's a different batsman, not only in terms of left-hander to right-hander, in terms of you've got a big hitter in Shepherd. Now you've got Hossain, who is also can give the ball a pretty big whack. The decision is, where do you bowl to Hossain?
No, he's going right arm around the wicket, trying to angle the ball into the left-hander.
Oh. Now, Doc, I'm not too sure that's a good move at all. Because if he angles it into Hossain, Hossain could very well go with him over the deep mid-wicket position. I would think he needs to bowl similarly how he bowled to Shepherd. Go wide of that off stump. As you said, target the blue line.
And it's a very heavily off-sided field at the moment. There are 2 fielders deep, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary and a deep square leg on the boundary.
Well, here is Krishna into Hossain, and he's targeted the middle and leg stump. Hossain has a go at him, comes off the thick inner part of the bat, goes out towards that deep square leg, and they pick up a single. 290 now for 6, 19 runs needed from 7 deliveries. Hussain is on 32. Shepherd, who has really come in and lit the oval up. 27 from 20 deliveries. 1 delivery left in this 49th over. 7 balls to go. Can Shepherd and Hussain do it for the West Indies? Or can Krishna take a wicket here? Outside the off stump. And that's going to run away for 4. Outside the line of the off stump. Shepherd has a go at it. Came off a thick outside edge and peels off that thick outside edge. Goes down to the third man position for 4. The crowd is dancing. The crowd is jumping. They honestly think that the West Indies can do it. They have 15 runs to make with 6 deliveries left. That over from Krishna, there was 12 runs coming off of it. So the West Indies crowd think at 294 for 6 and just 15 required, they think that Hussain and Shepherd can do it. It's going to be an interesting 6 deliveries here from Mohammad Siraj. Where will he target Hussain? Where will he target Shepherd when Shepherd comes to strike? They have targeted wide of that off stump to Shepherd. There again, and Shepherd was reaching for that. Those deliveries very close to being called wide, but Shepherd went after it. So here we are. Over number 50, about to be bowled. Akil Hussain taking strike. 15 runs needed. Siraj into him. Wide of the off stump. Dot ball. He was looking to play that square on the offside. Didn't make contact. Goes through to the keeper. Tell you what, there is a third man in place. Right, yes, there is. Then there's a deep square cover. There's a long off, a long on. So the boundary is pretty well protected. There is nobody at a fine leg. There's a short fine leg. So you could understand that Siraj is going to go wide of this off stump. 5 deliveries left. Still, West Indies need 15 for victory. Here's Siraj really staring in. Here they're going to get a single as Hussain was looking to go outside the line of the off stump and trying a sort of paddle sweep to get it over the man at short fine leg. Didn't make contact. It came off the pad and umpire signals a leg by. But there he was going wide of that off stump and the ball came off the pad and went out towards a short third man. So 1 leg by means that Hussain stays on 33. The man of the moment, Romario Shepherd, comes in to strike. He's on 31 from 21 deliveries, 14 runs needed, 4 balls to go. Somehow the crowd thinks that Romario Shepherd is strong enough, big enough. He's a heavyweight. He can get it beyond the boundary if he gets it in the middle of the bat.
Wide Yorkers.
Well, it's going to be wide of the off stump. He's going to target that blue line. Here is Siraj. And Shepherd is looking to hit this one through the offside. They've gone forward. It's gone to the boundary. Well. There was a man at the deep backward square position. It came off the inner part of the bat and goes down to a fine leg. He's picked up 4 runs. 10 to go. 3 deliveries left. Well, we did say that came off an inside edge, went between his leg. He's perfected that shot because we've seen him do it a couple times and it's gone down to fine leg. There's no fine leg and they've picked up 4 runs. We did say, Doc, earlier we would have a grandstand finish. I really didn't think it would come down to this.
Yes, and again, it really doesn't matter how the runs come in right now.
That's right.
It doesn't have to be a picture-perfect cover drive.
Well, let's see. No real change in the field. Actually, they've taken the man from short fine leg. They've put him right back. So nobody, every fieldsman, 4 men on the onside are all out on the boundary. Here is Siraj into Shepherd. He whips this one down towards fine leg. They've gone for 1. He's going to come back for the second. Yes, he's coming. They've thrown to the bowler's end and they pick up 2. Let's look and see if that's leg buys. Or is Shepherd got another inside edge? He did. So 8 runs now needed from 2 deliveries. Shepherd is on to 37 from 23. Skipper Dhawan has a concerned look on his face. He's still making changes to the field. There's a fine leg, deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, an extra cover, a short cover point, a backward point, and a Short third man. Here goes Siraj. Into Shepherd. And he's with goal. That's a brilliant stop from Sampson. But the signal are wide. Well. It was a quick delivery outside the line of the leg stump. Shepherd had a go at it. Missed. And Sampson, what a brilliant piece of wicket keeping from him. Because it was wide. It was going towards, I would think, a wideish leg slip. And Sampson dived full length. Stopped it with the left glove. That would have gone, there was no doubt that would have gone for 4. That would have been 4-5 wides.
That was a brilliant save, as you said,
Absolutely.
by Sanju Samson. And every fielder on the field for India right now with utmost attention, because we just have 2 more balls and the West Indies need 7 runs to win, Colin.
The crowd is on its feet. Here goes Siraj into Shepherd, and he's hitting this one down to long off. They're going to come back for the second, no doubt. As Hossain, the throw is to the wicketkeeper's end, and Shepherd gets home. My word, 2 more runs. 5 runs needed to win, 4 to tie. 1 delivery left from Mohammad Siraj, and he's going to be bowling it to Romario Shepherd. He is on 39 from 24 deliveries. It's 304 for 6, 4 to tie, 5 to win this game. Can Romario Shepherd get this ball beyond the boundary?
The crowd has had their money's worth,
Oh,
Colin.
that's for sure. That's for sure.
And everybody is on their feet here as the last ball is about to be delivered.
Super over. Someone is calling for a super over, Doc. Well, let's see.
I wonder who that is.
I'm not sure. Somebody in the
commentary box in the West Indies.
That's right. Well, Hossain has come to have a word with Shepherd. He is on 39 from 24 deliveries. 304 for 6. Here's Siraj. On his way to Romario Shepherd. And he's he's missed it. He looked to whip it through the onside. And it went again down to the keeper, who made a fine stop. Signaled a bye because they went through for the run. Shepherd is down on his haunches, but he gave it his all. 305 for 6 means India, they've won this game. A real cliffhanger in the end by 3 runs.
Yes, this is a tremendous win for India, but full marks to the West Indies. The way they have made a game out of this. At one juncture, it seemed like India was doing quite well. Then the West Indies came back with some good partnerships and so much better performance compared to what it was against Bangladesh just a week ago. And 15 balls required of the last over of Mohammad Siraj, and they were almost home. Runs were coming in buys, runs were coming in leg buys, but at the end of the day, Mohammad Siraj held his nerve as the senior most bowler of this one-day international unit. And with this particular win, India takes a 1-0 lead in this 3-match one-day international series that is going to be played here at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. 2 more matches coming our way, Colin.
Well, Doc, if we have 2 more matches like this, I mean, it would be a great ODI series, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to check Vinod Mamchand's blood pressure. Where is he?
Well, it's been a really tremendous day of cricket. You look at the scores, 308 by India, 308 for 7, and West Indies in reply, 305 for 6. Been a tremendous attempt here, and you got a feel for a little bit for Romario Shepherd. He gave it its all, and he brought the West Indies to the brink of victory. He just couldn't finish it off, and he actually, the Indian team, you could see them panicking out there, and when I say panicking, they were concerned. They were very much concerned when Romario Shepherd started to take the bowling apart, and you could see the little bit of changes to the field, and the bowling and the think tank was getting together, and it's good. I think it's good for the series that the Indians feel, or the Indians now know and understand that this West Indies team, if they play to their potential, can beat them.
Yes, and I think you made a good point, and the other point I was trying to make is don't go by past record, because yes, India has established its supremacy over the West Indies team in the one-day format, but you have to take one game at a time, because on that particular day it may not be your day, it could be the opposition's day, and West Indies almost brought them home. But what a tremendous match we have witnessed. As we see the scorecard, 305 for 6. Shai Hope caught by Thakur, bowled Siraj for 7. Myers caught Samson, bowled Thakur 75, a very well made 75 of 68 balls. Shamar Brooks caught Siraj, bowled Thakur 46 of 61 balls. Brandon King caught Iyer, Vulture 54. Nicholas Pooran and the rest of the players did not contribute to the extent that they would have wanted to, but the top order contributed quite well. And then at the tail end there was a tremendous effort to bring them home.
Shepherd with 38 not out, and Akil Hussain with 33 not out. They did 32 not out. Sorry, they did extremely well. And you know, the thing as well, Doc, this would give the West Indies team some confidence as well. You know, because they've been so much down in the dumps of late, having lost that series against Bangladesh. This performance here would give them some sort of confidence, saying to themselves, obviously, that if they play to their potential, that they can certainly beat this Indian team.
They definitely will gain a lot of confidence from this match. Obviously, the concern is going to be the availability and the injury to the thumb for Moti, and what will happen, because with Jason Holder also going to be missing, you're talking about two important players, Moti and Holder, who will potentially not be part of the second one-day international, which could again be a huge disadvantage for the West Indies. But it will provide an opportunity for another player, and that player may very well shine, because this is all about opportunities. Look at the Indian team. The senior players have been rested, and we have players like Siraj and Prasidh Krishna, Akshar Patel, who have taken advantage and have performed well in this first one-day international here in Trinidad.
Yeah. Well, so that's the situation here. Excitement at the Queen's Park Oval. Victory, however, for India by 3 runs. And what a game we've had. India 308 for 7, having been put into bat by Nicholas Pooran. The highlight, of course, was 97 from the skipper, Shikhar Dhawan, and of course a 64 from Gill, 54 from Iyer. Those were the top scorers at 308 for 7. The West Indies, Joseph, he picked up 2 wickets. And Moti, he also got 2 wickets. Those were the pick of the West Indies bowlers. As far as West Indies go, 305 for 6. Kyle Mayers with 75. Brandon King 54. Brooks 46. And then to the end, Romario Shepherd with 38 not out, Akil Hussain with 32 not out. Those were the stars at the end. And the bowling for India, Mohammad Siraj, he had 2 for 56. Shardul Thakur, 2 for 54. And of course the leg spinner, Chahal, he had 2 for 58. Been a wonderful day's cricket. As we say, India coming out victorious just in the end by 3 runs. A wonderful day. The pitch was beautiful. The outfield was excellent, and you couldn't ask for a better. And the sun shone. Doc, you couldn't ask for a better day.
Yeah, when we started the day in the commentary box, if I had told you that we are going to see 600 plus runs being scored in one day, you would have probably said, Doc,
you need to get a checkup.
But what a game, what a day here.
Yep,
and more than 600 runs scored, and the crowd really had a tremendous time. Obviously the game is being played in Trinidad. There was a heavily partisan West Indian crowd.
That's right.
But they did see a very competitive match between India and the West Indies.
And I think the crowd would be happy and proud of the performance of the West Indies team. Chasing 308 is never easy.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the situation from us here at the Queen's Park Oval. It's been a wonderful day, as we said. India coming out victorious by 3 runs. And so that's it from us here. We're going to be back on Sunday again when we have the second ODI being played. On behalf of everybody here in the commentary position, this is us wrapping up from the Queen's Park Oval. And until Sunday, when we'll be back on here at 9:15 to bring you more coverage of the West Indies India ODI series. There'll be match number 2. And let's hope we have another cliffhanger. So until Sunday, take care.